Fill the rest of the words in yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, how cool is that?
Thank you. I'm speechless.
You're always speechless. That's why we love you so much. And Speed Cafe, thank you very much. By the way, Speed Cafe for all your motorsport news and views, second only to skysports.com/Formula One for everything you need. Right, we've got the plugs out the way then. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. Actually learned something about my childhood from you there. So, good to know.
Yeah, do you not remember the Eskimo ground?
No, I didn't recall that, but yeah.
Where you grew up, though, you did... I do recall you had your own Valtteri Bottas burger in your hometown.
Yeah, they still have, actually, the Bottas burger.
The Bottas burger.
And the price is 7.7 euros.
It's 7 euros, which is, hang on, conversion, 453 Aussie dollars, I think, isn't it? 7 euros. Are you allowed to eat the Bottas burger?
No, actually, because I'm gluten-free, so I can't eat the bun. So that's an issue.
Right. Tough life, eh?
Tough life, yeah.
Tough life. You think you'd have a gluten-free bun or something like that?
I would think so by now, but they don't. So.
No.
What's on the Bottas burger? What kind? Is it cheese, lettuce? Are you a tomato, cucumber?
Pretty much, actually. It's kind of like a normal burger, but there's pineapple as well, which is the special ingredient.
Ooh,
Pineapple.
Pineapple on a burger?
Yep.
Well, it's bad enough you guys put beetroot on a burger, but
Isn't
pineapple?
that weird?
It is weird. Do you have pineapple on a pizza as well?
Yeah, man. I was on Monday at the simulator, and normally with the engineers we go to this Italian place, and there's Italian chef, Italian stuff, and just to take the piss out of it, I ordered a pizza with pineapple. They were like, no. But I said, I want it, and they did it.
Quick poll here. Who puts pineapple on a pizza? Yeah. Right, you're all wrong, right? So wrong. And trust me, I've had pizza a lot. Mate, tell us about this season. We thought your car was going to be a little bit better than it is. What's gone wrong?
Yeah, I mean, it's super close. Like, I think if you look at the results, it doesn't look great at all. But I think we still haven't had any clean races. We've had the pit stop issues with both cars in 2 races. And yeah, to be honest, in Saudi I should have been in Q2 without the traffic in the qualifying. So I think we haven't seen yet where we are. So fingers crossed, Melbourne is going to be better. But we already have some upgrades coming to this weekend and also the next race in Japan. So let's see. Like I said, it's so close that small improvement can really get you closer to the top 10.
Big year for you as well, isn't it? This the last year of your current contract?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So you want a couple more years? 3 more years? How long do you want to carry on for?
Actually, I don't have a number in terms of years because I don't see my time in F1 ending anytime soon. So, yeah, I'm now 34. Fernando Alonso is 65. So I think he's pretty good reference that you can still perform.
So take us into the mind of a driver. And it's a horrible feeling, and trust me, I've been on fixed-term contracts for the last 20-odd years of my life. When you get to the last year of your contract and you don't know what's going to happen, how do you kind of concentrate on your job? How do you go about doing what you do so well when you know that, oh, God, this might be the end unless there's someone out there on my current team that want me to carry on?
Mate, it's not my first time in this situation.
True.
Yeah, I mean... But yeah, to be honest, it does make a big difference because you definitely want to showcase what you can do. And like I said, I really want to carry on. I really want to get closer to the top, fighting for proper results. And I see a big opportunity on the Audi project, which is the team is becoming officially Audi in 2026. I think that's interesting always when you have a big manufacturer like that entering the sport. I think there's an opportunity for me. So that's the priority. But for some reason, if not, I think the drivers' market is pretty wide open still for now, for next year. So let's see.
Yeah, Lewis has done you a favour with that, hasn't he? He's kind of... Your old teammate has thought, you know what, I'm going to move to Ferrari just so there's a lot of opportunity for Valtteri.
Exactly. At
the end of this year. What a good man he is.
Good man.
Did that shock you that he's going to Ferrari?
It did. I think it did for everyone, and especially the timing, like even before the season starts, announcing something like that. But I mean, it's good for him. I think obviously it was his decision to get into this new project, new era for him. So I think it's going to be interesting to follow what he can do there.
Did you send a message to Toto Wolff? Back the wrong bloke there, mate. Should have kept me. I'd have been loyal.
Yeah, you know, there's actually quite a good correlation. When I left Mercedes, the result went down.
Yeah, exactly. It's a fair point. And that, Adelaide, is your exclusive for today, yeah? I was the reason we won it, says Valtteri Bottas, ever so modest. No, but it's true, though. They've been shit since you left.
Yeah, I mean, they've had struggles, but obviously there was big regulation change, everything, so yeah, it's difficult to point it on one single thing why, and they've actually lost many key people in the team, but yeah, I think it's still got to take a while for them to win races.
Couple more questions from me, and then Charlie's going to go out and about amongst you. If you've got a question for Valtteri, now is your chance, ladies and gentlemen. But you mentioned the Audi project. We don't know really much about it. Are they talking to you about 2026 and beyond or not?
Soon. I think they've still been a bit more on the background. They announced last week that they are, in fact, acquiring 100% of the team, which is, I think, good news. It confirms that they are committed. But I think the talks are gonna start soon.
Great, and the engine we're hoping is going to be really, really good. So, because to have Audi in F1 is a huge thing, and we want a competitive Audi because wherever they've gone in the past, they've dominated, and it, you know, it just seems right. Audi, Bottas, you know, championship, A, B, C.
Sounds
it
good.
Works, doesn't it?
It works.
And on that bombshell,
We have the plan.
we have a plan.
Yeah.
I'm taking 10% of the plan as well. We can do that. Charlie, who's got a question for Valtteri Bottas? That lady
And
there was
straight
first
up.
up. Charlie, you are now our roving reporter. Don't feel any pressure whatsoever, but this is the first question we've got for today, so if it's no good, that sets a tone, right?
First of all, tell us your name
Jennifer,
and fire away with your question, please.
have you got any ambitions to go to WEC after Formula One? Because the former Formula One drivers in WEC have cracking personalities and they all came out after Formula One. So you'd really stood up.
Good question. I do like rallying. I've done a couple of rallies in the past in Finland, in Lapland, and I really enjoy it. It's a very different way of driving, very different way of racing with the pace notes, not knowing the roads. It would be extremely difficult to jump into WRC in the main category and be successful because, you know, the drivers there, they've committed their whole life to become rally drivers, so it's not as simple, but I'm not saying no to anything. I think in the future I'll always keep driving something, and for sure we'll be doing some rallies one day, but it's not it, so let's see. Or maybe Supercars in Australia.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Come on, Australia!
Seriously, you should do V8 Supercars. It's awesome, yeah?
We're just going to cut away from Bottas. I'm sure we'll be rejoining them. It's a long chat in the Grand Marquis, which is great to have Valtteri for 45 minutes up there with Crofty and Charlie Barlow. But we're going to look at what is on the racetrack because these are some multi-million-dollar Ferraris. I can't say multi enough times.
Spettacolo, it is bellissimo, fantastico. This is the Spettacolo, and hey Dan, didn't I tell you that it's a wonder Valtteri Bottas didn't take up rallying, and what is it? Talks about after Formula One I might go rallying. He's already done some rallies.
He has.
So there you go, man, after my own heart. We're looking at the Ferrari F40 on screen, one of the most famous cars that Enzo came up with. This was
the last one he signed off.
At the time, this was a car that just really shook everyone up. This was the very, very quick Ferrari.
Celebrated 40 years of the Italian manufacturer when it was released in 1989. This car close to my heart, the big V12 Enzo. But yeah, tell us a bit more about the F40.
The F40 was 3-litre twin turbo and made about 500 horsepower. So we're talking in 1989. So it superseded the 288 GTR. Over 500 horsepower in 1989. That was big time. And the car was so impressive in the flesh. A little bit more angular than perhaps some of the Ferraris that we're used to. They're so curvy and sexy. But the F40 had such a stance. It was so aggressive. It looked like a race car on the street. It was one of the, as the expression goes, look fast standing still. It was just a wonderful car.
These two cars going side by side. That's Craig Lowndes in the white machine on the left. Many of our national viewers will know Craig Lowndes very well. 7-time Bathurst 1000 winner and 3-time Supercars champion, heading down there into the tight right-hander. Great to have Craig part of the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival once again. And the FXX is quite a machine, is it not?
It is, and also in this field we have the star car is a Ferrari 250 LM. Now there were a couple of guys who raced these in Australia back in the day, Spencer Martin and David Mackay, and they both raced them and crashed them quite well. And they were, I know that David Mackay, when he saw the car that he had used fully restored and everything made lovely and beautiful and shiny, he was actually really disappointed because he would have liked the patina of the car to have been retained, to retain it as a race-hardened car. There's the 250 LM just under the drone, and that car actually raced by Surtees and Lorenzo Bandini at the 12 Hours of Reims. Excuse my outrageous French accent. But yeah, I mean, we're talking 1964. Beatles were running around doing concerts all over the world. 5 minutes from here, in fact. They raced at Reims. Their average speed for that 12-hour race was 126 miles an hour in 1964. That is seriously fast stuff.
It certainly is remarkable, and the car, that is probably the most valuable car here. It's multi-million dollars. Far exceeds any of the Formula One cars we have here, including the 1990 Benetton, which won the Adelaide Grand Prix here. In the hands of Nelson Piquet. That won 2 races, that car, the 1990 Adelaide Grand Prix, and the race before as well in Japan. So 2 Formula One race victories that Benetton took, and that Ferrari outperforms that in the price standings by quite some margin.
Well, just to give you a bit of an idea, one of its sister cars sold for 17 million US a few years ago, and it had nothing like the pedigree of this car. Now we're going to talk about something different. We're going to talk about the Circuit Safari, which is a whole new experience for race fans. And
Jack, I believe, was down there yesterday seeing what it's all about.
May look like any old Toyota Hi-Ace van, but I tell you, this is a new event for this year at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, the Repco Circuit Safari. This is going to give fans an opportunity to ride up close on the racetrack to the race cars. Now, it's new to the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, but it actually first started in Japan for Super GT. They have buses on the track. Think the zoo and the open range zoo. You can watch the animals. These cars were loaded with journalists and VIPs, and the animals were racing cars. So you get to see and feel the sounds, the speed of the cars, and this weekend it's going to be a unique opportunity for fans to have a crack at it. It's not new to Australia. Nissan did it in Supercars in 2017, but a first one for this event, and I tell you what, I might even try and get myself in the back of one of these.
Our man Jack Perkins, now really likening race cars to animals and going to the zoo on the Circuit Safari. Jack, you are a legend.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Going
good
to
analogy.
Going to the zoo will never be quite the same.
You know what zoo I prefer? As much as I love my wild animals, I think I prefer our Adelaide Motorsport Festival zoo just a little bit more. With FXXs and Lexus LFAs and all sorts of various different vehicles and NASCARs flying by at full pace. Our zoo's a bit different, but I don't mind our zoo at all. Looks like there's a camera mounted to that 53 machine. So Porsche Rennsport now out there on the racetrack, variety of Porsches, race cars, road cars, all sorts out there.
Front engine, rear engine, we have them all, and all at various eras as well, with the IROC car, I think, at the front there, the Kermit Green car of Bernie Stack, just heading them off. Bernie, a very seasoned competitor in both circuit racing and tarmac rallying, and in all kinds of different machinery as well, including big front engine V8 Camaros and his Porsche. But he loves his Porsche, and he's had it a long time, and he does pedal it very well.
certainly does. Unfortunately, though, couldn't win the drag race with Matthew Sims down into turn number 1. The Cup car absolutely flying. Possibly the way it's driven from Sims, the fastest car around this track. He really pushes it. I'd say the Formula 1 cars and a couple of others are faster, but he really gives his all, does Matthew Sims, in the red Porsche 991.2 Cup car.
Let's not be too hard on Bernie. There's 43 years difference, not between the drivers. Well, there could be, actually, but there's 43 years difference between those two cars. So that shows you how much the machinery has come along.
I thought you were talking about age at first. I thought, oh, Bernie.
I'm not going to go there.
1, 2, 3!
So yes, cars heading around the circuit. We've got so many F1 stars and cars. There's also the SS Auto memorabilia store down there, sort of where cars exit the circuit and come down the lane back to their pits. Stephen's down there selling all sorts of merchandise. Make sure you head down there.
Valtteri is going to stick around for his signing session. Again, if you heard my very long TED talk about how the signing session works.
On those Moffat books later on today. Speaking of signing autographs, here is Valtteri Bottas in the Grand Marquis. He's finished up his chat with Crofty, or has he? No, I think he's doing all sorts, signing autographs, still chatting. Plenty to see and do here at the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival. He's made that young kid's day, there is no doubt about that. And he's got his...
These guys make themselves so approachable to fans, and it really is. If you're getting into motorsport, don't ever forget your fans. We learnt from Peter Brock, we learnt from Craig Lowndes. These guys, the fans rule, and they know that. They know their fan base is enormous, and they always make themselves available, whether it's a selfie or an autograph or a chat. They're only too happy to make time for the fans.
Absolutely. Bottas, this is the car he just drove out there in the Heritage Touring Car category, formerly driven in the day by Larry Perkins, and 1967 Formula 1 World Champion Denny Hulme. If you missed that earlier on, you can flick back on the live stream. And if you're watching at the circuit and you need to go home for some reason early, I couldn't think what you've got to do that's more important than watch the racing here at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. But if you do have to go home early, tune in to the live stream. It's on until just after 4 o'clock. So tune in, whether that be through our own social media channels, Facebook or YouTube at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. You can also do that on Speed Cafe's YouTube and Facebook page, Repco's YouTube and Facebook page, and also we're delighted to say we are on the Sky Sports Formula 1 YouTube and Facebook page. So if you are watching on internationally, it's probably very early for you if you're watching in Europe. Thank you ever so much for watching. It's about 3 o'clock in the morning for the Europeans, but if you are watching, hope you're enjoying what you are watching. This is the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. This is a shortened version of the Formula 1 circuit that was used from 1985 through until 1995, and around goes the Glenford Porsche. A quick recovery and back onto the circuit. A bit of a Larry moment there for Simon Della Malava, but he's got it back facing in the right direction. That car, you may recognise the livery. It was always at the pointy end of the Porsche Carrera Cup Australia Series for the sort of mid-noughties. So great to see that car in the identical livery as it ran back in the day. I can't believe that was 20 years ago that it was fighting at the front in the very early years of the Australian Porsche Carrera Cup Series.
You can see from the drone shot there, if you're not an Adelaide resident, you can see the city of Adelaide close by. You can see the cars on track, and the Adelaide Hills in the background. We call them the hills. They're not mountains. They're just a hills landscape not far from town. The city, very much a grid mapped out by Colonel Light in the middle 1800s, and very easy to get in and out of, very easy place to do business.
I didn't know it was mapped by Colonel Light, so I assume the suburb Colonel Light Gardens is named after him.
You are on the money. There's no doubt about you.
I never knew that. Never knew that. Thank you very much for educating me about the state in which we live in, Nick. Very, very informative stuff. So you're learning not only about race cars here today, but about the city of Adelaide. Fantastic stuff. As you see, the number 40 Porsche, that's driven by Mark Quinn, although he's got a Porsche 944 all over his tail as they head down into the centre hairpin, the Poolmaster sponsored machine, number 20, driven by Andrew Jackman. He's raced Porsche 944s all around the country. I've called him racing in the 944 Championship over in Victoria, and he's always a front runner in that series, so great to have him here this weekend, pedalling around with some a bit faster Porsches than what he's used to in the one-make 944 series.
Yeah, and if you're watching and you didn't attend the Adelaide Grand Prix back in those years, or the Adelaide 500 Supercar race, what you're watching is a section of the track which became a dedicated race circuit part of the track, only for the event, because it's actually in parklands. So you can see that they go through the centre chicane. They would have kept left and joined the city streets because it was a street circuit. So we are only using a very short section of street, and instead of them turning left to get out of this section, they are turning a very, very hard over the shoulder hairpin right, and then another hairpin right to re-enter this section of track. It's very short and sweet. It's right in the parklands, and as Dan said, it's just a small section of what was the Adelaide Grand Prix circuit, and it's being used. I mean, look, on any other day you'd find people walking their dogs and riding their push bikes and doing their workouts here, but today, this weekend, it's all different. It's been taken over by the other zoo animals, the aggressive race cars for the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival.
Well, Jack Perkins has been out and about all over the place over the last couple of days, and he even made his way down to the Zagami Villa, so it's interesting to see what Jack has to say up there.
To venture up here to Club Zagami, and I tell you, this is a pretty good vantage point to come and watch some of the action. One of the fastest parts on this Adelaide Parkland circuit. We're elevated up. People are enjoying themselves here. A glass of wine, maybe even a cold beer. And if it's too hot out here on the terrace, you can sneak inside, maybe even catch us on the live stream in there. So great vantage point here, thanks to Club Zagami. And I might even just grab myself a seat here and continue to watch today's racing.
I'd like you to work for us, Jack, but have a seat, have a 5-minute break. We will allow you to do so. He's certainly taking in the sights and the sounds of the place, isn't he, Jack Perkins? Busy man down there all over the shop at the moment, isn't he?
Well, he's being very selective about it. I think he just was looking for a place to put his feet up and have a beer, wasn't he?
No better place than the Zagami Villa.
No better place, and there's a few of them here. There's the Toyota Gazoo area, there's the Zagami Villa, there's the Pagani Villa with chefs from Adelaide's leading restaurants cooking up a storm for you. And these are, of course, hospitality areas. And you know, if you're running a business and you want to reward your best clients with a gift that's a little bit out of the ordinary, book them into one of the hospitality areas for the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, and it's something you'll never forget. They'll love it.
Absolutely. And we've got to thank not only those guys for supporting the event, but also our sponsors as well. In obviously the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival, the title sponsor of the event, but we've also got companies like Shannon's who've been on board from the Adelaide Motorsport Festival since the very beginning in 2014.
If you own a classic car and you take it out on Sundays, then Shannon's really, they're your partner for insurance. They understand the classic car passion, and they can even insure your home and contents as well. And in fact, if you do, they'll even reduce the cost of your insurance, because they give you a bit of a discount. But we've got people like Napa, the Motorsport Academy, which is an online thing that you can tap into if you're just getting started in motor racing, and they will mentor you in your quest to become a rising star. There's Mazda are on board with us this year. That's a new addition to our sponsor base. Mercedes-Benz in Unley and their Adelaide location as well, and I love the new Benzes, they're wonderful. Subaru have bought their latest offering, which is their Solterra, which is an EV, matched up with all the things that you've grown to love about Subarus. Subarus must be the most loyal fan base of any make. They only trade their cars to buy another Subaru. What's going on here? Matthew Sims is having another crack.
3 wide, getting the number 20 machine and the stacked car as well, and using all the roads, so stacked, 4 wheels. over the centre chicane. Massive puddle there, look, on the left-hand side. So you don't want to be going too wide there. Probably a little bit of a compromised line. I understand that Jack Perkins has had a chat to Damon Hill down there in the lane.
Down here with the Formula One cars, and it's a fantastic display of cars here at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. And first of all, we're standing in front of this beautiful Benetton. That's your machine. Now, Steve, can I ask you about the car? How long have you had it? And you've been around to plenty of events around the world with it.
I've owned this car for 21 years. And I've done events all over the world, mainly in Europe, do quite a few Grand Prix, done stuff in America. This is my first time in Australia. I've been to Japan and South Africa, so quite a few events.
And what was it about the Benetton in particular that made you want to get a hold of this one?
Well, at the time, obviously the car had a lot of history, and to find these cars with history is very hard. I mean, most of the cars that you use for sale these days are basically show cars. So cars with history are few and far between. And when the car came up, I just took the opportunity.
And you're enjoying the Adelaide Motorsport event?
Yeah, apart from the heat.
And you're enjoying...
I'm not used to this temperature. Most of the events I drive in are in Europe, they're a little bit cooler.
It's a common theme with the Europeans, so it's time that I bring Damon Hill in, because you're struggling a little bit with the heat and the jet lag, Damon, but it would be remiss of us to not be standing amongst two Benettons and kind of bring up some potentially bad memories for you here in Adelaide with these cars around you.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a menace, this car, you know, in those days, and I would never be allowed anywhere near it back in the day when I was racing. So it's quite fun to get close up to them and have a little look around and imagine what Michael was doing with it, because some of them are quite trick.
When you hear these cars, I mean, the distinct engine note around the place, it's something we've almost missed from Formula One. Is it to bring you back to your time of driving and how good this era of car was?
Yeah, absolutely. The noise the engines make is hardwired into me, and when I hear it, it kind of sends a shiver down my spine, because the feelings you had as a racing driver were so intense. And every little thing that reminds you, even the smells, you know, just the petrol and stuff like that, reminds you of that time when you were living right on the edge in competition in Formula One.
Have you thought about asking Steve for a drive?
Well, he's offered to give me a drive, and I've said that was very kind, but thank you very much. I haven't brought a helmet. And
my suit.
Well, I think we get to the point where I have actually driven some of these cars, but you get to the point where you don't need to drive them anymore. You know, I just like watching other people enjoy them.
Well, that's very nice of you to offer Damon a drive in this car. We're looking forward to seeing these cars.
I was at the Goodwood Festival speed when Damon drove the 94 car.
Okay, yeah.
In the rain. Remember that?
Yeah, that was right. That was a tribute for Michael, so it was a nice thing to do, and they very generously let me drive one of Michael's cars. But, you know, it's a long time ago since we were in battle, the thick of it, and things, you know, have turned out quite... badly for Michael, and it's a real tragedy what's happened. So, you know, the great thing was when he was racing, I had a chance to race against one of the greatest racing drivers of all time, and you know, it gave me some of the greatest memories as well.
Very well said, and we thank you for bringing your cars to this fantastic event. We look forward to having these Formula One cars on track. They really are a crowd pleaser, and everyone gets to the fence to watch them.
They certainly do, Jack, and they'll be doing so in the not too distant future. 12:30, Formula One cars back out on the circuit. So just 45 minutes until Formula One's first session of the day. And pretty cool that Damon Hill at Goodwood drove the 94 car that, of course, had the famous incident here at turn number 6 between Damon Hill himself and Michael Schumacher. What an iconic and famous, controversial moment that was back in 1994 to decide the title and give Schumacher his very first Formula One World Championship. It happened here on the streets of Adelaide. Really cool to have Damon a part of the event this year. And what about Steve offering him a drive in the car?
Well, yes, it's very nice, and it's good to see these Formula One car owners interviewed, because they travel long distances and take these cars with them to these kind of events, and we really owe them a lot. We had a big old chat on Friday with John Reeks, Dan, and you know, what a lovely fellow, and he was absolutely buzzing about this event, wasn't he? He just loved it, and we said, so you're off to the Australian Grand Prix next week? No, No, I just came here to do the
That's right, that's right.
Like he had,
flew in on Thursday, he arrived early Thursday morning, then out on Monday.
The whole thing was coming to this motorsport festival. It's a moving museum, and we're so indebted to these owners of Formula One cars and other cars who bring these cars along for us to enjoy. And look, you can't lose sight of the fact that some young people never saw these cars compete. I mean, there's even Formula One cars here, Dan, that you didn't see because they were before your time. So
majority, Nick, a majority of them are before my time.
But look, you can't lose sight of that. And look, it's the thing, as you get older, you just assume that everybody saw that, but they haven't. And even some of the cars that we regarded as mainstream, as road cars, now are becoming classics, and kids haven't seen them. So it's really important to have this kind of moving museum. It's all about the sound, and you can not only see them driven in anger, but you can hear them. And some of them are ferocious beasts, and they represent eras in motor racing that will never be repeated.
Absolutely. People around the track might be a little bit confused. They're going, these aren't exotic cars. No. V8 Supercars earlier on today missed their first session due to the wet circuit. So we've done a little bit of rejigging. The organisers done a great job. So the V8 Supercar guys do not miss out in the session. Better rejig, and they are out there on the circuit now. And there are some legendary cars. There's the Bernard car, having a look up the inside of the former Rick Kelly HSV machine. It's really like the Supercars back in the noughties, HSV against Stone Brothers, and then as well you had HRT thrown in that mix, 888, FPR. I'm getting all excited watching this battle. They are fighting vigorously.
Chris Smurden late on the brakes in the second of those two cars, a local guy, Chris Smurden, and a seasoned V8 Supercar racer of some years ago, also a Super Tourer car racer. But yeah, he's having a great time. And look, there's no winners, there's no times taken, it's not a race. But these blokes, you put them in a car and they just can't help but have a crack. You see a car in front of you, you want to pass it.
Yep, absolutely. And behind the wheel of the number one machine is not Rick Kelly himself, but is he going to let Smurden go this time? Yeah, Smurden looking to the outside. Oh, they've come across lap traffic. Well, it's not lap traffic, but up the inside of them they both go. This is exciting stuff. Smurden right on the tail. This is very much Adelaide 500 spec. This is good. And there's another HSV machine not too far behind either. And there as well in the number 2 car is Chad Parrish behind the wheel of the Holden Racing Team car, formerly driven by Garth Tander in the early 10s. And so great to see him having a good run out there. Oh, sorry, not Chad Parrish, Bradley Neal. Sorry, apologies for that.
No, this is good. They're having a red-hot go and thoroughly enjoying it. And so are the fans, who are stacked well deep along the fence line and in the stands. The stands are chock-a-block. So it's great to see. But they just don't need any. Oh, look at this!
Oh, up the
a little late move.
Good move.
Yes, very nicely done, Chris.
Oh, he's got a poor exit though, and back comes the HSV machine. Both manual gearboxes. The last years really of the proper H pattern manual, and he's got back around the outside. Smurden's going to have to give way. 4 wheels, and the second of the HSV cars has caught up. Martin Wagg catching up as well in the HRT car. One of the HSV cars runs wide down at the Wakefield hairpin. This is great stuff. Smurden sending it to the inside at the second hairpin and makes the move in the David Bernard Stone Brothers car. They are putting on a show. Brilliant racing.
Very entertaining to watch. Obviously no one told these guys that it wasn't a race. You can take the race car, the driver out of the race car, but you can't take the racing out of the driver.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is awesome stuff. And there is Martin Wagg now. He's joined the tail of this field, and he's wagging the tail out on the exit of the corner as well. Where can he go? Where can he look for a move on not one but 2 HSV Holdens ahead? And they've caught up to the former Tony Longhurst Falcon as well. That machine, the number 25 car. That's out there on the racetrack. That's being driven by Paul Smith, who very wisely gets out of the way of all 4 machines in his 2001 AU Falcon and lets them get on with the show. these guys are absolutely flying around there at the moment.
They're loving it. And of course, the good thing about this is that the more laps they do and the more they get around, the more they drive the circuit out and plan it up for the F1 cars later in the day. We did have a little bit of rain overnight. We've had a bit of fickle weather. It was 40 degrees here a week ago. And last night we had a rather surprise shower of rain. So we've been through the cleaning up the track this morning, and that's now good to go. We should see some Formula 1s out very shortly. And even Valtteri Bottas driving a Formula 1 car.
And that was, that was the car he drove last year that we just saw flying through the centre chicane, the 2016 Bathurst winning machine, driven by Will Davison and Jonathan Webb, who took crown, the Bathurst 1000 crown that year. It was a race with a lot of drama late on. Jamie Whincup and Scott McLaughlin making contact, and then Jamie Whincup speeding across the grass and unsafe rejoin at the chase. Made contact with Garth Tander. I think it might be. It's the same year anyway, the Garth Tander car that we saw driven by Martin Wagg. Not sure if it's the same chassis, but the same year. Oh, major lockup for the Tickford Seaton car, and off using the little escape road and the grass there. Oh, geez, they're certainly giving it their all. It's because they had to wait so long. Their first session was meant to be very early this morning at 9 o'clock, but in the wet conditions they decided to postpone it and put them out now, and looks like they're just itching to get out there. A 3-hour wait, they could not wait any longer, and they've put their frustration out there on the track.
No, it's good to see some spirited driving. Of course, it is a moving museum, but that doesn't rule out spirited driving from these guys, and it's great for the crowd, for the punters who are here, to get to see these cars doing some late braking and going for the little inside move up the apex. All good stuff.
Really cool to see all these machines. You've got Rick Kelly cars, Marcus Ambrose cars, Garth Tander cars, Will Davison cars as well. So plenty in this mixture alone. Those two cars there at the back of that shot raced against each other in 2016. One in the hands of Garth Tander, the other in the hands of Will Davison. And that's the car that just had a fast off-track excursion, being the number 5 former Tickford racing machine. But good to see that has safely made its way back onto the racetrack, and is going to make its way back into the lane. Looks like Exotics are going to be next, so we've had a little bit of a tweak to the schedule, as we say, but it's going to be Exotics on now. So we can see the cars all lined up, including the Audi R8, one of my favourite cars. Originally with a V8 engine, and then in later iterations moved on to a V10 engine, and has only recently ceased production. The Audi R8, after many generations and iterations, its build time has come to an end, but 16 years it was in manufacture. Really cool piece of kit. Just about to exit the lane that we can see from the brilliant drone footage. All of the exotic supercars heading out there onto the racetrack. Really great entry list from the exotics category. You've got McLarens, you've got Porsches, you've got Lamborghinis, and everything, anything you want. It's out there on the racetrack, including even a Corvette supercar as well.
And a couple of Lotus Exigers, just for the smaller car variety. These cars, Lotus, when they first released the Elise in the 90s, and that car then evolved into the Exige and more powerful versions of the Exige. These cars often became the choice for tarmac rallying. Very quick. You buy them off the shelf with some factory-fitted roll cage and that kind of thing, and they're very fast cars. Not many creature comforts. I wouldn't want one as a daily driver. I think it'd rattle your teeth, but they were a very quick car on tarmac, and they were often the weapon of choice for tarmac competitors who wanted something that was, I could buy it off the shelf and be competitive straight off. So we saw a lot of that. But yeah, as Dan says, there's a wealth of different manufacturers and machines in this class.
Certainly are, and it's two McLarens that are going to lead us into turn number 1. Different models on the brakes. Look at that rear wing lift up on the first machine. I think that's a 765. It is indeed a 765, and behind that a smaller McLaren, a 570, I think that was the car behind. It's hard to tell sometimes with the McLarens. They all look reasonably similar, but the faster the cars, the more sort of aerodynamic look it has. And speaking of aerodynamic look, this is the new Lamborghini STO, and my goodness gracious me, does it look great in this particular colour. But this is pretty much a brand new car, 2023 this was built.
That's the car of Craig Arthur, and look, you couldn't find a more eye-catching colour scheme. He actually wants to be noticed, I think, in that car.
There's no subtlety about that,
no.
Is there? No subtlety at all, but it sounds glorious. V10 engine whirling around the Adelaide Parkland circuit. And there goes that rear wing once again on another McLaren, a Spider, that particular McLaren. Black machine. It's got good straight line speed, particularly compared to the Lotus. In fact, I think the Lotus lifts off there and lets it go by.
It's great to see those rear wings come up there, and it's the mechanised version of a MotoGP rider sitting up on the bike and sticking his leg out, isn't it? So the more wind resistance we have, the better we're going to brake.
Or the equivalent of DRS being closed under brakes in Formula One.
Yeah,
very much so, and it's fascinating to see that has now gone on to high-performance road cars as well. And McLaren are pretty famous for it as well. If you are just joining us here at the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival, welcome. Whether you're tuning in on the live stream or here at the racetrack, we are very happy to have you joining us. On track at the moment, we have the exotics category, something a bit different. Lots of juicy supercars out there on the circuit, from, as we said, Lotuses to Porsches, Audis to McLarens, everything you want in a supercar, except for Ferraris. They've been given their very own category here this weekend because we simply had an abundance of them. In fact, we got 2 Ferrari categories. We have the Spettacolo category as well. They will be back out later on for a Spettacolo at 3:30 local time. So not too far away from the next F1 session. We're slightly behind schedule, but the clerk of the course just came into the commentary box, and he was telling us he intends to get that Formula One session back on time and out there at 12:30. So great stuff from the organisers, trying to retweak the schedule. It was a pretty tough morning with the rain, but we got the drift cars out there a couple more times to really dry the track off, and they did a magnificent job. Sun's come out now, and we can see the track is completely dry. And out there on the circuit, they have no issues with any moisture, apart from a just little slight damp patch down before the centre hairpin that we can see on the live stream on the left-hand side. The Grand Marquis is a big feature of the Adelaide Motorsport Festival this year, isn't it, Nick? And who's down there at the moment? I think Crofty is down there interviewing a couple of well-known names.
I think Crofty's down there with Valtteri Bottas as we speak, and that might even be finishing.
It is 12 o'clock on the dot.
12 o'clock. Okay, so Roland Dane, Paddy Lowe, and Gunther Steiner. What is it like to run a major race team? I would imagine it's probably like managing World War III. But who better could you learn from than those 3 fellows? A wealth of knowledge, and that's the hard part about this motorsport festival. You've got on-track action that is so good to watch, but in the Grand Marquis you have a session about every 45 minutes, and there's so much knowledge to be gained. It's followed by Alan Heafy talking about the Nissan GTRs when they raced at Bathurst, and that would be just that was a revolution when those cars raced there. MotoGP later in the afternoon with Chris Vermeulen and Kevin McGee. Now that, I reckon there'd be a few stories told there, some of them probably unrepeatable, but no, the 2 guys with a wealth of experience and from slightly different eras too, because one mostly with 500s and the other one with MotoGP as we know it now. So a wealth of information and so much to see.
And Australians that have won at the top level on 2 wheels. Kevin McGee won in 500cc, and as well Chris Vermeulen won the 2007 French Grand Prix for the factory Suzuki team. Both had brilliant careers on the two-wheeled machines. And of course, we've still got two-wheeled aces in world motorcycles still to this day. Jack Miller, of course, multiple-time MotoGP race winner, doing great things on the KTM at the moment. Brad Binder had a great start to his season in Qatar, didn't he, Nick? But on track at the moment, we got the exotics.
Jack not going quite so well last week. He had a little bit of a fall. Brad Binder had a big lunge at the lead, and of course there was also a new superstar there in Pedro, who got right up to 5th, I think, but as his tyres turned to mush, he had to drop back to 6, 7, 8, 9. So that was a bit disappointing, but it did give the fans a taste of what they were in for in the races to come. I'm a big MotoGP fan. I love watching it. I think it's the closest racing you're going to see in any form of the motorsport, and it's elbows out, shoulder to shoulder racing. Very, very entertaining. Sometimes you almost shut your eyes because what they do is so scary, the speeds. I think the radar recorded the fastest speed at Qatar as 360 kilometres per hour, roughly. Now that's fast in a motor car. I can't imagine what that feels like on a motorcycle to be doing 360 plus kilometres per hour. I think it would have your full attention, Dan. What do you reckon?
Certainly would, that's for sure. 300 kilometres an hour in or on anything is quite something. You know, think about Comrade Straight, they always talk about that magic 300 kilometres an hour, don't they? Fascinating to hear from Mr. Hoshino, who is here with the 767B. He was talking yesterday about before they added the chicanes on the back straight at Le Mans, that they were doing 400 kilometres an hour. I believe they have set things up down in the Grand Marquis, so we'll take a listen to David Croft chatting to Gunther Steiner, Paddy Lowe and Roland Dane.
Because you really have to want to do it, because otherwise you wouldn't do it, because you don't need it and you couldn't cope with it and you wouldn't be there for long, because people would see that you're not good at it because your heart is not in it. Half of it is what you do, and the rest is just passion and emotions, you know, you need to put into it. You cannot just run a company like and look at your result and say, yeah, we need to do this and we wait a little bit. No, because everybody's on you, inside the team and the public, you know, to give results on the next race. And the next race is just around the corner normal in racing. So that I think is the team principal job, but I think you can get used to it by growing into it, and then you don't realize it, and I just realize it now that I'm not a team principal anymore, how big the pressure was, you know, because you don't have it anymore, and all of a sudden you realize, actually, it was quite intense, but when you're in it, it's just normality, you know. You get up in the morning, the first thing you look is your emails and your WhatsApp messages. What has gone wrong in the last 12 hours while you slept? So that's what you do.
That's quite the good morning, you're like, oh. And Paddy, of course, from an engineering standpoint, you are managing people that, you know, are incredibly clever, at the forefront of developing technology, and yeah, you're managing a lot of expectation. So yeah, how do you go about that and keep everyone, like, you know, on some kind of level of happiness?
Well, yeah. Good morning, everybody, or afternoon rather. Yeah, like Gunther said. We always say that you're only as good as your last race. So there is that pressure all the time. And of course, you know it, the technical team know it. The worst thing, and you know this, Gunther, is when the team owner or somebody tells you your car isn't quick enough. And it's like, well,
They never say that, buddy. They never say that, buddy.
I did see the timesheet. You know, we don't need to be told that we got some work to do. The engineers tend to just keep quiet and get stuck in and get on with the job. You know, engineers are not emotional. I know one of my neighbours can get quite emotional from time to time, but it's not typical of.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I'm not typical. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah. The engineers tend to get their head down, and they know what they need to do. But I mean, I remember years ago, beginning of my career with Williams. We'd won the first 5 races in that season with the Williams FW14, And I remember Patrick Head giving me a bollocking straight after the race because the tyres were blistered. And I was thinking, well, you know, steady on, can we just celebrate for 1 hour the fact that we've just won the first 5 races in a row, and we'll deal with those tyres. You know, we still won the race. So I did have one of my things in the sport, always from that, because I wasn't quite as extreme as Patrick, is you do have to celebrate in the moment when you win a race or win something, because if you don't take 1 hour out or perhaps 1 day to celebrate, you never will, because the job has to keep going on. The only timeout which actually saved our lives, really, was the summer break. So about 20 years ago, they agreed a regulation that every team has to shut down for 2 weeks in August. Effectively, it's a full-on ceasefire. You cannot even send an email in that time. It's all checked and regulated. And that's been a fantastic thing for all of the people and the families, you know, behind all of these teams, because literally for 2 weeks, you can switch off. And that, because at Christmas you can't, by the way, because there's not a shutdown. So you do have these clear 2 weeks when you can just relax, fully relax, and not have to monitor everything.
Yeah, I think you can never underestimate the power of shutting your laptop and not opening it again for a couple of weeks. That's
Well, the amazing thing, to those of you who do work a lot in the office with email, you switch your computer on after 2 weeks, and there are literally no emails in your inbox. It's like you just left it and time stopped. Actually, it's really quite incredible.
You always worry, I still have got a job, huh? You know, there's no emails in there.
And it's also that now you're like, I can't remember any of my passwords. So you have to go back to square one to remember your password to even get back in the thing. Roland Dane, we are sitting in front of one of your beautiful Bathurst winners, and I want to talk about building a team from the ground up, because you started your team principal days back in British touring cars, and then you decided to come over here to Australia and launch the Supercars dream. So I pretty much owe a lot of my job to you. The fact that I'm still employed, thank you very much. But talk to us about the challenge of building a team from the ground up and getting everyone to believe in your vision that one day you'd be sitting here with just a whole office full of trophies.
Yeah, thanks, Charlie. For me, coming to Australia 20 odd years ago and then starting from scratch here again, I think it was probably the bravest and most stupid thing I've ever done, to come to such a touring car environment that was already way more professional, to be honest, than pretty much anything in Europe at the time. You know, you could earn a proper living as a driver here, as a team here, in a way that was very unusual, NASCAR apart in the sort of tin top world. The biggest area of pressure to begin with was actually getting to the stage where you could win a race, and that took us just over 18 months or something to get us to the point where Craig Lowndes won the team our first race. And then we started competing for championships, and once you've won your first championship, the pressure then is to stay there. And I think the pressure, certainly the pressure for me as a team principal, was greater to maintain the momentum of the team, maintain the crew, and keep winning for year after year, and even when we didn't win, we came second. That was the real pressure, because the sponsors and the fans and everyone, they then expected it, and so the minute you faltered or looked like faltering, you know, and the machine guns were out at the back pointing at you. As a team principal and a team, they couldn't wait to shoot you down. You know, Australia is famous for having a bit of a tall poppy syndrome as well. So there was that pressure from that, and I mean, many of you will be familiar with the history of Triple Eight here, but I look at
listening to everything down there in the Grand Marquee. So much happening all around the venue. Really is a motorsport festival, as the name suggests. We had to show you this. That's why we had to break away. This is Liam Lawson, Red Bull junior driver. Let's listen.
And that is the sound of the Cosworth V8, one of my favourite sounds.
Yes.
That car is sounding beautiful, looking beautiful. You can go and buy one of these. If you really want to be a Formula One driver, but you're not quite that good, you can go and buy one of these. In fact, you can even talk to Zagami in Adelaide about how you could go about purchasing one, or even having the team provide one for you for races. But Roden, of course, in New Zealand, you can go there and do a driving course when you take delivery of your car, stay in the resort, practice on the circuit, and just generally have a ball.
Sorry, I was just shocked. A bit of a lock-up. The speed around the penultimate corner from that camera shot is mind-boggling. The downforce. We should explain what this is. This is based on the T125 that ran in Formula One as part of the Renault team in 2011. Drivers in that season, off the top of my head, were Vitaly Petrov and Nick Heinfeld. Correct me if I'm wrong, I might be a year out, but I'm pretty sure those are the drivers in 2011. So this is basically that car replicated, and it is just an incredible piece of machinery. I think the session has just come to a conclusion, but we've got to thank Liam Lawson for putting on a real cracker of a show out there on the racetrack, turning out some really fast laps. That's cool. I'm going to watch that back because the speed on that flying lap that we were watching was quite remarkable. And nice to see the old-fashioned red wall tyres on the Pirellis, the super soft tyres. Pretty cool to see Liam Lawson bringing that Rodin back into the pit lane. He's a very busy man out there today. He'll be out in just a few minutes for the speed comparison. So we've got GTs out next. And then, speed comparison not too far away. Liam Lawson will be driving the Ford Supervan in that. He will be pedaling the 2,000 horse-powered machine. I believe we're going back to the Grand Marquis.
So if you go back to 2007, we were in Brazil, final race, and we missed the championship with both of our drivers. Lewis's car temporarily stopped in the race, and he dropped from the front to midfield, and he managed to recover, but just not enough. And we had both drivers 1 point off world champion. Imagine how tough that is to go through, to have both drivers runner-up by 1 point. So we come back the next year, and rain, comes very late in the race, and the Toyota cars take a gamble to stay out on the dry tyres.
We're back on air at the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival. Cars out on the track now are GTs. It's great to jump into the Grand Marquis and just listen to what Paddy Lowe, Gunther Steiner, and of course our Australian, I assume he's an Australian citizen by now, Roland Dane. He's been here for over 2 decades, well over 2 decades now actually, so great to have him here as part of the Adelaide Motorsport Festival as well. So lots of personalities, lots of stars all around the circuit here in the heart of Adelaide. What an event this is growing into, Nick. It's grown 10 years ago. This is the 10th anniversary of the first running of the Adelaide Motorsport Festival back in 2014. The sprint on the Sunday, it was just a one-day sprint back then, whereas now we have on-track action on Saturday, Sunday that fans and viewers can watch. And then we even have a practice on Friday as well. So it's really turned into a major motorsport event. And I found out as well, it won the South Australian Motorsport Event of the Year last year, even eclipsing the Adelaide 500.
Right, that must have been our commentary.
It must have been. Must have been.
So, no, it is, Dan. It started out as a hill climb on the Saturday and a sprint on the Sunday, and it very quickly evolved to a weekend here in the Adelaide Parklands on the dedicated part of the former Adelaide GP circuit and the Adelaide 500 Supercar circuit. And within 4 years we had 50,000 people attending, and it just grew from there. It's blossomed every year, and the attendances have gone up. We now, I think we're probably at a sold-out situation. Certainly on the hospitality sites, I think they seem to be very, very full. We noted yesterday that at 9 o'clock in the morning the stands were full. I don't think I've ever been to a motorsport event other than maybe a GP where you get that kind of dedication. But we're watching the GT cars, and no surprises here that the Mark car decided to lead the field out. We're just watching that now. This is a repeat of yesterday's performance. It's a very quick car and well driven. Well driven by John Goodacre.
Yeah.
So we're just watching.
There he is, John Goodacre, exiting the 90-degree left-hander and full throttle all the way around the kinks, the left and then the right, and then hard on the brakes. Watch the car really jolt to the front, but nicely controlled. These two are having a bit of a battle, John Goodacre and Wong just behind, and the Dodge Viper unable at this point to keep up with them. Keith Wong in a Ferrari 488 Challenge car that raced in Asia in the One Make Series for a number of years.
And Justin Anthony in the Dodge Viper, originally built by Roush in the United States, and raced over there before going to Britain and completing in the British GT3 class, and then coming to Australia for for a racing career, but then a full resto to follow. And actually this is its first weekend with being driven in anger by Justin Anthony. So big 500 cubic inch V10, and but like I said, Keith Wong following the Mark car and the Dodge Viper just behind Keith Wong. Keith Wong's sounding car sounding absolutely gorgeous as well.
Certainly is. This 488, the first one with the turbo, 458 before it with the naturally sounding just V8 with no turbo attached. So that was a bit of a change. The cars look pretty similar, the two, but a real change in philosophy from Ferrari. And that was sort of the thing that really came in about 10 years ago, wasn't it? The change from the naturally aspirated big engines. Turbochargers came in. Hybrids started to come in as well. It was all around 10 years ago, and we really started to first see it in Formula One back in 2014 at the Australian Grand Prix. That was the first event to Formula One with hybrid power.
And resistance is useless, Dan. Like you can't, like the hamburger people say, resistance is useless. We were talking to Jerry Devestian about his rally cars on Friday, and Lancia built a supercharged 2-litre car with 2-wheel drive when everyone else was building 4-wheel drive and turbo cars, and they won the world championship. So, but it's only a matter of time until you've got to go with the bigger horsepower, and that's where the turbocharged cars came in. So we're used to these kind of evolutions. There's always change taking place in motorsport to get the edge, and this is no exception. So the GT3 and the GT4 cars out on track. This is a class of racing that has really blossomed in Australia with the advent of the Bathurst 12-hour, which probably, Bathurst 12-hour has snuck up on us because it's probably had, 10 years now? Very close to it.
No, celebrated 10 years a number of years ago. So in terms of in the GT3 era, the Bathurst 12-hour has been around for comfortably over 10 years now. And of course dating back to originally there was a couple of 12-hours in the early 90s, but the first Bathurst 12-hour GT3 was run in 2011.
And I was there.
Yeah.
And I've just lost sight of how quickly that's gone by. I've been to a number of those. And
brilliant event.
If you haven't been to one, there's nothing like watching race cars flat out at 6 a.m.
I say to all people in motorsport and people who enjoy Formula One but don't watch that side of things, they might watch the Bathurst 1000, but I say to them, there is nothing like watching GT cars at 5:30 in the morning in pitch black conditions at the start of that 12-hour race. There is nothing like it. It's fantastic in Australian motorsport. Shame it only goes for half an hour, frankly, but anyway, it really is cool. And of course, Repco, the supporter of the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, also supporting the Bathurst 12-hour as well this year, which is fantastic. Repco sponsoring the Bathurst 1000 and the Repco Supercars Championship as well. They've certainly got their teeth in all of the big event motorsport around Australia, have Repco, and also other sponsors as well. But we'll talk about the on-track action for now as we see the Porsche swing it through. This is the safety stop. Lamborghini, yep, absolutely. Number 69 turning in to the final corner.
Driven by Richard Gardner.
Oh, what a sound. What a sound.
Yeah, our favourite V10 sound.
Just listening to it take off out of the final corner there. Nothing quite like a V10. That's the year I grew up in Formula One. Nothing quite like it. And we've got a couple of V10s out there because there's one in the Viper as well, the 2008 Dodge Viper, and there it is, just on the screen. Nicely done there by the directors in the Streamcraft Media.
Good livery.
Van next to us. Oh, great livery. Great livery. A nod to the fact it was built in North America by Roush, a well-known, very well-known team in GT competition.
And look, a 500 cubic inch front engine car that's quite big and quite heavy. Odd choice for a tarmac rally, I would have thought, but they've won them. They won the Adelaide Rally in 2021. Eddie Maguire from Tasmania. Don't quote me on that, but Eddie Maguire. And so look, earlier, a few minutes ago, Jack Perkins had a chat with the crowd in the grandstand, just to see how the punters were going. And Jack, what have you got for us?
Here at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival are these free grandstands here at the penultimate corner on the racetrack, and I've met a couple of fans up here that have got almost the best seats in the house, I reckon. Now, Lee, how'd you reserve this seat?
I got here early, mate. I was parked out the front there about 7:30 this morning so I could get in and get the spot. Great view. Look, here they come. Here come the V8s now.
Yeah, this is a great spot, and like you touched on these vans, what's your favourite car you've seen so far in this event?
Oh, I'd probably have to say, it's a tough call. Probably that one there. There you go, Tander's car.
You're an Aussie V8 fan?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, love the V8s, mate. Yeah, I used to work for Mitzi's years ago before they pulled the pin. But yeah, I've got a Club Sport at home. Old VR Club Sport in mint condition. Love it. Love my motorsport, man.
Good on you. Thanks for coming along. And it's people like you that bring the passion to this event. And I tell you, I might just set up shop here for the rest of the day.
Oh, Jack, yeah, he's really enjoying the action out there on grandstands in the Zagami tent. He's all over the shop, but he's certainly enjoying his first time here at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, and he told me off the camera just what an amazing event it is. He's blown away by the amount of people here and the amount of cars, Formula One cars, NASCARs, Bathurst winning cars. There is such variety in this event this year, and it continues to grow and grow. And you know, we're not even talking about motorbikes as well, rally cars, drift cars. It just goes on and on and on. There is something for everybody, whether you're a car fan or a motorsport fan. At this event, we cater for all.
And look, do you think it's coincidental that Jack sat next to a Holden Club Sport owner to do an interview? I think that was pre-selected. He probably went through the entire stand asking, you Blue Oval or Lion? No, Lion? Okay, I'll sit down and talk to you. That's right. Jack's been out and about, and he's just giving us on the live stream a taste of what the punters are seeing and what's happening in the Grand Marquis with Charlie Varlow. And yeah, he's got up close and personal with a lot of people here, including some Formula One car owners who've made the trip from the other side of the world to show us their cars. And we were talking yesterday, Friday, to John Reeks, who's one of those people, and yeah, they just love it. That's what they do. They take their cars to places all over the world for these kind of events, and we're so very fortunate to have them do it. So just watching the drone covering the GT cars at the moment, GT3 and GT4. and they've finished their run. They're just re-entering the paddock area now. So this is a good time for us to talk about some of the sponsors in the event and what they mean to us. We've talked about Repco a bit, and Repco, of course, are at the heart of the Australian motorsport scene. But we also have other sponsors like Shannon's, Napa, the Motorsport Academy online, the Mercedes-Benz with their locations at Unley and in Adelaide, and Mazda, Subaru. They're all here, and you can see all those people in the middle of the track. If you go into past the paddock in the middle of the track, where you can see all the pagoda type marquees. That's around about where those guys are. And Repco are there, of course. The Australian Motor Museum are there with some of the Holdens from the museum. Now, these are not ordinary Holdens. These are one-off cars. These are cars that were built as a design study to evaluate market opportunities, to see what it would cost to build them, you know, what's involved. Can we market this car alongside its big brother? One of those cars is the Holden Tirana that you'll see there. It's a Tirana that we could have got in the era of the VE Commodore, those sort of 2010s. It looks like a VE Commodore, but smaller. And for mine, it's just a fabulous looking little car. They've chosen a wild shade of metallic pink for it. But it's a brilliant looking car, and it's one of those cars that, gee, you wish that we could have had on market here. But earlier, we had a speed comparison with the world's fastest van, a road-going Mustang, and a V8 Supercars Mustang. So here's an idea of what took place when that event occurred.
For those of you that have been watching some of the motor racing in Australia at the start of the year, the Ford Supervan here has been running around at a few different events, and it's now the new lap record holder at Bathurst, going sub 2 minutes. And I'm really delighted to be joined with Philip from Stard, part of Ford Performance Project. Tell us about this van.
Yeah, that's 4.2, which was racing in Pikes Peak last year, and this year we made a Bathurst lap record. Yeah.
And this is a full electric vehicle. How much power?
We have about 2,000 horsepower of power, a lot of torque, and it's very fun to drive. Yeah.
So, just in case you didn't hear that correctly, 2,000 horsepower, and have a look at it. Makes a lot of downforce as well, which is why I can get a lot of lap speed, yeah?
Exactly, yeah. We have a big front wing. We have a lot of ducts going through the car. We have a big duct on the rear of the car, if we see. We have a big rear wing. So, very impressive, yeah.
Let's come down and have a look at the back of the car and just talk about some of those aerodynamic features, because it is based obviously on a van, but clearly for performance, you do lots of aerodynamic work. All of the gaps are taped up and everything for efficiency.
Exactly, yeah. That's still from the detail from Bathurst, from the lap record. And yeah, it was developed from start together with the Ford Performance aerodynamics team. And that's the result.
And it was originally part of Pikes Peak, running up the big hill climb, and was very successful?
Exactly. 2023, we beat the open record and was very successful, yeah.
This circuit is probably a bit short for this car, but what speeds will we be seeing here this weekend?
Top speed is around 240 kilometers per hour, and braking into the last turn at 180, something like this, yeah. So, okay.
I tell you, that's very quick for an electric van, and it's really cool to have this here as part of the Adelaide Motorsport Festival this weekend. Thanks for bringing it along and putting on a show for the fans.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
What a brilliant addition that has been to the Adelaide Motorsport Festival in 2024 at Bathurst just a couple of weeks ago as part of the 12-hour support program, and then back here making their way down south to South Australia, the streets of Adelaide. On track, I'm sure we don't need to introduce these cars. You can probably tell by the sound and what you're looking at from the drone footage. Yes, for the first time today, the Formula One cars out there circulating around the venue. Lots and lots of machines. Great to see them all out there. Great that it's dried up for them. And we can see the Brabhams. Great that both of the cars are back out there. Owen Kelly came to a stop in one of the Brabhams late yesterday. I believe it was clutch dramas, but clearly managed to repair that overnight. And the pair of Brabham BT 58s are back out there on the race circuit, which is fantastic news. They were restored for this event last year. It's the first time they debuted together since 1989, which is a really special thing to have happen here last year, and to have them both back again, driven by Owen Kelly, and the other one by former Aussie racing car star Adam Gowans. Great to have them both out there on the track.
It is, Dan, and it's all about the sound. This is an absolute feast for your ears. It's like going to a symphony orchestra concert, because we've got all the different engine configurations from all the different eras. And have a listen to that. Wow. When you get them all together like that, and it's just this roar, so reminiscent of the glory days of the Adelaide Grand Prix from 1985 to 95. And something that was an education for all of us here in Adelaide. We had never heard cars that sounded like this. We were used to V8 touring cars, and I remember being probably 5 or 6 kilometres away from the track and hearing this sound like a nest of angry bees. It's great to have them on track again, and I'm going to defer to your knowledge of this category, Dan, because I know this is your passion.
It certainly is. We're just looking, getting squirrely out of the turn. The 2000 Benetton, that was driven at the moment by Mark Rosser, who you may know for his GT exploits, and S5000 as well. But he is out there on the racetrack in his very own Benetton B200, and he's really enjoying life out there on the circuit with the lovely naturally aspirated V10 whale behind it, and a great addition to the Motorsport Festival this year. That's the one thing we're probably lacking last year, was V10 engines, but we got them in abundance this year. Looking on track at one of our visitors, that is Steve Ottovinelli from England. He's here just for the weekend, and he has brought the 1993 Schumacher Benetton, or one of 3 1993 Schumacher Benettons, and he is out there on the track at the moment in the very car that raced here on the streets of Adelaide 31 years ago. Hard to believe that it was that many years ago. And what Steve was telling me the other day, I told you this yesterday, Nick, is what he does. He goes to the different events, Goodwood and all around the world, and he changes the livery based on the livery that ran at the Grand Prix in that very country. So that is the Australian Grand Prix livery from 1993.
And that's really understanding your fan base, isn't it? They're understanding how much it means to people to see the car in the guise that they remember it. And it makes for such a fond memory when you do things like that. We've already seen the NASCAR having a different livery to what it originally raced in. But that is real dedication, isn't it, to your fan base? Because, again, it's all about the fans.
It certainly is all about the fans and all about the sound. It's the sound, the slogan of the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival, and we've got it in abundance out there at the moment. We've opened the commentary box door, and the sound coming in is simply sensational. They are flying around at the moment. Craig Lowndes behind the wheel of that white machine. That's the Arrows A10B. That was actually driven here last year by Tim Slade. Slade not here this weekend. He's racing somewhere else around the country. So yes, he's the current V8 Supercars driver, unavailable this weekend, but out there on the circuit is Craig Lowndes, and he is thoroughly enjoying himself. He's driven many Formula One cars over the years, and this no exception. Really cool to have him drive this A10B around the venue here this weekend. We've got a few older cars as well, the 1979 Arrows.
The Warsteiner Arrows, driven by Peter Brennan. That's the gold and black car. And if you're looking for a German beer, Warsteiner's your man. I don't even know if Warsteiner still exists, but they did in 1979.
They certainly did, absolutely. And created a great livery with arrows on that machine. Absolutely fantastic. We don't just have race or championship winning drivers' cars out there, such as the Schumacher Benetton that we can see. We've also got Adelaide Grand Prix winning cars. That's the third car in this queue. That was driven by Nelson Piquet to win the 1990 Adelaide Grand Prix as he overtakes Steve Ottovinelli. And that's another English visitor who has come for this event. Never even been to Australia has John Reeks. Arrived in Adelaide on Thursday. Really, really nice guy. He really pedals the car hard as well. He's not afraid to push the machine. Drives that machine all around the world, and he loves doing so. He's retired now. I mean, what a great way to spend your retirement, going around the world driving a race-winning Formula One car at various different events. A great addition to the event this year.
I can recommend it. And look, what can you say about what this event does for tourism for South Australia, Adelaide, Australia? It's become a destination for people not only to spectate but actually to come and take part. And John Reeks being a great example of that. A lovely bloke to chat with. We spoke to him on Friday at length, and he's just having an absolute ball here, punting this car around the streets of Adelaide. So many fond memories for the people who are watching, who were fortunate enough to be here in those halcyon years. And guys like John Reeks and Steve Ottavinelli bringing the goods to make up the party. We owe them so much, these fellows.
Well and truly, great additions. Both Benettons, we've got so many Benettons, new Benettons to the event this year. We said before, the Mark Rosser Benetton from 2000, formerly driven by Giancarlo Fisichella and Alexander Wirtz, brilliant machine. And just before Renault jumped on board that car, one of the very last Benettons, but this was one of the more successful ones, winning, as I said, the Australian Grand Prix in 1990, but it also won the penultimate race of the season in Japan as well, in the hands of the three-time Formula One world champion. And he's now up behind that Arrows that we spoke of. That car has been here previously, but back in 2024, and great to have it. We sort of spanned the years. Last year was really Adelaide Grand Prix era cars from 85 to 95, but this year we've opened it up. We've even got a March out there. It's not on the track at the moment, but Jerry De Vestrin has bought a 1970s March, which was driven in the day by Mario Andretti. Mario Andretti got his very first Formula One podium in that car, so make sure you go and check that out. It's the bright red March in the Formula One paddock. It's not too far away from the Grand Marquis at the back of the circuit. So we have such variety, as I say, from 1970 through to 2000 with the Mark Rosser Benetton, the newest car that we have at the event this year. This sort of fits right in the middle, the 1993 Steve Ottavinelli car, and he's really happy to be here. He said the track's pretty challenging, particularly the hairpins at which he is heading now through the centre chicane. He said you've really got to get the car stopped and get it on the anchors. He said he was almost caught out the first couple of laps by just how sharp it was.
And you can see that the line that he took there is going as wide as he can to smooth out the arc, but he didn't want to run through that puddle left by the rain overnight, which is actually quite a puddle. So it's giving you an idea of just how much rain we did have. Benetton, of course, having a relationship with Alfa Romeo before they became their own team, and Alfa Romeo, of course, part of the first Grand Prix in Adelaide, the 1985 event. And at the time I was working with Alfa Romeo, and their public affairs manager was Enrico Zannarini, who of course went on to become a driver manager in F1 for many of the punters.
Yeah, very good history, thinking back that far. Absolutely, you are correct. As we see John Reeks pulling over to let Lownsy through in the white A10B. He's having a look up the inside, sends it up there. This car back in the day, driven by a number of well-known names. I think it was Eddie Cheever that year that drove this particular machine, the well-known American driver, not only for his Formula One exploits, but IndyCar as well.
Eddie Cheever and Riccardo Patrese being, of course, the Alfa Romeo team drivers in the 85 event. And look, when the race was on, we actually loaned them some Alfa Romeos, brand new Alfa Romeos, to drive to and from the track while they were in town, and they signed the owner's manual and service books so that when the new owner took delivery of their car, they could say, I'm driving the ex-Eddie Cheever Alfa Romeo.
So yeah, Eddie Cheever, it's a BMW turbocharged engine, rebranded as a Megatron. Actually finished on the podium at the Italian Grand Prix in Italy and did race here. Unfortunately failed to greet the checkered flag. But this event back in the day was so very, very hard on the vehicles. the Adelaide Grand Prix, particularly I think of the very last one here, 1995. So many incidents, accidents, engine failures. The fact Damon Hill won the race by 2 laps says just what a rate of attrition that particular race was. Of course, right in front of us in 1995, David Coulthard crashed into the pit wall while leading the motor race.
And then, of course, there was the big wet, when the torrential rain hit, and I mean, it was like 35 degrees at the time, and it poured with rain.
Absolutely, yeah, there was multiple wet weather races. The shortest ever Formula 1 race happened here. Well, it was the shortest ever Formula 1 race until the Belgian Grand Prix a couple of years ago. But I can say the shortest green-flagged Formula 1 race that actually ran under green at some point in proceedings. So 14 laps, I think, was the duration, about 21 or 22 minutes. A shame that year that we couldn't see what was going to be a great race, but there were cars crashing left, right and centre in that one. But we can see Craig Lowndes, look at him, he's really pushing. He's certainly found the limits of the Arrows A10B out there in the final corner, and hard on the power, turbo comes into effect and blasts down the straight. Lowndes knows how to steer anything. Of course, a successful open wheeler in his own right, let's not forget. He did race Formula 3000, teammates to Juan Pablo Montoya back in 1997, and unfortunately couldn't quite make it over there in Europe. Came back and won the next 2 Australian Touring Car Championships.
And the sound of these cars, they are sounding absolutely fantastic. As Dan mentioned earlier, we actually opened the door of the commentary box so we can hear them more, and it is a feast for your ears.
Certainly is. A couple of the cars have come into the lane a little bit early. Some of them struggling, they were telling me, some of the drivers really struggling with the heat. These cars pretty old now, and as we said, reliability even back then was a problem, let alone 30, 40 years down the track. So yeah, they are suffering from a few overheating issues. Certainly a few of them, but certainly not the Arrows A10B. Matt Koch next to me from speedcafe.com reminded me that Christian Horner was around in that Juan Pablo Montoya and Craig Lowndes Formula 3000 here as well. And hasn't Christian Horner gone on to do great things? Not so much in racing, but in team principal mode, shall we say.
He sure has. There's no doubt about that.
I was listening to a podcast, actually, the Formula 1 podcast a number of months ago, and Christian Horner said he rolled out in Barcelona for testing, and Juan Pablo Montoya came past and he looked at what Montoya was doing and he said, I can't do that. I simply can't do that. And that was the moment he realised racing wasn't for him, but maybe he could find a job somewhere else. And he's done a pretty successful job in recent years at Red Bull Racing, hasn't he?
And he's probably glad he took that choice as well. Even Phil Hill, who was world champion, said, I'm a peace-loving guy, maybe this isn't for me.
Yes, absolutely. And there goes John Reitz. He's soaking up every millimetre of this race circuit. When I spoke to him on Friday, he said, I think there's a photo shoot. Are we driving the car out to the grid? I said, no, John, the cars are just being pushed out there. He said, damn, wanted to do a few more metres, even if it is only 100 metres to the grid out there on the circuit. He is loving every second he is spending here in Adelaide. Although, like Steve Otvanelli, who's just come into the lane, John Reitz is also taking off on Monday. So a very short trip for both of the English gentlemen, but we are so thankful that they've brought both of the 1990 Benetton, 1993 Benettons here this weekend.
He'll be back, Dan. He's having way too much fun to not come back. And look, they've probably had a few wineries recommended to them, so they'll be back. We've got, Valtteri Bottas. You mentioned that Roland Dane is, we now consider him an Australian, but Valtteri Bottas has pineapple on his pizza. I mean, and he's got a mullet. You couldn't be more Australian than that.
No, absolutely, absolutely not a bleach blonde mullet.
Whoa. So
yes, lots of action out there on the track. Formula 1 concluding, and I believe we've got the speed comparison next, so a bit of a change in the schedule. Bikes moving to after the speed comparison.
Okay.
So out next we will have a road-going Mustang, there it is, leaving the lane. Up next we will have James Courtney in a modern Gen 3 Ford Mustang supercar, driven last year here on the streets of Adelaide by Declan Fraser in Tickford colours. And then following that, here he is, James Courtney, 2010 Supercars champion. And then following that, we will have the Supervan, the 2,000 horsepower Supervan, being driven by Liam Lawson.
Now that's right. And Dan, look, I just want to say thanks for that coverage of Formula One. I think the punters on the fences and in the stands would agree that it's great to have someone with your knowledge of Formula One to talk them through what they just saw. That symphony of sound and of eras of Formula One. Now this is, I don't know about you guys, but I haven't heard the aerodynamics team previously mentioned in the development of a van, but this is an exception. This van has an electric motor for each wheel. It's rated at about 2,000 horsepower. It's going to do a speed comparison with a road-going Mustang and a V8 Supercars Mustang. So in the V8 Supercars car, we've got James Courtney, and in the van, we have our Liam Lawson, who has driven everything this weekend. This van ran second in the to an open-wheel Wolf race car at the Pikes Peak hill climb. Now, if you don't know Pikes Peak, it used to be a gravel hill climb. It's now tarmac. It's 14 miles, twisting up the side of a mountain in Colorado, and everyone's had a go at it. Sebastian Loeb's won it, Ari Vartanen's won it, Rod Millen's won it, the Unser brothers used to win it en masse until the high-tech cars arrived and really took a bit of a monopoly on it. So the van finished 7 seconds behind a full-on open-wheel race car that won the event in the end of last year. But the van did win its own category. So we're looking at a real monster. This emanated from a marketing idea that Ford had way back in the 60s. Let's take a transit van and stick a V8 in it and see if we can win some more fans to our brand. And sure they did, and it became a very, very popular thing in Britain at the time to see the Transit, the world's fastest transit. And during its various iterations, it just got faster and faster and faster. So what you see now is a ground-up built van. We can't even call it a Ford Transit. But the difference in speed, you will see for yourself today. The acceleration of the van is really quite something. So we're talking about a V8 supercar, the road-going car. Well, that's easy meat for the van. It'll catch that in no time. And the V8 supercar is also no match because you're going to see them side by side very shortly. The van is making up so much ground. Driven by Liam Lawson, himself a very, very capable steerer out of New Zealand. Long relationship with Roden, and he's also driving a Roden FZ here today. But James Courtney, very highly revered steerer of V8 supercars, and here comes the van. So now we're down to the length of the start-finish straight is the difference, and let's see what happens in one lap of this circuit. We've got two very good drivers, so we can't say it's about the driving. We've got two very, very good, very capable drivers in these two cars. And let's see what 2,000 horsepower driven through a wheel at each corner can do to make up ground on a V8 supercar.
Absolutely. Carl's coming around. I mean, he quickly overhauled the Rogo Mustang, didn't he? And now quickly catching up to Courtney in the...
And here it comes, Stan. It's just so close now. It will be less than the length of the straight. He's in the straight.
Oh, lock up there for Lawson.
And Courtney had just crossed the start-finish line. So they're now probably half the distance of the straight, heading into the centre chicane. This is a graphic representation of the kind of power that you can get from electric. And of course, when manufacturers build electric cars for the road, the toughest job they have of all the things is to stop the things from wheel spinning violently when you apply the throttle, because the power is instant and it's all torque. They don't need revs to make torque. They make their torque instantly, and so hundreds of thousands of dollars are spent purely on the software to try and get... And look at that. It's here. Here they are, Dan. Nose to tail.
Absolutely. So yeah, so basically half the straight each lap. And look at this. Look at the acceleration of the electric powertrain. Just blast by a 5-litre V8 supercar like it's standing still.
And we've talked about this at length, the conundrum of fossil fuels and what are we going to do, and the role that motorsport plays in finding new avenues of fuel, whether they be electric or hybrid or synthetic. Motorsport plays an integral part in being the pioneer of those kind of ventures and those kind of new beginnings, for not only for motorsport but for us average punters driving to work in our daily. And there is Liam Lawson heading up the group. And yesterday we saw Liam get a little bit playful in the van. He got up to some harmless hijinks with the. And I think we're about to see that because he's slowing down. I think there's something naughty about to happen.
Yes, both the Mustangs have come in, the supercar and the road-going car have come into the lane, leaving Lawson out there to throw this Supervan around. Yes, we've seen it perform brilliant lap times around this circuit, but what can Liam Lawson do when he has a bit of fun, plays around, performs some tricks with this machine? He only drove it for the first time when he was doing some rides on Friday, and he really pushed it straight away just to find its limits, to really show in this speed comparison just how fast it can go, and he found the limits quickly. I suppose that's why he's the Red Bull Junior driver, because he quickly found his feet. And here we go, he's got the green flag, the okay to say. Both the other cars have left the circuit. Liam, it is all yours, mate. The track is yours. Go for it. And go for it. I'm sure he will. He's going to come to a stop. What we saw here yesterday was a four-wheel burnout. He's going to light this thing up. There you go. It's awesome, isn't it?
That's better than yesterday's.
Swings it round.
Oh, wow.
Almost like a rally car. Oh, around we go. Donut time. Can't even see him.
Donut time.
There we go. On the live stream. And then back facing in the perfect direction. Can't see anything. Look, the windscreen completely fogged up.
I don't think he can see anything.
We can't see anything from the commentary box. There is smoke everywhere. He's opening the door. What spectacular vision this is here at the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival. Liam Lawson can't see anything in the Ford Supervan. Has to open the door to get all the smoke out. The live stream shot zone, just how fogged up it is on the inside. He's probably coughing away there. We're coughing away with the comms box open. All the smoke's coming here now as well. Absolutely fantastic. Brilliant stuff from Liam Lawson. Donutting a Ford Supervan. Didn't think I'd be saying that a couple of years ago.
And look, if you think that this is a bit of a staged marketing exercise, what about the lap that the van did at Bathurst, Dan?
Absolutely, absolutely remarkable braking. The outright lap record, obviously not in race trim. I know there's a few people that'll say, oh, it wasn't in race, you know, wasn't in a motor race, it's not an official lap record, but it was an incredible lap.
But you can't deny it's the fastest lap of Bathurst.
Apart from the untimed Formula 1 and a couple of other untimed things. Fastest timed lap of Mount Panorama set by this very machine. He's even making the smoke signals around the back end of the course now. This is what so many people have come to see. Look at the amount of fans lining the wall to see this incredible machine. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, around the circuit. Liam Lawson there, bringing the Ford Supervan, the Red Bull Ford Supervan, into the lane. That was something quite unique, that whole spectacle. That was fantastic. The Ford speed comparison with the road-going Mustang, the Ford supercar driven by James Courtney, current Blanchard Racing Team driver and former champion, and then the Red Bull Junior driver who raced 5 Grand Prix last year. And yeah, what a way to finish off proceedings there, with many donuts and burnouts as well. So thank you very much, Liam, for that. I believe Jack is once again back down in the lane, very busy, chatting to a couple of the motorsport legends in Australia, including Chris Vermeulen.
Well, I'm down now in the bikes area, and I've caught up with a couple of legends, Chris Vermeulen, Kevin McGee. Both have neither been to this event. So, Kev, I'll start with you, being a Horsham boy. You would have been to Adelaide a few times. First time at the festival here. What do you think?
Oh, it's amazing. Like the amount of people yesterday on the Friday in and around the place, and then last night when we rode the bikes into the city. I mean, the street was just lined both sides all the way in. I was seriously impressed, to be honest. I didn't think, and that was only Friday night.
Yeah, it was a great turnout last night in town. But Chris, I want to know, have you actually raced bikes in Adelaide before? I've never actually been to Adelaide. So believe it or not, this is the first time I've been, because I did 1 year racing in Australia and we couldn't afford to do all the rounds. So I didn't come to South Australia then, went overseas, had a career racing around the world, and never been to Adelaide. So I brought the family down this weekend and we're loving the event. My wife's loving the city. So yeah, and like Kev said, it's cool. It's got everything going. It's family friendly, and yet we get a good time on motorbikes. Yeah, it's a cool place. And I think one thing that really rings to me, and you guys will understand now, is South Australian fans are very passionate about their motorsport, aren't they? They are very passionate. They know what's going on. Like, more of them, they know more about my racing career than I do. You know, they seem to know what's going on, and they really love this event. You can see how many people are around, and the effort everyone's put into here. I think it's fantastic. I'll be back for sure. Kev, this is the machine you're riding here this week, and tell us about it.
It's one of the YZR 500 full-on factory Grand Prix V4 two-stroke bikes out of Japan. I was on that bike in '93, testing and developing stuff for Rainey and the team over there in the Grand Prix, and we had some good success and, you know, things like that. And I mean, it's a true blue dinky die, full-on Grand Prix bike.
What was it like getting back on it so many years later?
I never even thought, and that was at Ipswich in Queensland. By the time I rode out pit lane through the first turn and then just started to wick it up, I had to run it in for 3 laps and just pulled her up to sort of like 8,000 RPM in second, and it was like just like someone had turned on the video from 1990.
I love it.
Someone
started the cogs, that's what he means. Is there a kickstart lever out the side here somewhere? Chris, your machine's a bit newer than Kev's. Tell us about yours. It is. This is a MotoGP bike. It's a 2013. It's when Dorna involved CRT rules. So they allowed manufacturers to get back into the championship. So this is Aprilia's re-entry. Aleix Espargaro raced this bike. I think he was on the podium. I think he got a 3rd place in Aragon in that year on this machine. So it's a fair dinkum MotoGP bike as well. We're lucky to have these sorts of bikes in Australia and to be running, you know, so they're so loud. The technology involved, you know, compared to Kev's, there's wheelie control, there's engine brake control, traction control, the computer systems to get them started. So to have this here and running is fantastic, and I'm the lucky one who gets to throw a leg over it, but I'll tell you, it's fast. You know, you open it up and I get a little bit scared, put it that way. Now, one last one, and I don't know where the microphone's going to go first, but what about a bike swap? Nah.
No, he likes all the electronic stuff because he's a whiz kid. My bike's had carburetors, kill switch and coils. That's all I need. He can have the laptop and all the rest of the crap. But I did 322 kilometres of the test track on that, 322 kilometres an hour. So that's 200 miles an hour on that, 30 years ago.
There you go. Kev gets the final word. No bike swap between these two, but great to have these characters here.
Great personalities, both of those two, having a good laugh down there in the lane. Kevin not wanting to ride the Aprilia.
That's right.
Awesome to see both of those two here. We mentioned it earlier, both winners in the top class of motorbike racing. MotoGP for Christopher Mullen and 500cc for Kevin Magee.
Couple of winners there, Dan. Christopher Mullen, winner of the French Grand Prix in 2007, and Kevin Magee, affectionately known as Magoo, Kevin Magee, winner of not only the 1988 Spanish Grand Prix, but he won the 1987 Suzuka 8-hour as well. So both from different eras. Kevin Magee on a 500cc two-stroke, which was, you know, like hitting a light switch and doubling your horsepower, and then Christopher Mullen from the more modern MotoGP era, which is as we know it now, for bikes up to 1000cc. And we're just seeing some bikes come out. So, yeah. We've just been joined by Danny Ahern, who's going to talk us through the bikes, because his knowledge of motorcycles and motorcycle racing is far superior to mine. And look, even though I'm an avid MotoGP fan, Danny, and I wouldn't miss a race, I'll defer to your superior knowledge, especially these. I bet they're all your mates.
Well, a good half of them are, that's for sure. It's great having some top run guys out there having a go. For them to come and join this festival, it's what makes it. They've been great in the marquee, people coming around, having chats, letting kids sit on bikes. That's all been great. my partner put up the idea that the guys ought to have a prop bike with not much on it, and the kids could come and sit on them and have a feel. And because some of the guys aren't particularly wanting kids climbing over their bikes and potentially knocking them over.
Their priceless MotoGP bike.
Well, yeah.
They've kept.
I got a big kick this morning when they started the Chris's bike, which is just going around the hairpin now, number 41. Yeah, they gave that a warm up, and I had the pleasure of holding onto the throttle for a while and giving it a tweak, and it's definitely more reactive than my Maxxis G50.
And so it should be.
Absolutely.
Coming from the pinnacle of the sport. Look, like a lot of people, at 35 I'd never ridden a motorcycle, and I watched at Phillip Island, the Australian Grand Prix. I watched Wayne Gardner. That was what I was trying to think of. Yeah. Wayne Gardner win the Australian Grand Prix. I was there, and it was a very, very memorable occasion. And it was a real glory days period for 500cc racing with the likes of Gardner, Schwantz, Rainey, Mamela, Lawson. There was so much talent, and the races were so hard fought. You just couldn't help but get involved in the sport.
Well, I, like you, I was there for those races, and you wouldn't see any better in the world at the time, and Gardner doing what he did. And one thing that he did do, he put Australia on the map, and we've had MotoGPs ever since. And a couple of names you mentioned there, I've raced with Kevin Schwantz in America myself, and I often tell the story of how I got lapped by him and Jay Springsteen at Barber Raceway, and it's one of the highlights of my racing career, because they both went past me side by side, and when we came back to the pits, they said, "Oh, we give you enough room, it looked okay." I said, "Mate, I'll never forget that moment as long as my bum went to the ground." Well, you mentioned the Australian Grand Prix with Gardner. And you mentioned not into bikes until you're 35. I had my very first race at age 35, and the very first race was on Phillip Island, and I'll never forget going out for the first time up through pit lane and hairs standing up on my arms and neck to think, well, I'd seen Gardner do his bit and now it's my turn. And I'm in my 33rd year of having a race licence and strutting my stuff. So, you know, all these guys, I talked to Chris and Magoo yesterday, and they hardly ever ride bikes. So the fact that good old Tom Dermody brings over some of his stable. He is just the most passionate guy about bikes, and he does a lot of rally racing himself as well.
Yes, I've met Tom. He is a very, very good rally steerer.
Yeah, he's a fantastic guy. And yeah, guys out there like Paul Byrne, Tom's had him riding his bikes quite a bit. Island Classic. We've got Big Mick, Big Miles on the 888, just going past the hairpin. He's a stalwart in the Ducati Club, loves his bikes, and it's great that he's able to take that beautiful on the 888.
On the screen, we've just had a wheelie popped just for the entertainment of the punters there.
Yes, I think that might be Paul Byrne. He was practicing them yesterday.
Tell us about the bikes that we've got out on the circuit today, especially the ones that we can see on the screen, the live stream.
Try and pick them up. So, well, our first one round. Got 77, I'm not sure who that one is. But the little numbers they've given them out, we can't read, so I have to, we did have a shoot here yesterday.
That's okay. We'll pick out another one. Yeah, or our director will find another one.
Well, here you go, number 11 coming round the hairpin. That's the bike. It's a 750 Kawasaki, and it's the bike that Rob Phillips competed on the World Superbikes back in the early 90s. Rob was just saying yesterday, we were talking about it, he said that got clocked back in the early 90s doing 293 kilometres an hour, 750 four-stroke. So the fact that we can have that out here at this event is,
and of course,
great.
Superbikes and I say this loosely, but Superbike's being loosely based on a production bike rather than a GP bike, which is a ground-up affair.
Definitely loosely cuts to mind. Yeah, they're mainly factory bikes. There goes the Desmo De Cinci of Andre Bosman. That's one of 1,500 specials that Ducati made after Casey Stoner won the MotoGP. So that's a very special bike. And Andre himself raced at Grand Prix level in sidecars for a number of years. And he doesn't mind throwing a leg over his pretty special Ducati here. As special as it is, and you can't ride it on the road, I think he's done about 5,000 kilometres on it.
Yep.
So it's good that it gets used.
Very highly revered guy, Andre Bosman.
Yes.
In the sidecar. I think he raced at Isle of Man.
Don't know that he did at the Isle of Man. I know Gavin Porteous did, but
Right.
I'm not sure about Andre. But Andre definitely did the GP series.
I'll defer to your superior knowledge of that.
I don't suggest my knowledge is superior, but it's just a recollection. The bike number 26, that's Otto Muller. He's 79 years of age. That bike he's on, he bought brand new in 1976 to race as a modern bike, and that is as in pristine condition today as it was back in the mid-70s. And I just think it's great. It's the only bike out there with spoked wheels, and all the rest are far more exotica, but nevertheless that's what they used to be.
Now, a couple of things that intrigue me, Danny. One is that there's 2 rotaries out there. Well, I know there's 2 rotaries here for the weekend. Which one is out today?
The only one we've got here at the track is the Steve Phillips Norton rotary. It's got a lot of history. I think it's the first rotary that came to Australia. Steve is a walking encyclopedia of Norton rotaries. He makes a lot of parts himself. He does sort of deals with people in England. There's a bunch of them that are just rotary nutters. The other rotary that was hopeful of being here is a brand new Crichton 700 rotary just being built, and apparently it was supposed to land in Australia and be ready, but it didn't quite happen. So that bike didn't get a Guernsey.
Well, that bike, Danny, was the brainchild of someone who had worked on the Norton rotary, wasn't it?
I don't know much about it. I mean, Steve would be our man to talk to, but nothing would surprise me in the way Steve was talking. He obviously had a bit of intimate knowledge of what has gone on and the like. But they are, they're definitely, one of a kind. And Steve's got bikes that Dunlops have raced and dealt with, so that's definitely been part of his thing. And Steve likes coming out to these festival type events to show off his Norton.
So if you want to see motorcycle racing in South Australia, do you go to Malala or the Bend or Mac Park or all 3? Or?
Well, funnily enough, this weekend a round of the state's modern titles is on at the Bend. So as we're here doing this, they're up there racing this weekend. So they've had Friday, Saturday, Sunday. In 2 weeks' time, I'll be racing down at Mount Gambier. They've got second round of the modern state titles and the first round of the Australian Bears. So I've got a couple of TT2 Ducatis, and I'll ride the slow one, and my young mate Jamie Banks will be on the fast one. So that's down at Mac Park. Been pretty limited racing at Malala in recent times. So most of the racing in South Australia seems to be Mac Park. The Bend gets used a bit, but the Bend, being such a marvellous facility, costs so much money to run on a weekend. So for a club event that might have 80 or 100 participants, the $100,000 to hire the facility gets a bit over the top. Now, it's just great seeing all these spectators come out to watch these bikes go around, and I've noted all of them are going a bit harder than they were yesterday. They're getting a bit cocky. They know the track. There's probably 3 parts of the track they can give it pretty much full noise, and then they've just got a few tighter corners to negotiate.
So you've got a couple of Ducatis?
Yeah, I've got a couple of, well, I've got about 8 of them, but I've got 2 race bikes that I'll call going. We're getting them fettled ready for a fortnight, and then I've got a single cylinder 450 Desmo that's in work in progress as a race bike, and a couple of road bikes. But yeah, I sort of got the bug pretty bad. I had an opportunity to pick up another TT2 last year, and I spoke to my mate Jamie Banks and said, hey, and he happens to be a motorbike mechanic and got access to dyno and all sorts. So I said, well, if I buy this thing, are you going to help me and you're going to ride it more and more? And we bought this bike, built it in 4 months, went to Tasmania, first time out, he won the Australian Championship on it. So
well, you can't do better. That's full marks to your preparation.
Oh, we were over the moon. I know people have said, gee, not many people build a bike from scratch. I just bought a basket case out of New Zealand from a friend's deceased estate, and I know the family were pretty chuffed that I ended up being the recipient. And yeah, we've just had nothing but great fun peddling that around the countryside. So we've got about 5 Aussie events to go to this year. So we've got Queensland, Sydney, Phillip Island and Broadford, and the national titles are at what used to be Wakefield Park. That's been bought by some new owners, and they're calling it
highly redeveloped. They're really going to town on it, and it's such a good thing because it almost met its demise, and now it's coming back bigger than Ben Hur.
Yeah, well, you know, the city of Goulburn, they would have just had so many people coming through the town and helping the economy, and it was not looking good, and lots of issues with noise. And the new owners have done a lot of noise attainment within the complex, and they've even built the track that you can go either way. So I believe, and got the nod, it's got all the safety provisions, so there wouldn't be many racetracks in the world that you can go clockwise or anti-clockwise and be safe. So that's yeah, it's a big thing. So we're going to go there in August to have a shakedown at the New South Wales state titles, ready for November and the Aussie ones.
No, that's fantastic. I've been to Wakefield Park many times, not to watch the 2 wheels, to watch the 4 wheels, but yeah, it's so good to hear because you know, Oran Park, one of Sydney's great racing circuits, that became a housing subdivision.
Yes.
And I thought Wakefield was going to meet the same fate because it's only what 2 hours out of Sydney, maybe not even that. And I thought, nah, Sydney being what it is, it's just going to sprawl and we're going to lose another racetrack. But no, they've really they've upped the ante, and there's some money being poured in, which is always a good thing.
And that's what you need. The guy that owns it, he's got a little track called the Pheasant Wood. Yep. And he's got the nod to run a lot of bikes there. He can't ride super bikes and the like, but he has a lot of ride days there. I'm just watching Chris go round on that Aprilia, and the lean angle is just there's a few of them out there giving it some stick, but he's right up there, it's no doubt. And I could just visualise the smile on his face as he opens it up down this back straight. They get a good run this morning, aren't they? Or early afternoon, I should say.
And we did our best to dry the track out for you.
Oh, well, that's a must. I know a couple said, if it's wet, we're not going out, and I don't blame them. And like, as always, you know, we look at the crowd that are, you know, happy to look at the bikes and see what goes on. Everyone's got a story, a motorbike story. Yeah, so it had... as I say, people come by and you're more than welcome. Come by the marquee, and the riders are happy to answer questions, happy to show you their bikes.
Now, your marquee is close to Fullerton Road, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just opposite the very end of the grandstand, the old grandstand.
The permanent grandstand.
Yes, okay. Just along from there a little bit on that main road, which is where all the cars and bikes come along and come out onto the track.
Yep, so if you want to go and talk to some people who are motorcycle tragics and motorcycle racing tragics and find out a wealth of information about bikes over the eras and the various engines that powered them, 4-stroke, 2-stroke, singles, V-twins, inline 4s, they're all there. And you might even bump into Christopher Mule and Kevin McGee.
Well, I need to give the plug. They 130, exactly right. That's exactly right. So they're going to be over at 1:30, so they're going to be barely off their bikes and out of their leathers to get over there. It's 1:15 now.
Danny, thank you so much for coming along and giving us that insight. We are now going to cross to the Grand Marquis because we're going to talk about a Nissan R32 that affectionately became known as Godzilla.
To establish an operation in Europe somewhere where they could run an international formula, which was the prototype car. So we set up a place in Milton Keynes with a gentleman called Howard Marsden, who a lot of you may have heard of. He was very big here with Ford Motor Company in the GTR shows, and then he went to Nissan with their motorsport manager and guys like George Fury that used to rally the Datsuns, and Howard took them into the touring cars with the Bluebirds, and also he had Fred Gibson Motorsport, who drove for him as well. And Fred eventually took over the Nissan operation because Howard was sort of too busy, but Howard got sent to England to find a location where we could set up an operation. Well, I just happened to bump into Howard, and he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, I'm doing this and this." So I then went and worked for him to set up the organisation called Nissan Motorsport Europe, of which we did. And the first part of that was to run what they call the HR31 Nissan, which is the model before this car, in the European Touring Car Championship. So we did that in 1988, and the whole idea of that was to establish an operation where we could run a prototype, the Group C program. So, and meaning in that time, the Japanese were running their own prototype cars, and we would go to Le Mans and help them service their cars and fuel their cars and do all that sort of stuff. But in 1988, we did the touring cars, and in 1989, we built our first prototype car, which was a Lola chassis, a Nissan engine, and a Hewland gearbox and all that sort of thing. So we went to Le Mans with our own car, totally doing our own thing in 1988, and I think we went for about 4 or 5 hours before it blew up. It's one of those things. We had some drivers in the car that three drivers in each car, and we had 2 cars, and one of the drivers hated the place, hated the car, so he seemed to be the driver that blew the engine up for some unknown reason. But so that was 1989, and then 1990 we actually built a new car, again a Lola-based chassis. Engine was from Nissan. We developed the engine ourselves in-house. And in January of 1990, I actually brought the team out to Phillip Island, and we hired Phillip Island for 10 days to run the car. And we brought out 25 guys, 6 tonne of spares and a chassis, and spent 10 days there running around Phillip Island. And for those that know the lap times of Phillip Island, the best lap time we could do around there was a 1:18.2. And anybody I don't know if anybody's ever done it at 1:21, but so that was it. But we would come down the main straight at Phillip Island, and we had a tripod radar gun set up under the bridge, if you know Phillip Island, and we would go through there at 220 miles an hour. So it was a fairly efficient bit of car. But in the Mulsanne in 89, before they put the Mulsanne chicanes in, we would do 245, 247 miles an hour every lap. Miles an hour, not kilometres an hour, miles an hour. So, but it was a fuel economy formula, and it took us a long time to get on top of that. But yeah, so 1990, we went Le Mans again with 2 new cars, and we got pole position by 6 seconds, which was another interesting story. And I'll tell you that because basically we've got a mechanical boost control, which is controlled by solenoids, electric solenoids. Electric solenoids jammed, so the boost was not controlled. and it went through the roof. And we had a guy called Mark Brundle, not Blundell, Brundle, driving the car at the time, and he did a lap time that was 6 seconds quicker than anybody else that was in the pit lane. And basically, we reckon it had between 14 and 1,500 horsepower because it had no boost control. So it was, and the engine was fine. So.
God bless those jammed solenoids, eh?
That's right. Yeah. So that was.
If you wanted something to go wrong on a car and actually give you more power, that's what you want to happen, isn't it?
I mean, when the car came into pit lane, the scrutineers were all over it, and I said to Mark, I said, "How was all that?" And he just looked at me. He said, "That was mega." It's all he could say was mega.
Well, fantastic. Well, I could listen to you speak about the glory days of Nissan and motorsport in this country and 1991, 1992 for absolute hours. So please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in thanking Alan Heafy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. And please, anyone that wants to come forward.
Welcome back to the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. Porsches out there on the racetrack, but it is my great privilege to welcome in the commentary box none other than the voice of Formula One himself, David Croft. Great to have you here, mate.
Privilege is all mine. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Very good.
Good afternoon, Adelaide.
Your first time here at the event?
Yeah, you see, and not a murmur from the crowd at all. Good afternoon, Adelaide. 3 people started cheering. And do you know what? First time at the event, first time in Adelaide as well. And I'm wondering why I left 53 years of my life without a visit to Adelaide. What a gorgeous place this is.
Certainly is. Happy to call it my home. Absolutely. A brilliant part of the world. Such history at this place. For you being here, pretty special.
Oh, it is. It is. Do you know what? It's really weird. I've been having a chat with Damon Hill, who of course was the last person to win the Formula One Grand Prix in Adelaide. And we were saying, you know, people talk about is Formula One boring these days? Not compared to when Damon won here in '95.
2 laps.
Trounced the opposition and no one got within 2 laps of him. So anyone who thinks that Formula One is a bit dull at the moment, think again. Yes. You know, Damon Hill was making it dull and boring years ago. We've moved on from there. And Damon is very, very sorry. He's not.
No, not at all. Taking the last ever Formula One Grand Prix here by 2 laps in 1995, and then winning as well the first one in Melbourne just a few months later.
Absolutely. See, that's why we called him Champ. On the Sky team, he will always go by the nickname of Champ. And whilst we do have Nico Rosberg and Jenson Button, of course, with us, who are champions in their own right, Damon is the champ.
So you've been around, you've been in the Grand Marquis. You had a chat earlier on to Valtteri Bottas. Grand Marquis, so many thousands of people flooding there throughout the event.
I tell you what, if you want to lose weight, the Grand Marquis is the place to go. It's like a sauna in there. If I spent all afternoon, I'd absolutely be at my right fighting weight, to be fair, if I was there all afternoon. But do you know, it's great. What's lovely is that we've got a chance on this Sunday afternoon to wander around in the sunshine, look at some amazing cars, see these brilliant Porsches on the track at the moment, revel in some motorsport glory, and just take our time and enjoy something we all adore, which is, you know, cars, racing, on a track, you know, performing in the way that they're meant to perform. And then we get up close and personal in the paddocks as well, and there's some brilliant F1 cars that I've been looking at, you know, including Martin Brundle's old Brabham.
That's right.
That he still can't quite believe is still going, to be fair, because it didn't go very often when he was driving.
Well, it was actually restored for the first time in 30 years for this event last year.
Wow.
So it made its debut after 30 years here last year, and then they've brought it back out again, which is really cool.
I need to get Martin down here next year to come and have a little drive.
That'd be great.
Yeah, if he can bear going in that Brabham again, we'll get him down here.
I'm sure he would love to. A big fan of the Adelaide circuit as well, as many people are. Everyone always says, don't they, the Adelaide Grand Prix finishing the year was something really special.
Yeah, do you know what? I wasn't in Formula One back in the day when we were racing in Adelaide, but I do remember watching it. you know, I do remember talking to Nigel Mansell about his tyre blowout here. I was at Goodwood once, and Nigel, I think he went through the story about 6 times during the course of the day when we were doing a Q&A, and he got faster and faster, not in his delivery, but in what happened with the tyre blowout. Started off at about 100 miles an hour, and it was over 200 miles an hour when the tyre went by the time we finished for the day. But he still remembers it very, very clearly indeed. And still says that what he shouldn't have done was pull off into the runoff area, because he'd have been a lot more successful if they'd have red flagged the race.
That's right, yes, I've heard him say that as well, yes.
But yeah, look, Adelaide is steeped in motorsport memory, and you know, don't get me wrong, we're going to Melbourne next week, and I'm going to love being down in Melbourne, and it's a brilliant festival down there, and Victoria, the state of Victoria, really do Formula One proud. But you know, you come here and you realise, oh dear, Porsche facing the wrong way on the track there.
Former Australian Carrera Cup car, back after 20 years on the streets of Adelaide. Yes, so nice little spin there. But you were saying about
yeah,
the
so basically, but you come here and you realise that there's still a massive love for motorsport and for Formula One. There's still a vibrant motorsport community here. In fact, I was at the hotel. I'm staying at the Arkabar Hotel, where I'm doing a live show this evening as well. Which is sold out, by the way, which I'm very, very chuffed about. And I was having a bit of smashed avocado on toast, you know, trying to be healthy this morning. And the guy in the restaurant who was managing it said, "So is Max Verstappen going to run away with the title this year?" I said, "Well, why are you asking me? How would I know about that?" He went, "Crofty, we know who you are," because we hadn't introduced ourselves. And he was saying that he stays up and he watches all the races, and they have the race on at the hotel as well, and they have a load of people coming in to watch the race. And he said it's really frustrating when he can't see it live, that he can't actually go anywhere near his phone for 6 hours, and tries to have a social media blackout, but it's very, very difficult to do that. And he said it frustrates me that, you know, if I haven't seen the race live, someone's going to spoil it for me. And I love that. I love the passion that people have for a sport that I loved years and years ago, and I love it even more because it's my job now and my passion too. So it's you know, to come to new places in the world for me, and to find out that there is that love of all things Formula One, it is always an absolute glory. I mean, if you've spent 2 days in this commentary box, you must be the happiest man in Adelaide.
Absolutely, absolutely. Formula One cars, Bathurst winners, Le Mans cars. The variety here it's our Goodwood.
Tell me about Bathurst. Why is Bathurst so special? Because everyone keeps telling me, Crofty, you've not lived until you've been to Bathurst, yeah? And you've got to go to Bathurst and you've got to see what it's all about. So why should I go to Bathurst?
It's the history, the prestige behind the event. There's something about that mountain. It's folklore in Australian motorsport. It's the history, and everybody has to be there. There's something truly iconic. All the memories, the moments. It's for the same reason this track is so special. You know, just in front of us, 1992, Senna and Mansell had their collision at the final corner. David Coulthard crashed into the pit wall in 1995.
Yes,
for the same reasons. It's the memories, and it grows, builds and builds year on year.
That's why history and heritage is so important. And whilst in F1 it is great to go to new venues and new parts of the world, you've got to retain and remember your roots as well. That's why,
absolutely.
To me, the British Grand Prix is still the most important one of the season, because that's where the World Championship started. And that, to me, is still my favourite race of the year, because it's our home race in the UK, and it's the British Grand Prix, and I love it. Not just because I get to stay at home for a weekend, but because Silverstone is an amazing place to go, and and the fans pack it out, and even the grass is striped and cut absolutely perfectly. In fact, you know, if we were going to have any criticism of what's going on here today, there's no stripes on the grass, is there? We need some stripes. I need to have a word with the organisers when I come back next year. All right, let's get some stripes on the grass, make it look like a proper track.
But if that's your biggest complaint, Crofty, that there's not stripes on the grass, I think this event is doing mighty fine.
It's not a complaint. I mean, see, look at that shot there as the cars are coming out to the track. If we had stripes by the side of the asphalt, you know, that would just set it beautifully.
Of course, that grid used still for the Supercars Championship, the Adelaide 500. So still very much used around the every year for the round.
I'm told I've got to come to the Adelaide 500.
Oh, you do?
Everyone keeps telling me that.
Absolutely. You had a go in a supercar last year at the Grand Prix, didn't you?
Yes, I did. That was quite the experience. So my favourite supercar driver, because he does sound like a French sommelier, is Antoine de Pasquale.
Yes.
You know, would you like the red or white, sir? He doesn't say that, but I can just imagine him coming up, with a couple of bottles to try, during and after dinner. Red or white, sir? Anton de Pasquale. How are you?
Yes.
So he took me out and proved that he's not a sommelier. He is a fabulous racing driver. And I dislocated my neck trying to get in to the Ford Mustang. Getting out was another matter, because you're there, you've got your hands device, you've got the roll cage, you've got your crash helmet, and I couldn't bend down low enough to get out of the car. So how am I going to get out of here? And if we'd have had a crash, I was in trouble, quite frankly. Luckily, we didn't. So I'm like, how am I going to get out? And they said, well, you're going to have to go out horizontal. So I went feet first and was being dragged out of this car. And I thought, well, it's a bit undignified, but, such is life, such is racing. And then, of course, I realised that we had cameras in the car and they were filming it. And, the feature we did for Sky, they didn't edit that.
No, I'm afraid I saw that. All of Australia saw that on our broadcast, shown on Fox Sports, your Sky Sports F1 coverage.
Crofty trying to do reverse limbo and failing, magnificently. Oh, look at that. They're on 3 wheels as they go round there.
Yes, these are the rally category out there now, so something a bit different. A few more sideways machines as we see the Toyota, the European Toyota racing machine with their Carlos Sainz liveries on the side. And Chris Murden's got the British touring car out.
Yes.
Something you'll be a bit more familiar with. It's smoking a bit, but that's the first time it's been on track all weekend.
Well, that's where I started motorsport, really, when I was working in BBC local radio many, many years ago. We had the station that I worked for had half a dozen touring car teams that were based in our patch. So I used to go during the summer months to Silverstone, Snetterton, Thruxton, and Donington and Co, and go and cover touring cars and get some material for the sports shows that we were doing. And I absolutely loved it. And that was 95, 96. That sort of era for the touring cars. And I used to go and cover the Grand Prix as well. So where I was based, there was another car spinning in the background. You can see that right in front of our commentary box. He's doing that just so we mention it.
That's exactly right, and we have done. So mission accomplished.
Fair play. So so our patch was Bedfordshire, Hertfordshire, and Buckinghamshire. Now, if you know anything about Silverstone, you'll know that it claims to be a track in Northamptonshire.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not, because the border between Northampton and Buckinghamshire runs right the way middle of the track. So Stowe, for instance, Stowe Corner is in Buckinghamshire, whereas the old start-finish straight, which is now the National Straight, that was in Northamptonshire. And I used to have big battles with the hierarchy in BBC Sports to say, I need to go and cover the British Grand Prix. Yeah, but it's, you're not on Radio Northamptonshire, you're on Beds, Hearts and Bucks. I went, yeah, but the track runs halfway through it, and I need to cover it, blah, 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 blah. And I used to win out. I got 2 passes for the Grand Prix every year while I was working in local radio. And then Stewart Grand Prix started out from Paul Stewart Racing, started out in Milton Keynes, which was part of our patch. So I had, he's done it again. That's the same guy.
It is. He's been doing that all weekend, same corner, spun 4 times in one session this morning yesterday.
That's fantastic. It's like Felipe Massa in the 2008 British Grand Prix, if you remember that. Honestly, he spun more times than my White's watch and my...
Another one's just gone. Bruce Field in his Mercedes.
Bruce Field, that is a Mercedes that should be chauffeuring people around Adelaide, but I'm glad it's going flat out and spinning around on the track here. So anyway, so he used to win out. I'd go to the Grand Prix, and then I'd interview people from Stewart Grand Prix because they were like our local team. And I remember, and I will always praise Jackie Stewart for this. Busy man, everybody wants to talk to him. First ever British Grand Prix as a team boss. And I said, is there any chance I could do a half-an-hour interview with Jackie because it'd be our big blockbuster bit for the show? And he did. He said yes. And I sat and had half an hour interviewing Sir Jackie Stewart, which was just man from heaven for a young man making his way in broadcasting. He took about 5 phone calls whilst we were doing the interview, and I had to elongate the questions so he could actually answer the phone call. But he was just so giving of his time, and he still is to this day, and I'd speak to Jackie on a regular basis, and I'd absolutely adore that man, and he would adore being here today as well. So, yeah, a few tales that I'll be telling tonight on stage, but it's good to be here in the commentary box. What is this car that we're seeing on the screen now? That is gorgeous.
It is, isn't it? Absolutely, and it's just ahead of a Stratos, and then the Australian Rally champion directly behind Harry Bates. Last time he'll ever drive that car here at this event this weekend. one more question, just about the Archivar Hotel tonight. What's sort of the event going to be?
It's a very good question. I need to go back to the hotel and write a script for this tonight and write a running order. But it is based on the theory that Martin Brundle gave me many, many years ago when we weren't working together. That one there. I said, do you ever struggle for things to say? You know, you're on the telly, I'm on the radio, I can talk about the weather, you can't, you know, people can see it. Do you ever struggle during races? And there is always something to talk about in motorsport. So that's the theme of tonight's show. There's always something to talk about. We'll talk about it for about 2 and a bit hours, and we'll have some fun and games, give away some prizes, and basically just celebrate the fact that here we are in Adelaide, Formula One fans, loving Formula One.
I will see you there, actually.
Have you bought a ticket?
I have indeed.
In which case we can carry on the chat.
No, thanks ever so much, David Crofty, for joining us in the commentary box. Thanks ever so much, and
Take
yes,
care.
look forward to seeing you this evening.
See you later.
Well, how fantastic is that? David Croft joining us in the commentary box here in Adelaide for the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival, and he's certainly enjoyed himself here today. Arrived late last night, so really thrown in today into the mix of it, interviewing Valtteri Bottas earlier on today. And in the Grand Marquis, he is getting in the thick of the action, already caught up with his good mate and Sky Sports pundit, Sky Sports pundit in Damon Hill, the 1996 Formula One World Champion. That was pretty special as Nick Lenthal joins me back in the commentary box. Pretty cool to have David Croft here, the voice of Formula One.
Even cooler for you, Dan, being such a Formula One tragic. The voice of Formula One globally. Crofty, as he's affectionately known. Hell of a nice bloke, and an encyclopedia on Formula One. Off to Melbourne next week, of course, to be part of the commentary of the event to the whole world. But yeah, very nice experience for us, Dan, to have him join us in the commentary box. Is really, really good. And the thing that struck me was his interest in Bathurst. He's never been there, and I reckon we'll get him there. I reckon it wouldn't take a lot of coaxing to have him go to the mountain. We might even get him to camp up the top. I don't think so somehow.
No, I think he'd like to stay at the Ridges Hotel down at the Chase, I'm sure.
I think he'd be a 5-star camper, would Crofty. But yeah, I mean, what you were saying is absolutely right. It's the entire folklore of the place, the magic that surrounds it. Having been there many times and even camped on the top of the mountain myself, it's a great circuit. Television gives you no concept of the gradient of the place. It is really, really steep, and when you go over Skyline and you can't see any road, that is a very breathtaking experience for a driver who comes there for the first time. Even if they've raced in Europe, raced all over the world, they all make the comment that, wow, so you guys just drive over the top there, do you? Flat out. Yeah, I remember a certain NASCAR legend having a hot lap around there in the passenger seat. And
That's right.
I think the words that came from his mouth were, "Help me, baby Jesus, I'm on fire." Yeah, it's just like the Adelaide Grand Prix circuit. Bathurst is one of those things that's steeped in history. Sorry, I missed the rally cars that were out there a minute ago. We had a lot of people out there, including Joshua Field, who joined us today because we had a late scratching. So Josh joined in the stanza with his uncle Bruce in the Mercedes. And now we've got, wow.
I'll just make mention, before we move on from the rally cars, I did get a text from Neil Bates, and he did tell me that Harry Bates, who drove that AP4 to success in the Australian title last year, that is his last ever drive of that vehicle. That's going to be sold it's being sold as we speak, so he'll debut a new GR Yaris 2 car in the Australian Rally Championship next year. So pretty emotional moments, I imagine, for the Bates family. That's been such a successful car for them, and as we said, to have Coral Taylor, Neil Bates' former co-driver, Coral Taylor, winning the championship with his son Harry, pretty special moments for the Taylor and the Bates families there.
It must be incredibly difficult for those who are fortunate enough to win in cars to part with them. I know that in 1968, when Andrew Cowan won the London to Sydney rally in a Hillman Hunter, don't laugh, it's true, he did win the rally in a Hillman Hunter. It was a supreme effort, and his family, his estate, still own that car. They've never parted with it, and that's what, nearly 60 years later. So yeah, I think Batesy's probably that'd be like severing a limb when you sell a car that has won a championship for you. And look, it wouldn't be the first time that someone doesn't later go and buy it back because it's such a cherished memory. So that might be on the cards yet, you never know. But we've certainly enjoyed having him here, and the cars that he brought along to be part of the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival. And right now on track, Dan, we've got
the Heritage Touring cars out there. So we were just talking about the history of Bathurst. Well, these are some historic machines that lapped that circuit all those years ago. This is Group C and Group A era machines, including that there at the bottom of the screen, the Benson and Hedges liveried Tony Longhurst car that really punched above its weight in the 1992 Bathurst 1000, the wet and wild Bathurst 1000 that was. So Longhurst and Chicotto finishing position number 4 in that one, but it seems to have slowed down quite dramatically there, maybe just letting the fellow BMW through, but doesn't seem to have picked up the pace too much. And look what else is out there, everybody. The 1992 Bathurst winning machine, but we're just looking at that white BMW at the moment. As we can see around the outside, here he comes. It's Jim Richards. Oh wait, no, it isn't. Sorry about that.
It's Godzilla. Godzilla has just got him.
And so that is reminiscent of 1992. Those two shared the track together in the great race that year, 1992. What a year it was.
And one thing that you won't see these days is a cigarette company car passing another cigarette company car. In the Benson and Hedges BMW just being overtaken by Godzilla. The R32 Nissan GTR.
Absolutely. Cars coming around. That is the Craven Mild Alan Grice machine, driven by Alan, who of course won Bathurst on a number of occasions. Oh, a big spin. We haven't seen a spin there. I think Valtteri Bottas has handed those keys back over. That was the car that he drove earlier on today. But yeah, out there, a big spin for the number 11 machine in the Heritage Touring Car category. That's what's out there at the moment. So Stephen Perrott behind the wheel now of that car.
The VK, and a big spin. And of course the VK, the Brock car, the Brock VK car, was one of the greatest motor racing liveries of all time. The Marlboro cigarette pack livery in Dayglow orange. Still, it was the last time I visited in the Bathurst Museum, and that is an iconic car. So the VK, any VK Commodore is now worth 10 times as much because of that Dayglow cigarette pack livery car. So we've got the Tirana A9X just in front of the BMW, the white car, and Tirana A9Xs were, wow, they were the car to have back in the day. The SLR 5000s and their L34 Evolution became giant killers, and then the fastback, the hatchback Tirana took over. We've got, is that Daniel Rutgers?
It is Daniel Rutgers, yep, Daniel Rutgers in the red 1988 VL Commodore, heading around the circuit. And that really reminds me of sort of Wim Percy, that era of the Holden racing team, the very, very early years of the Holden racing team. Of course, Wim Percy and Gricey taking the race victory together in 1990. And we can see out on the circuit that white little BMW 1990 driven by Edward Sansil, the number 24 machine. And here we see in the Grand Marquis, setting up for the MotoGP Grand Marquis session. And it looks like they're going to be down there with the Kevin McGee machine. So Kevin McGee and also Christopher Mullen down there with Charlie Barlow. And they're going to be talking all things MotoGP and 500cc. So back when they were racing in their category. So 500cc race winner Kevin McGee, and then renamed as MotoGP, and Christopher Mullen winning the 2007 French Grand Prix for Suzuki, and they're both down there to talk all things two wheels. So if you like your two-wheeled action, make sure you head down there. I'm sure you enjoyed that bike session just before David Croft joined us in the commentary box. Lots of amazing World Superbikes, MotoGP bikes, so there's plenty of machines to feast your eyes on. And this is another one on four wheels, the JPS BMW. I mean, the black JPS liveries of the BMWs locally in Australia. There's something quite special. You know, Jim Richards, of course, winning the 1987 Australian Touring Car Championship in JPS colours. Not in that car, he won it in an M3, but nevertheless, it was a good era for BMW.
It was, and it was a good era for cigarette sponsors as well, as we just alluded to. I've never seen so many cigarette names in recent times. Yeah, Winfield, Craven Mild, Benson and Hedges, JPS, they're all out there. And I mean, it just, again, it's a moving museum, and it just does give the people who weren't there at the time an indication of where the money came from in that era and how much things have changed, how much we value our health now, and how we've moved on from, you know, marketing things that possibly weren't so good for you. But it was all about branding. It was all about, you know, the JPS brand, and that black and gold livery featured on a whole lot more cars than just the Australian Touring Car Championship cars.
Certainly did, as you say, all around the world. JPS sponsored, of course, Lotus. Everybody always says about Ayrton Senna, but of course before that as well, Mario Andretti back in 1978 as well, on the way to his Formula One World Championship with Lotus. Yeah, lots of JPS cars though all around the world, but Formula One and Australian Touring Cars from my side is where it really sticks out to me, as we see the old Falcon and the old XU1. Just while we are seeing these cars lap around the circuit, I believe Jack Perkins is down there in the lane.
Part of the Adelaide Motorsport Festival this year is the E-Motion Zone, where we're highlighting everything electric. And I tell you, there's quite a lot of electric powered stuff here. We've got mountain bikes and push bikes. It's obviously electric vehicles. One that caught my eye over here, electric mowers, ride-on mowers. We've got electric motorbikes and all sorts of electric cars, electrification. So really highlighting some of the new technology that's coming through in the electric space. And not only that, we get that cool Ford Supervan as well, another really cool electric car to have a look at. So great part of the AMF this year, this E-Motion Zone, showing off all things electric. And if you get a chance to get down here and have a look, it's well worth having a gander.
Thanks ever so much. Jack. It certainly is the E-Motion Zone. A new addition to the event last year, proved pretty popular. People seeing what electric vehicles, machines and all sorts has to offer, and great to have it back again in 2024 as we see out of our commentary box window those two 1992 Bathurst 1000 cars lining the track nose to tail, as we look to the...
And if you're down in that area, Dan, by the E-Motion Zone, go and have a look at STEM, F1 in schools. So STEM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering and Maths. Now, if your son or daughter has a keen interest in any of those four things, then they might enjoy being a part of F1 in schools. So 17,000 schools take part. I think that's just enough. Over 50 countries around the world. And in fact, we've just had the national comp of the schools, because it is a competitive thing. And the national comp just finished in Adelaide this week at St Peter's College, which is walking distance from here. So I don't know who the winner was nationally, but if you go down to the STEM zone down there, you'll probably find out. And if anyone in Adelaide won, they'll probably be only too happy to tell you who it was. They'll be gloating. But yeah, back to the Benson and Hedges BMW M3, car number 25. That's the Tony Longhurst car. It was a winning car in 1995 in the Australian Sports Event Championship, driven by Cameron McLean. So there you go. It's had a few different guises in its time, but great looking car. And I think they would really fondly remember the BMW M3s at the time. They were everyone really liked those because they were a rocket of a car. And similarly, we had Glenn Seaton in a Nissan Turbo, but it was only really when the R32 arrived and everyone went, hooly, what is this about? Like, this is the next wave. Josh Axford on your screen, going back in time, a Mark I Escort from the late 60s. They finished off in about early 70s when the Mark II took over, but a bubble-arched Mark I Escort, as this car is referred to, with the blown guards and the BDA 16-valve engine built by Cosworth. They were a giant killer car in their day.
Certainly were, and that was a giant killing car. Sorry, not a giant killing car. It was the giant that was doing the killing. That 1992 Bathurst winner. We're looking now at the number 46 machine. This is Bill Cutler out there on the circuit. Group A BMW, built by the legendary Schnitzer BMW team, and was a part of the World Touring Car Championship that year. So real history on a world stage there in that BMW, and is even driven by Emanuele Pirro as well in the European events. So really pretty cool. And then that very machine, more history, heritage, that car was driven at Bathurst by Roland Ratzenberger.
Oh, right. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that name. And we just touched on a Ford XW GT, which was driven by Adam Smith. So 1970. This is in the era when we had HK Monaros, HT, HG Monaros, which went from 327 cubic inch to 350, and then the 351 Falcon arrived, so it was on for young and old. And what followed was the XY GT HO Phase 3 that really monstered the event for them.
Absolutely. Here comes the little XU1 Tirana. Number 125, Robert Smith at the wheel, getting a bit sideways in his LJ Tirana, really pushing the machine to its absolute limits and flinging it around the tight hairpin as we look at the two machines that were in Group A era coming out of the hairpin. And so many heritage touring cars. If you like a bit more modern touring cars, up next you'll be pleased to note that the V8 Supercars will be out on the track. And then the demonstration, bit of a treat. A couple of Formula One cars are going to be out on the circuit. I'm not going to tell you who's driving them yet, but trust me, you'll want to be on the sidelines when the demonstration at 2:15 takes place.
There'll be no holding back, let's just say that.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. A couple of legends are going to be steering Formula One cars. I'm not going to name them yet. We'll keep that close to our chest as we see the cars continue to lap around the circuit. The BMW overtaking the Tirana.
And an XW Falcon in the middle, just for good measure, and the big 351 just pulls rank on the 6 cylinders. Oh, whoa! And there was a bit of a curb hop there from the XW because he probably couldn't turn it in well enough to get through there, and then they've got to really get on the anchors to turn that contrived hairpin that we have into Wakefield Street, very short section of City Street, just to get them to rejoin the track.
Absolutely, down into the hairpin around the outside, the BMW trying to get that position back. It's almost impossible to do there because of how tight the hairpin is. You're covering so much extra meterage if you try and go around the outside. It's almost impossible to do unless you're going 25 or 30 kilometres an hour faster. It's not going to be possible. If you're going 20 or 30 kilometres an hour faster, probably going to be running wide out into the tyre wall.
And the BMW has shown its finesse by nipping up past the XW under brakes, and he's got him. And I reckon he's going to gap him. I reckon the XW's thought, I don't know if I can go this fast for this long because this car's getting a bit hot and a bit, brakes might not be wanting to. Oh, wow. The GTR. You can see why they monstered the rest of the field. The dynamics of the car was so far ahead of the stuff they were competing with at the time.
And the all-wheel drive traction as well made it infamous in the wet as well. I mean, in 1992, the year that very car won the Great Race, it qualified on pole position by 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, they weren't beating people by tenths. They were really monstering them, and I think that was a part of the reason that everybody was so indignant because it was they would have been working out how to ban it from about then. I think when it got
And as
top.
well, why we went to the formula that was so popular, the local Australian formula, because Australians just didn't want to see this Nissan domination. Amazing to see that car here at the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival, giving everyone a wave along the normal pit straight. Fantastic to see that machine. Down there in the lane, Jack Perkins is talking to Ron Harrop.
Well, you just never know who you're going to run into here at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, and I'm delighted to have run into a famous old name in Australian motorsport, Ron Harrop. Hey, what are you doing under a bonnet of a Sierra?
Oh, Andrew came up and he had a bit of a problem. I'm just having a look for him and see if I can identify the problem, which I haven't been able to do, actually.
Well, I think that's a common problem with Sierras. Ron, now, you told me you've been to this event before and you enjoy it. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I came over last year with Graham Whincup. He's got his XU1 Tirana and enjoyed it. And I thought, no, I'll come back next year. And the weather's been good Sunday. Last year it wasn't too good, but no, it's excellent today. Good crowd and good cars too.
There'll be a few old machines that you've done some time on over the years. Is the Whincup car one of your originals?
Yeah, well, I've done a lot of work on it, yeah, but I didn't build it. I just made various components for it.
Good, mate. It's great to have you here, and we'll let you get back to see if you can fix this problem behind us.
Okay, thanks, Jack.
Thanks ever so much, Jack, for that. Yeah, he's a real legend of Australian motorsport engineering. But yes, interesting to see that legends like that are around. There's so many people that aren't even on the racetrack that are such well-known figures up and down this, up and around the paddock area. Yeah, not just on the racetrack, you know, Roland Danes floating around, all sorts of big name stars. Just David Croft, of course, who was in the commentary box just before. I saw working for Eggleston this weekend. We have to thank Eggleston for bringing so many of the cars that we're about to see on the racetrack, the V8 Supercars. Eggleston Motorsport bringing a lot of those cars this weekend. And Super 2, reigning Super 2 Series winner Kai Allen is here working as a mechanic this weekend, not driving, but as a mechanic as he drives for the team in Super 2. And he's looking to become the first driver to go back-to-back in the Super 2 Series. No one has ever done that before. He is, of course, going to be racing for Dick Johnson Racing in the Bathurst 1000 later on this year as well. The Rodin Formula One, the Rodin sort of tribute Formula One car is being lifted into the Grand Marquis, or rolled into the Grand Marquis, and that is for the final Grand Marquis session of the weekend. It's 2 o'clock, and that interview will start with Liam Lawson in just a couple of moments' time. He will be chatting to Charlie Barlow about his career, Formula One, and everything else, his life in recent years as well. So looking forward to that chat, Nick, as we await the next race category. But the Grand Marquis has been brilliant once again this year.
It has. It's been. Look, I was just about to nip out and go and see McGee and Christopher Mule, and I reckon that would have been absolutely sensational to hear those guys' memories of what they did in on a 500cc two-stroke or a MotoGP bike. Valentino Rossi said the first time I rode the 500, I said, and I can't repeat it on a commentary, because they were so fast and so vicious, because when they got on the power, they just doubled and tripled their horsepower in an instant. So it took very special guys to ride them. There was only a handful of blokes who really could ride them at their fastest. And likewise, today in MotoGP, you've got guys like Capo Bagnaia, Jorge Martin, and Marc Marquez, of course. We can't deny Marc Marquez. Hasn't had such a good time the last couple of years, but he's back in it on a Ducati, and
Absolutely.
last week he showed that he's back, and Ducati are in shock as to how quickly he's learned a bike and how quickly he's putting his input into the setup of the machine. So it's still an incredible formula to watch. We're just looking at the Rodin FZ, which of course comes out of New Zealand, and Liam Lawson, an integral part of that relationship. And so there's a lot there to talk about. The Grand Marquis over the weekend has been a real destination, and you can see it's full again, and it has been for every session. You touched on Ron Harrop. Jack just had a bit of a chat with him. Ron Harrop, of course, the name behind Harrop Engineering, and they are still in the business of making everything from brakes to superchargers to engine components for motorsport. They were a supplier to Holden, an OE supplier for the HSV type cars. So a lot of the big brakes or real upgrades of those cars to put them into the HSV category came from Harrop Engineering, and these are again stalwarts of the history of Australian motorsport and Australian manufacturing, just like our major sponsor for the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, Repco, who not only are involved in motorsport through their sponsorship today, but also cars like the Repco Brabham that won the World Championship for Australia and for Sir Jack Brabham, but also their involvement in the industry itself, building components for Holden as early as 1948 when the first Holden rolled off the production line. It had some Repco components in it.
Absolutely. We're seeing on the live stream footage around the back end of the course. You can see just how many people are here. So many displays, car displays all around. That looks like the chrome display I can see in the bottom left of the screen. We see the big black building. That's the Zagami tent, and then the one in the middle, that black building in the middle, is the Grand Marquis, and that is exactly where we are going now, because I believe Liam Lawson is down there with Charlie Barlow.
On TV and things like that, so to be here is really, really cool. You guys are amazing for being here underneath this incredibly hot marquee. It's very, very warm, so thank you very much for sitting through it. And in general, the atmosphere here has been really, really cool this weekend, so it's been nice to be a part of.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. Put your hands together for Liam. We love having you here. Now, I did talk to some people prior to this, and thank you for agreeing to do a fan Q&A, because this is all about getting to know you, and who better to ask the questions than your fans. So, we're going to come straight down here to the front. And I'm going to run around. I'm sorry if I'm messing with my camera folk here, but please tell us your name and fire away with your question.
My name's Vicky, thank you. And I was wondering, how do you mentally and physically prepare when you've got such short notice to leap into a Formula One car last year?
The short answer is you don't really have a choice. You basically, you kind of have to. I always imagined, obviously, what it would be like to get told you're going to be a Formula One driver, and you imagine it sort of the end of the year, having a couple of months to tell people and sort of get ready for it. I didn't expect it to happen the day before. So, yeah, it's something you just have to do. Fortunately for me, I've had like a performance coach for quite a few years now since I first moved to Europe, and he's been a big part of helping me sort of deal with the pressure of being a Red Bull driver and also stepping into Formula One.
Thank you very much. You were quicker than I anticipated. Come on up over here.
Hey Liam, my name's Ethan. First of all, congratulations on stepping into the car last year at such short notice, where you outperformed your teammate 4 out of the 5 occasions and knocked Max Verstappen out of qualifying in Singapore, which we were all probably happy to see. Be honest with me, don't be too modest. How confident would you be stepping into that Red Bull if you got that late call-up sometime this year or maybe next year?
I think the thing is, if it's mid-season, it's hard to have ultimate confidence to go in and perform, because obviously the guy I'd be stepping in alongside has been doing the whole season. So it depends. If it's obviously if I'm stepping in next to Max, it's going to be quite tough. But I think it depends. If it's the start of the season, I mean, ultimately I feel ready for Formula One, and I tried to show that in the races that I did. But it depends. If it's the start of season, I'd probably feel quite good. If it's mid-season, there's a level of added pressure, I would say. Yeah.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks, bro.
Thank you very much for your question. Who is next? Yes. Oh, I can sit next to you.
Thank you very much for that, Charlie, and very interesting insight there from Lawson. Great question from that fan there asking how he think he'd go if he was given a chance at Red Bull in the next few months or next couple of years. And we saw these guys earlier have an absolute blast in a big late lunge there down into the final corner for Martin Wag. They're at it again, the V8 Supercar drivers pushing the limits of these machines. And there is the 2016 Bathurst winning Commodore, formerly driven by Will Davison to success at the Bathurst 1000, but also a race win in Tasmania as well, that particular machine. As he hops over the curbs, of course, Valtteri Bottas drove that car last year. He's not driving that this year. In fact, he shared the track last year, you may remember, with Craig Lowndes. They both went out and drove V8 Supercars. Now, my understanding is in a few moments' time, Valtteri Bottas and Craig Lowndes will once again jump onto the racetrack, but this time they will share the track in not V8 Supercars, but Formula One cars. That's what I've been informed of, but I look forward to seeing that if that is the case. Lowndes and Bottas in Formula One cars in a few moments' time. But on the track at the moment, we have some V8 Supercars.
Now, Dan, what could possibly go wrong? Two seasoned drivers competing only for bragging rights. Now, they were badly behaved last year. They got into a bit of hijinks.
Motion,
yeah,
yes.
they got a bit excited. So what they're going to do in a couple of Formula One cars?
Well,
the mind
do that.
boggles. Well, I would hope not, because it could end badly. But no, I'm sure they'll be very well behaved, and I'm sure we're going to see some really good driving from them both. Because as we've said, Lowndesy loves a Formula car. That was how he wanted his career to eventuate, but he returned to Australia and just happened to be really good at that touring car thing. So, and the rest is history, as they say.
Absolutely. Cars out there on the circuit, so many V8 Supercars, one of the highest war categories. Martin Wager, we can see having a lunge on the Komatsu Falcon, and pulls the move off in the HRT Tanda car, being followed by the former Rick Kelly machine. Number one on the side of the door, fires it through the centre chicane, and they're now catching up with the the Tony Longhurst Falcon as well. There's so many vehicles out there, it's hard to spot which one is which on that back section of the course. We can see the cars going around the track. I was just talking about how busy Valtteri Bottas is. I believe Jack Perkins is somewhere out and about in the paddock.
Opportunity to come down to the paddock area here and have a look at the car that Valtteri Bottas drove this morning. So we know last year he drove one of the Bathurst winning 888 Commodores, and then this year he drove a 1987 Perkins Engineering Commodore. So I know a little bit about this, obviously, because my father built this car, but this was number 2, PE002. So the second car built by Perkins Engineering, which went on to build 49 supercars, touring cars in its journey as a business and a race team in the supercars. It's a really cool car, and what we sort of tried to work out during the week was, with Valtteri Bottas driving it, that became the third Grand Prix Formula One driver to drive this particular car, because my dad, Larry Perkins, was a Grand Prix racer 1976, 1977. Denny Holm, Formula One world champion from New Zealand. How cool is that? And then Valtteri Bottas now driven this car. So there's not many cars. We couldn't find any Australian 5-litre touring car Group A cars that have been driven by 3 Grand Prix Formula One drivers. So pretty cool stat about that car. Being a early Group A Commodore, very much road-based. So road body shell with a welded roll cage into it, air jacks, fuel cell in the back. It's got a racing engine under the bonnet, a Holden built by Perkins Engineering. And one of the cool stats about this car is it was actually owned by Colin Giltrap. And you'll see on the bonnet, there's a sticker, owner. Colin Giltrap. And Colin Giltrap funded the first 2 Perkins Engineering cars, 001, 002. Colin Giltrap, now a Sir. He's been knighted. Very big in New Zealand and supports a lot of New Zealand race driving talent, including Shane Van Gisbergen, Liam Lawson, and many, many more. So really cool car, and it was great to see Valtteri Bottas out there having a bit of fun in this rocket. We're yet to catch up with him, but I'm sure he had a big smile on his face when he got out of that car.
Yeah, I'm certainly sure he did. What a great stat, though. It's one of the, if not the only Australian touring car to be driven by not 1, not 2, but 3 Formula 1 drivers.
It's a weekend of records, Dan. We keep finding these curiosities that come up. Father-son combinations, father-son generations of drivers, and now this one with 3 Formula 1 drivers driving a VK, what we now call supercar. And a great story with Sir Colin Giltrap. Now, I had no idea that was the case, and as is often the case in motorsport, you need someone to back you up from the start. Someone who believes in what you're doing. And of course, Larry Perkins, a talented engineer as well as driver, and look, in these really, really early days, he's a bit of a Volkswagen man.
Yes, that's right. He was in Rallycross.
Yep. And you know, he went on to great things. So, but that's a good touch. Sir Colin Giltrap from New Zealand backed those first 2 cars, and it was actually written on the bonnet. And I've never seen that. I've never even noticed that in those cars.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. Thanks ever so much, Jack Perkins, for giving us that insight. Jack has been a very busy man and a great addition to the Adelaide Motorsport Festival live stream this year. We're really privileged to have the Bathurst 1000 podium finishing driver here with us this weekend. And of course, Jack will be teaming up with another driver here this weekend, James Courtney. They've teamed up for in HRT days for a number of years, did Jack and James, and they'll be back together as a co-driver pairing at the Blanchard Racing team later on this year at the Sandown 500 and the Bathurst 1000 as well. So great to have Jack on board this year as we see the supercars coming in to the pit lane. And you can see it's pretty tight, that left-hander, and then they go through the line of spectators as they make their way back to the marquees, using very much the part-length section of the circuit. You can see with the roundabout in the top left-hand side of the screen. That's normally turn number 9 of the Adelaide 500 circuit. They turn hard left. That's the hairpin after, sorry, hard right. They turn hard right after the fast right, that is turn number 8, the infamous turn 8. And then, as you know, they come normally back this direction, turn the kink of the left-hander, slow it down for the 90-degree left-hander. So that just shows you the bit of the location of where we're at and what circuit we are using. So a shortened version of the Adelaide 500 circuit, and a shorter version, of course, of the Adelaide Grand Prix circuit, used for 11 years. Quite remarkable, really, and we could see the cars in front of the old grandstand, and it's really great drone shots.
That's right, Dan. You can see traffic on Fullerton Road on the top right of the screen, and as he said, in the top left-hand corner of the screen was the roundabout, which was at the end of Brabham Straight on the Adelaide Grand Prix circuit.
Still known as the Brabham Straight now.
Adelaide 500 circuit is shorter than what the Grand Prix circuit was, but still they would be braking from their fastest speed on the track to turn in that. They don't use the roundabout, thank goodness, and they won't be using it today because they'd bump into some commuters who'd be going about their Sunday drive activity. But yeah, they were braking from the highest speed that they did on the track to turn very hard right into Wakefield Street, and it was the source of many braking duels. It was often the source of some carnage, and it was also the I think it was the site of a very big accident for Mika Häkkinen.
Certainly was.
Some time ago, and he spent some time, a whole lot more than he would have liked, in an Adelaide hospital, and still regards those people very fondly for the work they did on him.
I saw an interview just a couple of weeks ago, and he met the man that was first on the scene for the first time ever. They'd not met since, And it was quite an emotional moment for both of them, really. And Mika's so thankful for saving his life on that day, because Mika Häkkinen didn't have long left if the recovery team did not get there as quickly as they did on the Adelaide Grand Prix circuit. Well, back in 1995 that was the final Adelaide Grand Prix, the event that broke the record for the biggest ever attendance at the time, and it's still, I think, the second or third biggest attended Formula One race in history. It is quite remarkable, the attendance figures of that final race, and Melbourne hasn't come close since. In all the years that they've had the event, it was part of the city, wasn't it? It really, Adelaide really embraced the city. Here we are. We can see the drivers getting into the cars. The reason why we can't really see the driver through the crowd of people is because that is Valtteri Bottas jumping behind the wheel of the Leighton House. So this is the first time that we're going to see an active Formula One driver drive a Formula One car at the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival. 10 years in the making.
Isn't that fantastic? And look, you were getting a bit parochial there about how we still hold the record and we're ahead of Victoria, but why not? I say, we have our own footy teams and we're parochial. And look, when you have a state the size of South Australia and a population, I think at the time would have been not a whole lot more than 1 million. We're probably closer to 2 million now. But when you have a state like that boast that kind of record for an international sport, it was something that none of us ever dreamed of. I'd love to say we knew that we were going to do it, but I don't think we did. I think this whole thing just snuck up on us, and we found ourselves punching well above our weight and being very, very fondly loved by the drivers. They loved coming here. They enjoyed the event. They enjoyed the city. They enjoyed the restaurants, the wine. I think a few of them got into the wine, and it looks like Gunther Steiner's probably going to place his order tomorrow.
It sounds like it, doesn't it, from what he was saying?
He'll be back for sure. But yeah, what a wonderful thing it's been for South Australia, and this event, of course, keeping the memories alive. But yeah, this is how we do tourism.
Absolutely, and Croft, you were saying how impressed he is by the event and by the city as well. He's only been here a day, and he's very impressed by the city and what this event has to offer. This is our equivalent of the Goodwood the Goodwood Festival of Speed, or the Goodwood Revival. For those watching on the Sky Sports live stream, you're watching the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. As I say, it's our sort of equivalent of the two events. And look at this, Damon Hill getting in there as well to see Valtteri drive this Leighton House. That's pretty cool that the 1996 Formula One World Champion can't get enough of it either. He's got to get down there and live and breathe. He's not in the Grand Marquis at the moment. He's not out there riding a motorbike. He just wants to get out there and see Valtteri Bottas drive this old Leighton House Formula One car. That is cool.
What a pivotal moment. Formula One driver in a Formula One car. Let's see, 1985, the first one, and we're now at 2024. We're nearly 40 years hence, and we're about to watch a Formula One driver in a Formula One car on our Adelaide Grand Prix circuit.
And I can see you may have seen a bit of a weird stick, a black stick sticking up out the back of the car. Just at the top there it is, just by the gentleman's head there. At the top of that, fixed to the pole, there it is a 360-degree camera. So watch out for the social media platforms, the Adelaide Motorsport Festival social media channels later on today, because we'll have a 360 view of exactly how Bottas went in this Leighton House. And he's joined by none other than 7-time Bathurst 1000 winner, Craig Lowndes. So we will have Valtteri Bottas, ladies and gentlemen, Valtteri Bottas out there on the track in a Leighton House Formula One car, and Craig Lowndes out there in an Arrows A10B. If you're not aligning the fence, make sure you do. Valtteri Bottas and Craig Lowndes are about to jump onto the racetrack in Formula One cars. Better get there quickly. The cars are just about to be fired up. They are out on the racetrack imminently. Bottas rolling down the outgrid. So, ladies and gentlemen, make your way to the fence if you haven't already. Valtteri Bottas is about to head out there in a Leighton House Formula One car. This is a real great moment in the history of the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival.
And look, Lownsy's already spent some time in the car. He's already done his practice and qualifying in the US F&G car. And Valtteri, all right, he's been out in a couple of other cars this week and last year. He knows his way around the circuit, but he's in a very, very different machine this time. And as we said, this is for nothing more than bragging rights. There's no times, there's no trophy. It might be about who's buying dinner tonight. I don't know.
Possibly.
But it'd want to be a good dinner. Yeah, I mean, how lucky are we? Look, we're in the Adelaide Parklands. The temperature's 30 degrees. If you're not down here, you're missing out, because this is just so relaxing, so engaging, and it's so historic. It's just a wonderful memory to be a part of.
Absolutely, it is. And we can see from the live shots, there's not too many people in the paddock at the moment. That's because everybody has rushed to the fence line. Not so much around the final corner, but around the rest of the parklands. I can't see a single viewing spot. So if you can't quite see the action, make sure you maybe make your way down to the final corner. And you can very much see the action there on the screen, for your own eyes at the final couple of corners. Here we go. First person out there is Lawson. So Lawson out there in the Arrows A10B, weaving down pit straight. Legend of Australian motorsport, but a pretty successful open wheel driver in his day as well. You can see him looking in the mirror. He's trying to find where Valtteri is. Well, I can tell you, Craig, Valtteri, not that you can hear me, but Valtteri is just under the Penrite Oils arch and is heading out around the final corner now. And here he is on the Croft Media live stream. You can watch this if you're leaving early on the Adelaide Motorsport Festival YouTube and also the Facebook page. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, Valtteri Bottas and Craig Lowndes out on the circuit in 1980s Formula One cars. Bottas is in the green Leighton House and Craig Lowndes is in the Arrows A10B. Lowndes taking it a little bit easy, allowing the Finnish F1 superstar, the 2019 Australian Grand Prix winner, to catch up to him. And Bottas himself has taken so many race wins in his Formula One career for Mercedes. I think it's 10 off the top of my head, so front runner in the Formula One World Championship for many years with Mercedes. Still out there doing amazing things for the Sauber Formula One team. Bit of a different shade of green though that this car has. Using all the road and getting a little bit squirrely on the exit. Bottas not afraid to find the limits already.
No, that was the biggest acceleration we've heard from an F1 car today, I think. Someone who clearly is not at all daunted by it. They're used to it. In fact, they're used to going even quicker than these cars did. But is this a fair stoush, Dan? How are we going on power plants? Is it a fair deal?
I'll run you through that now, if you would like. So the arrows coming through. Actually, I'll let the cars go by so that people can hear me when the car's down the other end. I'll let you listen to them come through, and then I'll talk you through the vehicles that we can see out there on the track. So in first position, or pulling over to the side, that is Lowndes. He is in a Arrows A10B. The car has been driving all weekend, and its debut at the Motorsport Festival was last year. Ross Brawn designed machine and was raced by Eddie Cheever back in the day. BMW turbocharged engine that was rebadged as a Megatron. It did race here at the Adelaide Grand Prix. Sadly, didn't make the finish, but it did notably finish on the podium back in Monza that year, in the 80s. And Bottas coming around the final corner now. I think he's trying to find the limits of the machine. But Lowndesy, he's been enjoying life in the A10B all weekend long. And Bottas taking it nice and cruisy early on here in the session, trying to find the limits of the vehicle. Here he is now, exiting the final corner.
And that camera looks like it's
not held on too well, has it, but anyway.
The tape is coming.
All good. He has overtaken Lowndes and gone into the centre chicane, down through the gearbox of the Leighton House, and he roars up the Wakefield Street. Look at that, they're already at the next corner. So talk you through what Bottas is driving. He is behind the wheel of a CG891 Leighton House, driven in 1989, so very similar era. This car's been designed by Adrian Newey, so one by Ross Brawn and one by Adrian Newey.
Two giants of the constructors.
Absolutely, absolutely. Both at very youthful early parts of their career, but both of them really designed the race-winning cars from the early 90s all the way through to the late 90s, really. 2 decades of design domination, really, from Adrian Newey and Ross Brawn. So yeah, the Leighton House out there in the hands of Bottas, the green or blue machine. That was raced by Ivan Capelli. And Capelli himself has driven at several Adelaide Motorsport Festivals in the past. Capelli, that car had a Judd engine, 625 horsepower at 11,500 RPM, and we'll be hearing that now.
And that's the V10?
A little bit earlier, a little bit earlier than that. So yes, no, not a Judd engine.
Beautiful sound.
Corner. Listen to that, ladies and gentlemen. Valtteri Bottas blasting by. 7-time Bathurst 1000 winner Craig Lowndes flicks it through the centre chicane, back on the brakes, down through the gearbox. And Lowndes is keeping nice and close to Bottas. They're getting a little bit closer, these two. Of course, they shared the track last year in 2 V8 Supercars, but this, a completely different kettle of fish for these two drivers. Lowndes is used to this car. He's driven it all weekend long. Bottas very much hasn't. He's taken to it like a duck to water. And I suppose that's why he is the Formula 1 legend that he is. Valtteri Bottas there around the final turn. Back on the power, using all the road. He's found the limit of the car pretty quickly, hasn't he? As he pulls over to one side, lets Lowndesy back through on the main straight. This is such a great moment for this event. Craig Lowndes and Valtteri Bottas sharing the track in Formula 1 cars. How good is this, everyone? Watching on the Repco live stream, but also watching on from the race circuit as well. Fantastic display from these two ultra-professional drivers. One of the icons of Australian motorsport, sharing the track with a current Formula 1 driver in Valtteri Bottas. Checkered flag is out. The cars have made their way back into the lane. That was pretty special. We can already see from the drone footage all of the race fans running back from the fence to see the cars make their way back into their respective garages. That was pretty cool, Nick.
It was very special. And look, I questioned, whether it was a V10, but I was listening to it and I'd forgotten about the revs that they use. So even how many? You did say how many revs they were using to make their maximum horsepower on that Judd engine.
11,500.
And we're just not used to hearing cars at that kind of revs. And that's what I was saying in those late 80s, when we got near the circuit, still a few kilometres away, and you hear these cars revving like you'd never heard a car rev before. That was Formula 1. That was the difference to everything we'd ever seen before. So that Judd engine sounding absolutely glorious, almost mistaken for a V10. Mistaken for a V10.
A V8. V8
it's those revs that, not quite the howl of a V10, but a Judd V8, and they do rev really hard. They've been used in hill climbing championships around the world, and wow, what an engine.
One F1 star to another.
Yeah.
UniSA there, getting a signature from Liam Lawson. That is absolutely fantastic on the live stream. And you can see on the right, the gentleman there is absolutely elated to get that autograph from the New Zealand superstar. So pretty cool to see. Bottas, Lawson, Damon Hill. We've got Paddy Loeb of the Steiner. The list just goes on and on. We just quickly saw there on the live stream. You can't even see Valtteri Bottas getting out of the car. There are hundreds of people surrounding that Leighton House. Awesome stuff. The Finnish star going back into the garage now. That's pretty cool. Look at everyone's smiling faces. Everyone enjoyed that. I'm sure Valtteri Bottas enjoyed it even more than those as he takes his crash helmet off.
And we'll see if we can get to chat to him a little bit later through our man out and about, Jack Perkins. We'll see if he can catch Valtteri. But he is in demand. He's a popular boy, and everybody wants to talk to Valtteri. So that was a real treat. I've got to say it was unexpected. I didn't know.
I kept that a secret from you as well, didn't I?
Well, yeah. Okay. Full marks for that, but yeah, I wasn't warned about that, and that was a real treat. That was a little bonus for the weekend. Lowsy and Valtteri Bottas. And look at Lowsy, he's always smiling, but he's smiling even more now. He would have loved that. And we've now got the sports prototypes on the track. So we go back to the drone. They're just getting out and about.
I'll be honest though, Nick. They drove Supercars last year. They've driven Formula 1 cars together this year. You can't really top two Formula 1 cars. What are they going to do next year?
A couple of 2,000 horsepower vans. We'll get a couple of vans for next year.
Maybe more modern Formula 1 machinery. Who knows? But I look forward to seeing what the event director, Tim Possingham, and his team, including Sean Bennett and Jake Alker, have to organise next year. Really looking forward to seeing what they have to do. Thanks to everyone who has put together this incredible event this year. And you can see Lowndes, as always, beaming from ear to ear as we look now on the racetrack. Something a little bit different. Open wheelers as well, but it's the Australian Prototype Series, known in this event as the sports prototypes out there on the racetrack at the moment. And we've got many of the national champions out there as well today, Nick.
I think that's Mark Haig that we're just looking at in the orange car. I couldn't spot the number, but by colour, I'll go Mark Haig. So just watching a train of cars going down through the centre chicane now with the drone, and taking in a bit of the Adelaide Parklands landscape while we're at it. All the eucalyptuses that are so much a part of Australian countryside. Although when I went to Portugal, I found that they have them too. I felt very at home watching a rally in Portugal because the landscape was so similar.
That's one of the fastest machines with the Italian colours. You talk about that at the wheel is Philip Hughes. That's a 2011 Radical RS8, and he absolutely pedals the thing around like you cannot believe. He pushes 110%, 100% of the time. He's out there in a Radical RS8 2.6 litre V8 engine.
That's right. We were talking earlier today about how Radical were at the start of this in Australia when they started importing cars into the country with the SR3. And the SR3 was a motorcycle-based engine. I think it was a Hayabusa at the time. And that V8, that 2.6 litre V8, is the result of two Hayabusa engines being put together. It might not quite resemble the way they came out of the factory, but that's really what it is. It's a combination of two engines joined up. Don't ask me how they do the engineering for that, but yeah, that's where it came from. 2.6 litres, and you can imagine the kind of grunt that thing has. Lots and lots of aero. You only have to look at the shape of these cars and the Le Mans influence to just see how much aero they're going to have. I mentioned that they turn into turn one at Eastern Creek in Sydney, 200 kilometres an hour, and they just hold it flat.
Yes, Eastern Creek, now known as Sydney Motorsport Park, as they fly through the centre chicane. You say a bit of a different machine. That the Mark Haig won a West
Yes.
WR1000, as opposed to, I think it's the only West here this weekend. So got a different, quite a few different makes. We've got Radical, as you mentioned, Wolf. We've got an Oscar even as well. The West is something a bit different as well.
It is a bit, but our man Aaron Steer, who we've seen earlier today in the pink Porsche, that celebrated American livery, was Aaron Steer's Jam Motorsport that ran all those West cars in Adelaide. And as we said earlier, it was kind of an arrive and drive concept more than anything. He prepared all the cars in his workshop just down at Edwardstown, and it really was one of the pioneers. Aaron, of course, being a very good steerer himself, but he also had guys like Mark Lauke drive and win a championship in those cars. So West, one of the protagonists in this. We've also got the Praga from the Czech Republic. We've got the Wolf from Italy, and of course Radical came out of England on the first.
Absolutely. As you see the cars head into the final corner on this Adelaide Parklands later. What we normally know as the final corner was for Formula 1 is still for Supercars, but at this event the start line is really over the opposite side of the track. We're still referring to the centre chicane going into now as turn number 1. Nice little retro livery here, sort of nodding to the Golf livery. Thank you, I was trying to find it. The Golf livery Porsches back in the day at Le Mans.
Yep, unmistakable. And the GT40s, I think, ran the Golf livery at some point.
Yeah, you're right. But I really associate it with the... Here they come through another time. There is Mark Haig again in that orange machine, Suzuki GSXR 1000 engine. That's the thing with the sports prototypes. A lot of them do have motorbike engines, don't they?
They do, and at the start they all did, but now we're talking about Nissan SR20 turbos, we're talking about Renault 2-litre engines, because Renault, for some time, their 2-litre engines have been very well regarded. And you see a whole range of engines and powertrain in these cars. First up, they had 6-speed motorcycle gearboxes, a sequential gearbox, but now we've got all kinds of different powertrains, some using a Hewland transaxle, which, you know, is for motorsport has been the weapon of choice for quick ratio change gearboxes over time. And we mentioned that it was a Wolf Tornado, a derivative of, that took the honours at Pikes Peak at the end of last year.
Absolutely. That session coming to an end, and I see the tow truck going out there, so maybe a car has stopped out on the track, because I thought that didn't seem like quite the usual 15-minute sessions that we are accustomed to here at the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival. Of course, we've spoken about some of the stars and some of the star cars here at the event this year, but we've got to say as well that this event, of course, would not be possible without sponsors, Nick. Repco jumping on board as the title sponsor of the event this year, but we've got a lot of other sponsors as well, including Shannon's and Penrite, that we have to thank.
We do. Penrite, nearly 100 years old as an organisation, exporting oil from Australia to all corners of the world, and great product. Penrite actually engage people as ambassadors for their brand. So Roger Lohman and Annie Bainbridge, Adelaide residents, they're in Victoria as we speak, competing in the Lake Mountain Sprint, which is a tarmac rally in their Datsun 350Z, and they're Penrite ambassadors. So Penrite doing their share for motorsport as well. Shannon's sharing your passion for your enthusiast car, your classic that you might just roll out on a Sunday on its historic registration, and their insurance is absolutely tailored for what we do. You'll find it surprisingly inexpensive to insure your classic. You can even insure it for motorsport. I don't. Looks like just a mechanical though, doesn't it, Dan? I don't think there's any carnage there. Oh, here's
He's about to jump behind the wheel of his father's 1993 Bathurst 1000 winning Commodore. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? There we are. Sorry about that. Yes, Jack Perkins jumping behind the wheel about two of his dad's 1993 Bathurst 1000 winning Commodore. Of course, Larry Perkins and Greg Hansford, the late Greg Hansford, driving that car to great success.
And there's a blast from the past, the tower of power inside that car. If you noticed, all the switches actually on a tower coming up from the transmission tunnel. That was very much the trend at a time. And Jack, of course, particular affection for this car because he restored it.
Absolutely. He isn't up next. He's got ready nice and early, already in his suit, which I tell you, is going to be pretty warm out there. A really nice day. Started out a bit wet. You can't really believe it looking at those blue skies, but before the live stream started, the track was absolutely drenched. But by the time the live stream started, we have a very dry track as the drone shows us the beautiful Adelaide Hills and all of the surrounding area as well. Fantastic drone footage brought to us on the Streamcraft Media live stream. If you are leaving the event early, you can catch the live stream on Speed Cafe on their YouTube or Facebook channel, on the Adelaide Motorsport Festival YouTube and Facebook channels as well, of course, and same with Sky Sports F1, and also with Repco, the title sponsor of the event. I believe Jack Perkins, just before he got suited and booted into his race gear, was down there with Chris Smurden, because when David Croft was here, the Chris Smurden British touring car was out there on the racetrack. So let's find out a bit more about the history of that Peugeot.
Someone I wanted to catch up with this weekend, a stalwart of South Australian motorsport, Chris Smurden. You've been racing since I was a little kid. First of all, Adelaide Motorsport Festival is a great event. It's getting bigger and bigger every year, and tell us about it.
Yeah, Jack, it's an amazing event. It's probably been going now 6 or 7 years. And look, in the early days, I remember John Bow here just encouraging all of the competitors to get behind this event. And he said, look, one day this could become the Goodwood Festival of Speed in Australia. And it's not quite there, but you've got to admit it's definitely drawing a decent crowd, and what a mix of beautiful cars and beautiful entertainment. It's an all-round great event.
We'll get back to some of the machines you're driving in, but I want to wind the clock back because you participated in the first Adelaide 500 here in Supercars back in 1998. So that was the revival of the racetrack and the event in a way. Sure. And hasn't it changed now since that first race back in 98 to where we're up to now?
Oh, look, I can't believe, the category and where it's all gone. We were actually reminiscing recently about that event, and I think that was in the days almost pre-power steering, pre-cool suits, all of that, and it was just like a hot and sweaty event, and you just had to push through. And look, they were great crowds back then, and as you remember, the F1 race had been here, and I think, the sort of numbers that attended that supercar race were huge when you think, of what had been here. So, yeah, it's been well supported ever since.
Now onto these cars that you've got here. We saw you having a great run around there in the supercar session with Ben Eggleston. Oh, yeah. So that's a Stone Brothers Falcon. Tell us about that car.
So that AU, look, I was racing utes for a little while after selling my touring car or supercar licence. And anyway, I raced the utes for about 2 years, and then we had to start going to every event. And I didn't want to go to all the events, so I sold the ute. And I was able to buy that AU, which had been raced, I think, originally by Winterbottom. And it was residing up at SBR in Queensland. And so, yeah, I did a deal, purchased the car, and raced initially in the AMRS series. And it was sort of a little intermittent. And we'll come back to this car here in a moment. But look, from there, we saw the Kumo series get going, and I competed in that in the first year in that car. And I was actually just thinking back, I purchased that car probably nearly 20 years ago now. So it's been with me a long time. It's done a lot of miles. Not a lot of miles, but in the old days it did a few. Yeah, great car.
It looks great too, those Caltex Havoline colours. Now this one is another car that looks great, Chris. I've got to be honest, British touring cars in the late 90s were something that a lot of us young blokes played on the PlayStation. Tell us about this Peugeot you've got here, because it's a cool bit of kit.
Yeah, well, you asked me that a bit earlier, Jack, and I said I don't know too much about it. But look, in that AMRS series, I was actually racing against this car, and there was a guy, I think Peter Bryce Budge, and he was running the car back then. And look, I used to go and look at it in the pits and think, what a beautiful piece of technology. It was full of carbon fibre. Our cars had a little bit of carbon fibre then, the Australian-built, supercars. But this thing was just full carbon, and I thought, well, I have to have it. And he was sort of keen to sell it at the time, and we negotiated a deal. And it's been sitting around for many years. And Will, who you know, well, my son William and you grew up together, he drove it out at Malala with me once, and then I jumped in it and drove it and blew the motor up. First time out in it, because the gears are reversed to the boxes that we run in the other supercars. So I over-revved it, damaged the motor. So it sat around for a few years. Look, the history of the car, Patrick Watts raced it back in the UK, and the livery that's on the car today, Patrick supplied. So he restored two back there that he's been racing in the UK, and was able to provide all of the decals and everything to restore this car. So I was very lucky to have that contact with him.
Car looks the absolute part. We thank you for bringing a few of your toys out to play and supporting South Australian Motorsport, and we'll hopefully see you next year as well, mate.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Yeah, looking forward to being back. Thank you.
Cheers.
Pretty cool to have that here, something different, and something I don't think we've seen at the Motorsport Festival before, a British touring car, so really great to have that from the peak super touring era, really.
Loved that era.
Yes.
Love those cars.
Oh, absolutely.
And look, what Chris was saying about hurting the engine on that car, that wouldn't have been cheap. No. They were bespoke engines, and Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want to hurt any of these things, least of all a Formula One car. But the Super Tourers, they were not a cheap thing to run. It was a great category. I loved it. Brad Jones and the BMWs, the Audi, BMW, Peugeot. Well, in other parts of the world, we had other makes as well. But in Australia, I think Audi, BMW were sort of at the forefront. They were the two chief protagonists. And it was a great series. They revved hard. They had fantastic gear ratios. It was a real, and they sat so low with such big wheels that every kid straight away set their car up to look like that. Put 20-inch wheels on them, you know, an inch of ground clearance so that they looked like a Super Tourer.
Absolutely, and Super Touring, there were two Super Touring Bathurst 1000s in the late 90s we spoke about. One of the winners of that race is here this weekend in David Brabham. He's here. He won the race with his brother in 1998 in a BMW. I don't think that's going to be achieved in the short term anyway. Rick Kelly and Todd Kelly were the closest to achieve that in recent years, finishing second together in 2006. But yeah, I don't see a brother combination doing that again. Oh, Volvo, of course, as well won the race the following year. Sorry, I should say David Brabham and Jeff Brabham won in 97, 98. Was the Volvo of Jim Richards and, of course, Swede sensation Rickard Rydell.
Rickard Rydell. And what about the British Touring Car Championship, Dan? Wasn't that hard fought? Oh. Man, they took no prisoners at all. Like, it was win or bust. And we used to watch it on TV because it was just cut and thrust.
As John Cleland described one of his competitors back in the era as an animal, and they really were all animals, weren't they? They were banging door panels, smashing into each other. It was almost full contact racing, British touring cars, back in particularly the early Super Touring era. It really was a magnificent era for touring car racing in Britain in particular, but as we say here, it really was taking off as well in the late 90s with two Bathurst 1000s. You had the V8 one and the Super Touring one in 97 and in 1998. And of course, the legend Murray Walker came over to commentate the Super Touring races, which was pretty cool as well. But back then as well, you got all of the British touring car drivers who would come over and would compete in those Super Touring Bathurst 1000s as well.
Yes, and that was a whole new experience as well, having those guys come out to race in Australia. It gave us, you know, we'd seen some of them on the TV, on the telecasts of the British touring car racing, and we'd fondly accepted them and become fans of you know, you'd pick out one guy and then you'd be a fan of them, or one brand.
They're all such characters.
They were, but you're right, it was a contact sport. It was like Australian rules footy. It was on for young and old. And you know, by the time we had, you know, we'd had Eggenberger Sierras and, you know, the Texaco Sierras, and we'd kind of become a part of the world of motor racing rather than doing what we were doing on our own. And that was a great era, Super Tours.
Certainly was, and great to have that car here this weekend with Chris Merton. I know he had a few gearbox issues with it yesterday and it didn't make it out on the track, but really great to see that car did make it onto the track, albeit a little smoky, but it did make it out there this afternoon, which is fantastic. So thank you very much, Chris, for not only bringing it down, but really keeping at it and really trying to fix the car. And he did so, and it did run in a session here at the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival.
And that's fantastic. And look, sadly, one other gearbox that I have to mention is the gearbox in the MG Metro 6R4 of Adam Kaplan in the rally category. We had a good old chat to Adam on Friday, and he said, I've only got 2 gears. He said, I'll do the parade into town and then we'll pull the gearbox out and see if we can fix it. And I think the answer was no.
No, sadly we didn't see him on the actual racetrack this weekend, but he really enjoyed that on the Friday night. As we can see, the next category getting ready.
A couple of examples of Adelaide engineering there with the Elfin 300 and the Norax side by side.
Absolutely. This the invitational category. All sorts of motor vehicles in this, and in fact I can see Jack Perkins lined up at the back. I think he's going to be in the Bathurst winners category, which is after this. So I think it's only the first few rows that are going to go out. Don't think Jack Perkins or the 2016 Bathurst winner are going to jump out for this particular session. This is for the Le Mans style vehicles, one of the style cars of the event, and here in the invitational category, there it is, the 767B and the number 8 NASCAR as well. This is a fantastic category. Possibly apart from Formula Ones, I'd potentially say my favourite, because it's categories that I watch religiously in WEC. I love my World Endurance Championship racing. NASCAR I watch a bit of course. We've got a NASCAR star to support at the moment. He's a Kiwi. He's the reigning Supercars champion, Shane Van Gisbergen. Doing great things over there. He's already had a top 3 finish in the second tier NASCAR Nationwide Series over there. So doing great things is Shane Van Gisbergen. Great to see what he is doing over in the States, taking it to the Americans over there.
Following in the footsteps of Marcus Ambrose.
Absolutely.
From Supercars to NASCAR.
Indeed.
And what a record he carved in NASCAR over there.
Just going to say, on the racetrack in the Brabham BT62 there he is, Valtteri Bottas. So David Brabham has handed over the keys of his prized possession, the BT62, and he said to Bottas, well, you drove that Formula 1 car quite well, mate. How do you fancy you go in my own BT62? And Bottas couldn't say yes fast enough.
He's
He's
a
out
very
there.
trusting soul.
Yes, absolutely. But out there for the 3rd time now today, Valtteri Bottas, he's driven a heritage touring car from 1987, driven by Larry Perkins and Denny Hulme. He's driven a Formula 1 Leighton House from around the same era. And now he's out there in a much more modern and much more high-tech Brabham BT62. So look forward to seeing Valtteri come around in a few moments' time. And a few other cars sweeping through, including NASCAR. And here is Bottas on the tail of a ute. I can safely say Valtteri Bottas has never overtaken a pickup truck on a racetrack before.
I'll tell you who has overtaken is the Rotary, just overtook the 4-cylinder. So if you used to read Fast Fours and Rotors, there you go, there's your drag race for today. The Elfin 300 with the 4-cylinder twin Weber carburetor engine, and the Rotary, I dare say it's a 13B Rotary with a big downdraft Weber. And yeah, good old drag they had from the start. I mean, like we said, there's no winners, there's no times taken, there's no trophy, but everybody's having a great time. And yes, the Rotary has gapped the 4-cylinder. But we're talking, you know, probably 15 years apart in build. The Elfin 300, of course, being a 1960s car, but the Norax product of 1987. So 20 years apart. There goes the 767. Give you a chance to listen to it.
You can hardly hear with all the different noises, the NASCAR, all sorts going down the main straight here at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. As the tips it in does Mr. Hoshino, and that's got Valtteri Bottas behind it. This just shows what this event is like now. The Valtteri Bottas in a Brabham BT62 could share the track with the car that raced at Le Mans in the 80s. This event is going from strength to strength, and Valtteri is flying through the field, like carving through like a knife through butter. And around the outside of the Elfin, there's not going to be much grip there, Valtteri.
And away we go. We just hit the launch button, and wow! Just have a look at the gap that Brabham has put on the rest of the field. This car did a tour of racetracks and set records around the country when it was in its development stages, when it was in its fine tuning. It was built in Adelaide at Edinburgh in what used to be the ZF plant, where they were building transmissions for Holden, and it was built in secret. And how you build a race car in secret in an industrial area, I just don't know. They must be really, really good at keeping the door shut. I can't imagine what kind of agreement they made the technicians sign, because it must have been punishable by death to not tell people, hey, we're building a Brabham out at Edinburgh. But they built it in Adelaide at Edinburgh and took it to England for the launch. So no one knew about the car until it got there. Well done.
Absolutely, and what a remarkable machine it is. 5.4 litre V8 engine, producing 700 horsepower when it hits its high revs, 7,200. Senji Hoshino, one of us, struggling to find gear, but did so. You see Bottas using the curbs. Carlos over the second part of that centre chicane, but nicely brings it under control in the hairpin, and look at that, blasts up the hill. It's so mighty fast. I can't believe 2018, it seems like just yesterday that this car was at the event here. I don't know if you were here that year, 2018, where it raced the plane.
Which car are we talking about?
Brabham BT62.
Ah, I was. Yes, I was. And I do, but I don't think I saw that. But yeah, it would have been a good comparo, just like the one that we've had today. We just had our Chevrolet C10 pickup driven Dukes of Hazzard style. It was fully sideways as it left the hairpin. So the good old boys must be in that today. And there goes the Brabham.
Going into the hairpin.
V8 power and a lot of composites used in the construction of this car. It's really cutting edge, as you would expect from something created by the name Brabham, and just built as a dedicated track car that you could buy off the shelf and go and enjoy the motorsport.
But it has also competed in a few different championships as well. I think it raced in the British GT Championship as well on a couple of occasions and did very, very well in it. I just saw there briefly the 2010 Dale Earnhardt Jr. NASCAR, made by the legendary, iconic American team Hendricks Motorsport. You can't find a more iconic name in NASCAR than Hendrick. Can you been building winning NASCARs for Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, and the list just goes on and on for decades after decades after decades. Speaking of building race-winning machines, this was the precursor for what would win the 1991 24 Hours of Le Mans. And that is, of course, this is the 767B, and it was replaced by the successful 787B. This particular car did race at Le Mans in 1989, and it finished in 9th position.
Now, what was funny about Mr. Hoshino and his talk yesterday was he was saying they were clocked at over 360 kilometres an hour, but they felt that they were one of the slower cars and they would win the race through reliability. So, you know, a lazy 360 just won't do. They were being passed by cars topping 400k.
That was just before the Mulsanne chicanes were introduced. Of course, the Mulsanne straight used to be just kilometres and kilometres long.
Listen to that.
We'll let you listen out of the corner. Such a high-pitched squeal, isn't it? Although I think we heard more of the Norex behind, didn't we? Here it comes.
Well, there's a reason for those high revs, because the 787 was as this car is, a quad rotor with 3 spark plugs per cylinder, peripheral port, which means that the air just rushes straight into the chambers. It's like tipping a bucket of fuel straight into an engine. So it would have been ferociously thirsty, but they make so much power. And as Colin Moffat demonstrated when he ran the RX-7 at Bathurst, 2,600 cc's of swept volume and running right up there with over 5-litre V8s.
Absolutely. As we see the 767 come into the final corner of what is the Adelaide 500 circuit, and blasts away down the pit straight, sharing the track with the likes of Valtteri Bottas. Quite remarkable. Jet Johnson out there as well in the Napa liveried NASCAR. Never raced that car in NASCAR, running the livery that Chase Elliott raced in NASCAR and won the championship in that year. It was a great year for Chase Elliott. Of course, the second generation NASCAR driver is Chase. He's still very much at the pointy end of NASCAR in 2024. And is for sure the Utes hanging out the tail all over the place at the moment. You may have caught that a little bit earlier on the live stream. This is a car you know a bit more about, so the Little Elfin.
Now, Mark Goldsmith is piloting this car, and we're used to seeing Mark in an Elfin 400. That looks very much the same. It's probably fractionally bigger, but it's a big part of South Australian motor racing history. It's a silver blue car built by Gary Cooper at Elfin Sports Cars, probably 5 minutes drive from where we are at the Adelaide circuit, and that used a V8 power plant, but there was a stage in its life when it used a V8 that was entirely developed in South Australia by Globe Products. And that engine, as no one knows where it is. It went missing and it's never been seen since. There's theories about where it might be, but it was engineered in South Australia and it was a real goodie. It was a real good engine. Globe Products, John Bassett being one of the exponents of that, running Globe Products Ford Escort in racing at the time. But yeah, Goldie has those two cars, the Elfin 300 and the Elfin 400.
Take it in, ladies and gentlemen, the 767B completing its final lap here at the Repco 2024 Adelaide Motorsport Festival. What a great addition that has been, that awesome rotary-powered former Le Mans machine. And yeah, brilliant addition. Thank you ever so much to Mr. Hoshino and all of his crew coming over all the way from Japan to make this event, to make the car get here in time. Took a lot of organisation, but it's been done magnificently, and the car has run pretty much faultlessly all weekend. So out goes the 767B. What a privilege to see that on the racetrack, and what a privilege again to see Valtteri Bottas out there on the racetrack, this time getting behind the wheel of that BT62.
And giving it curry as well.
Absolutely.
That was probably some of the quickest laps that we've seen all this weekend. But right now, our roving reporter, the man on the streets, Jack Perkins, we're going to cross to him and he's going to tell us about his Bathurst experience.
This could just be my favourite part of the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, the Premier Hire Bathurst Winners category, and boy, do we have some great cars down here. There's a couple of the mighty Nissan GTR Godzillas, the 1991 Bathurst winner, and the 92 one is meant to be next to it, but it's not here at the moment. And then we get into a couple of really cool cars. These two cars are one of only a couple of cars to have won Bathurst more than once. So this is the 1982-1983 Bathurst winning Commodores, Holden dealer team driven by Peter Brock and my father Larry Perkins. And then we step up to this one. And this is a multiple Shane Van Gisbergen and Garth Tander Bathurst winning ZB Holden Commodore, the last Holden Commodore to ever win at Bathurst. Then we keep going along, and it's almost like a bit of a time warp. This old rocket was one of Bo Seaton's Bathurst winners. The year escapes me at the top of my head, but an absolute cool original old car. Glenn Seaton's father is Bo Seaton. Keep moving along into the Tirana era. This was a famous Bathurst race result because Bobby Morris and John Fitzpatrick, they had a little diff issue with the car and they didn't know if it was going to finish the race, but it did, and it's a cool car back in its original trim. We keep walking along. Another modern car, VF Holden Commodore. This was the Will Davis and Jonathan Webb Bathurst winning car, 2016, back in its original war paint, the Darrell Lee Sticks colours. And that was a controversial Bathurst. Jamie Whincup crossed the finish line first, but a time penalty saw him drop back and this car promoted to the win. This is one of the most famous Bathurst wins in the modern era. 2006, the passing of Peter Brock and his young protege Craig Lowndes went on to win his first Bathurst driving for 888 in a Ford Falcon alongside Jamie Whincup, who picked up his first Bathurst win in 2006. Last but not least, these two Castrol Commodores, the VP Commodore 1993, driven by my father. This weekend I'm having a steer of this one. We've recently finished a ground-up restoration to this car, and it's a cool bit of kit. We've had that at Bathurst and New Zealand, and now to have it here at Adelaide where it won in 1993 as well is really cool. And the final car in the Bathurst Winners Garage, 1997 Castrol Perkins VS Commodore, I must say. Chevy engine under the bonnet. Russell Ingall's second Bathurst win. And interesting to note, there's a little sign down here that's got some information about this car, and it says it's for sale at the bottom. So if anyone's looking for a Bathurst winning car, there you go. But yeah, really cool part of the event here. All these really cool cars. Great for the owners to bring them out. Thank you very much to everyone for participating. Great part of Australian motorsport history.
Thanks for the tip, Jack. I've just duck out for a minute, Dan. There's a Bathurst winning car I've got to buy.
I'm going to bid $100.
Right, no, I'm way ahead of you. I brought my checkbook, so I'm in with a chance until I find out what the price is. But yeah, all those cars, highly collectible. And the thing is that, yeah, sure, old cars are collectible, that's true, but when they have a racing pedigree, you can't duplicate them. There's only one of them. that crossed the line first at Bathurst, and that's adds considerably to the value. And we're watching those Seaton car go around right now. 1965 was the year, Jack. You were stuck for the year, but it was probably a bit before Jack's time, I reckon, to be fair.
Yes, that's exactly right. Exactly. He's been at many Bathurst 1000s over the years as Jack, watching his father race as a youngster. But yes, exactly. That certainly predates Jack. There is no doubt, but great to see such a large variety. This is probably, it's hard to say, but it's the one that has not been on the track for so many years. It's one that lives in Australian motorsport folklore. It's the 1992 Bathurst 1000 winning Godzilla Nissan GTR, driven by Jim Richards and Mark Scaife. And of course, we all know what was said on the podium with that controversial finish. And we also know the emotional moments for Craig Lowndes when he is driving this very car at the moment, the 888 Better Electrical car, on the back straight down into the centre chicane. And what an emotional moment it was for him on the podium just a couple of weeks after his mentor, a very, very close friend, Peter Brock, sadly lost his life. And this, just as Jack was saying, we just keep going.
Just go on and on, don't they?
This was the last ever Holden Bathurst 1000 winner.
Number 36 for Holden, win number 36, the ZB. And yeah, it's just that the history that's out there is just fantastic. I wonder why we love the R32 GTR so much. Or is it because it actually was the face of the new era? The four-wheel drive turbo car. Is that because it was the omen of what was to come?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. It's a good question you pose. I mean, it dominated. You know, as I said earlier, earlier on today, you know, took pole position that year by 1.2 seconds.
I know, it was crushed them. And since that time, we've had the Subaru WRX four-wheel drive turbo car. We've had the Mitsubishi Evos.
In rallying, yes.
Yeah, but as road cars, as cars that were available to the market, suddenly you could buy an all-wheel drive turbocharged car out of Japan, and they're very fast.
Yeah.
You know, they were, in a lot of cases, they were as quick as more exotic cars like a Porsche or something like that. So it was, to me, the R32 was kind of the face of what was about to happen to us.
Absolutely. There is Jack. He's jumped behind the wheel of the 1993 machine. As he said, he has done a major restoration. It's taken him a number of years to get this car completed, and now he's really enjoying the fruits of that work, getting to drive it all around, not only Australia, but internationally as well. As he said, he was in New Zealand just a few weeks ago, driving this very machine. And great to have it here as part of the Premier Hire Bathurst Winners category. Got to thank Peter Gibberis for jumping on board as the title sponsor of this category this year. A new addition to the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, and so many Bathurst 1000 winners. You don't see this very often. It's been many decades since this many Bathurst 1000 winners shared the track together, and from such vast eras as well, from the 1965 Ford Cortina all the way to the 2020 and 2022 Bathurst winning ZB Commodore.
That's right. There's so much history here. Of course, Peter Gibberis brand, the Premier Hire brand, a new sponsor for us this year for this category. And Premier Hire can provide you with all the ingredients you're going to need if you're putting on an event, like lighting towers and generators and all the things that you need to power your event. They even do traffic management stuff just so you can observe all your health and safety requirements. And he's a very, very welcome sponsor to us. I mean, not only is he a sponsor, but he's also a racer with a V8 supercar team and a former drag racing champion.
Absolutely.
Perfect fit for us.
Well, not former drag racing. I think he's the current drag racing champion. Yes, so very competitive still. And I'm sure he'll be doing much the same in 2024. This, the 2016 Bathurst winner, didn't cross the line first, crossed the line in second position, but Jamie Whincup was given a post-race penalty for a collision with Garth Tander down at the chase, and that meant that Will Davison and Jonathan Webb, they were close enough when the checkered flag fell, the penalty demoting Jamie Whincup down a couple of positions. Well, I say a couple of positions, quite a few positions and a emotional day for Will Davison. His second Bathurst 1000 victory it was on that day for him, and Jonathan Webb's first. As you see, something a little bit older, and we have to thank this man for bringing this car here. He's from the Bathurst Motor Museum, is Brad Owen, out there in the Tirana, driven by Bob Morris and John Fitzpatrick to Bathurst 1000 success. But yeah, the Bathurst Motor Museum not only bringing this car, but also the Cortina. And the Cortina for this event had to have seat belts fitted. Can you believe that? It won the race in the hands of Bo Seaton with no seat belts.
Now that was something I really didn't need to know. Both these guys...
big moment for Lowndes, sorry, I'm just looking at the commentary box window, just about makes the corner. He had it all locked up on the rear brakes.
Good to watch, and he's really enjoying piloting this car. Better Electrical, of course, moved into V8 Supercars in around about 2000, and at the time I was actually working for them in South Australia, looking after their 38 stores in SA and NT, and they put a toe in the water. They had to convince all their suppliers who were on board with them, like LG and so on, all the preferred suppliers who they used for their 400 retailers around the country, and they kind of all got their heads around it over a period of time. They had a bit of a false start. They didn't do too well to start with, but then they finally got it right, and I think it was 06, is it, the Better Electrical car?
It is 2006, just a couple of weeks after the passing of 9-time Bathurst 1000 winner, the late Peter Brock. Larry Perkins. Jack Perkins goes into the centre chicane. You can't see the 1993 Commodore without saying Larry Perkins. So Jack goes into the centre chicane for the final couple of times. And there is the car that won in 2016, as you're saying, driven here last year by Valtteri Bottas in serious anger, sideways around the corners, and Charlie Barlow did a great interview with him last year. He was sort of had his head in his hands, did Brad Host, but he's brought the car back this year. He'll probably be a little bit happier to be steering it himself. He was a nervous wreck watching from the sidelines last year. And here it is, the final Holden winner. Now this also has Holden significance. This was the final. This is the Larry Perkins, Greg Hansford car that we're seeing on the screen on the live stream. It was the very final car to win the Bathurst 1000 with a Holden engine.
Yes, the 308. And of course Larry would have laid his hands on that and done some great engineering work, as they do. But yeah, from then on it was the Chevrolet was the power plant that was the choice.
Absolutely. The Will Davison Stix-sponsored orange machine going into the chicane and into the final corner, the hairpin. That is the final ever Holden Bathurst 1000 winner, and followed by Lowndesy in the Better Electrical car. And then earlier on today, this machine, the Cortina in the wet, had a little bit of a spin, didn't it? Didn't expect to see the Cortina spin at this corner, but in the hands of Jeff Simpson, despite its power to weight, despite it being a bit lower on power than some of the others in those conditions, just as tricky as any other car, as we see the yellow machine, number 7 on the side. That's the Bob Morris, John Fitzpatrick car going down to pit straight for the final time. What an unbelievable addition the Premier Bathurst winners category has been.
And it is. It's quite extraordinary to see so many cars that won the great race on the track all at one time. It really is quite an experience. And I mean, as I mentioned earlier, I've been a visitor to Bathurst many times and camped on the mountain to watch the great race. And it's to see these cars. I was there the year that Brond and Moffat crossed the line in formation, and to see these cars brings back so much memories. The Morris Fitzpatrick car, of course, was privately entered by a Holden dealer, Ron Hodgson, and as was the 1965 Cortina that won, that beat the factory cars. So there's a lot of history out there. Harder to do these days when you've got so much force behind the best teams, but our once thriving motor industry, Holden and Ford, both gone from this country, so now we have something a bit different that we watch today, but this is the history. This is the legend of that basis for the sport.
Absolutely. What an event this year. Brilliant, brilliant edition, as we say. Fingers crossed we can see the Bathurst, the premier Bathurst winners category return in 2025. Wouldn't it be great if we could see a couple more cars out there on the racetrack? There are a couple more cars here, ladies and gentlemen. If you go to the Bathurst winners tent, you will see that there are a couple of Bathurst winners that had a couple of mechanical issues over the weekend. The 91 GTR is also here. The pair of Godzilla cars. We saw the Winfield car out there from 92. The Bathurst 1000 winning car from 91 is also out in the paddock, but a few mechanical issues yesterday. I saw it started up in the paddock this morning, and I've never seen so much smoke come from a car before. So they erred on the side of caution and elected not to run the GTR today. That's fair enough. That car is worth so many hundreds of thousands of dollars. As Jack pointed out, there is also the 82-83 Bathurst winner that won in the hands of Peter Brock and Larry Perkins. As we can see, we've moved from Bathurst winners to TPO F1. There's plenty more action on the racetrack. The next 3 sessions, in particular, next 4 sessions, we've got TPO F1, then we've got Ferrari Spettacolo, the multi-million-dollar Ferraris will be out. And then following that, to end the Adelaide Motorsport Festival live stream, we have the Formula 1 cars heading back out onto the racetrack. But I should stress, if you are here at the track, that won't be the end of proceedings from 4 o'clock. Yeah, stay tuned, stay here at the racetrack. You will be able to watch Rally, Aussie Muscle, GT Style, the bikes, and then an hour of drifting competition action. So plenty still to come here at the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival. And TPO F1 out there on the track at the moment. And this is one of our favourite categories, isn't it, Nick, this weekend?
It is. Brenton Grigio, one of our local boys there in the S5000, Lola T142 Formula 5000. And what a great noise this car makes. That's a part of the sound celebration that we've had this weekend. It's just gone out of sight. So we'll see if we get him again on camera, or we're going to choose somebody else. But yeah, there's a vast variety of cars in this category, and Grant Dorman being one of them in the Shrike. In fact, that's the car that's just come up. The number 2 red car is the Shrike that was built in South Australia by the Croydon Park Technical College, which is where we would train mechanics back in the day. So they decided that wouldn't it be great if we actually built a race car here. And Grant Dorman was the guy they engaged to drive the car in the championship at the time. He enjoyed doing that, of course, but later he bought the car and he's put it through a full resto. And this is a great opportunity for him to, again, give the car a good run.
Absolutely. We can see the number 69 machine.
And that is Brenton Grigio.
It is, absolutely.
And unfortunately, we couldn't quite hear it then, but because it's in another part of the circuit. But it is a good symphony.
Live stream viewers could certainly hear it roaring past, and they can hear this machine as well, the number 2 machine that you were just talking about of Grant Dorman. So talk us a bit more through this machine, the Shrike. It's pretty unique.
Well, yeah, it was, I think they built it as a Formula Holden, what we called Formula Holden, which was, I think, 3.6 litre category. A lot of the engineering on those off-the-shelf Holden engines done by Larry Perkins at Perkins Engineering. I think the crankshafts, for instance, were highly modified so they could withstand the stress of being revved so hard all the time. But yeah, they even though the Formula had its demise over time, the cars were still used in hill climbs, and I think Stan Keane, the late Stan Keane, held the record at the Colin Grove hill climb in South Australia in a Shrike. So yeah, they had quite a life.
That's the number 2 red machine going down the main straight and heading down into turn number 1. If you are here at the venue watching on, it's actually really great to have Grant here this weekend. He was accepted as an entrant last year, but had to miss the event, had to have some cancer treatment. Great to have him back in 2024. All recovered, great stuff. And Lowndes trying to race a 599. I think I know which would win. Craig Lowndes running or the 599. Lowndes is about to jump into the FXX as part of the Ferrari
Spettacolo.
Thank you. Category.
Grandioso.
It's spectacular.
It is.
That's it from
It
me.
is.
You're not going to get any more Italian impersonations from me, I can assure you.
Come on, live on the edge, Dan. Like the rest of us. If I can refer to REM's 12 hour. And look, when you were talking about the Bathurst 12 hour, about seeing cars race in the dark in the morning, that REM's 12 hour event in the 60s, they started at midnight.
Oh, right.
So your
There you
dream
go.
came true. You could have watched them in the dark all night.
Well, we just need Bathurst 12 hour to come to Bathurst 24 hour, and
Well,
then we're sorted.
There's still time.
There is, we can sort of see the 250 LM with Lowndes having a chat to everyone. Such a great guy is Craig, always smiling. The smiling assassin is Craig Lowndes, and still can drive anything as quickly as anyone, and he's proved that in his wildcard appearances with Zane Goddard, Declan Fraser, Brock Feeney. No, he didn't drive with Brock, but yeah, with Declan and with Zane Goddard. And this year he'll be driving with Cooper Murray, a former Australian Carrera Cup front runner is Cooper, and I'm sure he is greatly looking forward to getting behind the wheel alongside Craig Lowndes in the Bathurst 1000. Oh, a very late addition to the T-Bird F1 category. Must have fallen to sleep or something. I don't know how you could fall asleep with all the howling noises and brilliant sounds that we are hearing here at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. It's all about the sound here at the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival, and the 23 car of Bo Jensen taking to the track. That was the last ever Dallara F304 built. And
Is that right?
Yes, it was, yes, correct. And it was sold to Kimi Räikkönen as part of his RR Formula 3 team in Europe, and Kimi ran quite a successful Formula 3 team there in Europe for quite some time. So ran as part of Kimi Räikkönen's Formula 3 team. Pretty cool bit of history there. More Formula 1 history. It's quite remarkable. Every category somehow has a link to another category.
This is actually pretty interesting, Dan, to watch what we're seeing here. Lounsey just hopping into the Ferrari and
He's had his water.
getting an inside view of that cockpit and the way the car's set up, the door opening.
Gullwing door, not a normal door as you and me know it, Nick, on these exotic supercars.
And a pretty comprehensive roll cage as well. That looks like a very lightweight race seat as well. And you'd expect nothing less of a Ferrari of this stature.
Michael Schumacher had a lot to do with the development of the FXX back in his late career with Ferrari before he announced his retirement in 2006. I was lucky enough to see him race in the red colours at Silverstone back in 2006, and I was just a little lad. That was my first ever Formula 1 race, the British Grand Prix in 06. Lucky enough to go to the Australian Grand Prix though the last 8 years now. Looking forward to it again. Just 1 week away, this time next week, the Australian Grand Prix will be on, but at the moment we're watching TPO F1 cars out there on the circuit.
Back on the strike of Grant Dorman.
Who blasts
you
into
can hear
number
that
one.
distinctive V6 sound. Not quite as high revving as some of the other cars, but a torquey, reliable, probably in inverted commas, affordable power plant for that formula.
Absolutely, and here is that F304 that I was talking about on the main straight, the blue car, heading into the centre chicane, and there, going around in front of all of the race fans, down into the final turn, that red Shrike. It's unmissable really, isn't it? It's Ferrari red, as I described that, Ferrari red colour. And I understand it was used to promote the Adelaide Grand Prix as well back in the day, in the mid-90s, as it goes through the centre chicane one more time.
That's interesting, and actually it's quite a pretty car, isn't it? Now, who have we got here? This looks like John Paul Drake.
It looks like John Paul Drake because it is John Paul Drake, the charismatic South Australian owner of Drake Supermarkets here in South Australia. and he's been out in his prototype, he's been out in a Lexus LFA. I don't know what he's about to get into now, but he...
He's Testarossa, I would say.
Oh, yeah, probably right, yes. He's having a look at the F40, and why wouldn't you? That is a brilliant piece of kit. The last ever car signed off by the late Enzo Ferrari, founder of the legendary Italian motor racing manufacturer. Haven't we seen some great things here at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival this weekend? We've seen Formula One world champions here in Damon Hill. We've had David Croft join us here in the commentary box. Out there, Liam Lawson has been spending a hell of a lot of time with fans from Friday onwards when he arrived here in Adelaide. Spent time with the fans at the Gucci Street party. He spent time with a lot of fans yesterday and again did so today. Gunther Steiner he's really enjoyed his time. You can see the beaming face of Gunther Steiner, the former Haas F1 boss here this weekend. He's loved every second, and it sounds like he wants a bit of a taste of the local winery as well. So,
and why wouldn't you?
Look at these two chatting away on the grid, having a bit of a laugh.
The lineup this year has been outstanding, hasn't it, Dan? Like, I mean, every car here has been important and a value in its own right, but the star cars this year really were outstanding. The Ferrari 250 LM, there were only 30 built in the first place, but to find one that has a race history in the hands of John Surtees, I mean, wow.
John Surtees and Jochen Rindt, 2 Formula One champions.
Yes, and John Surtees, of course, the only man to ever win the title on a motorcycle and a car.
We've said a lot of stats this weekend, but somehow we actually haven't mentioned that. Yes, John Surtees, as you say.
Yep.
He dominated on 2 wheels before moving to Formula One, of course.
So we had the Ferrari 250 LM. We had the Mazda 767. We've had Valtteri Bottas, a Formula One driver in a Formula One car. And so the list goes on. We really have had some outs. We've had a full field of former Bathurst winning cars, not tributes, not replicas, but the actual cars. We've got a spectacular field of Ferraris, one of which Lounsey has just hopped into, and that car really is a sight to behold in the modern setting. You know, we've had Formula One cars aplenty, a lot of which were formerly raced at this circuit back in the day. So it's been an outstanding field for this event. And look, speaking of star cars, we're just going to cross to Jack Perkins because he's going to be talking with the owner of the Mazda 767.
This is one of the draw cards of the event this year, the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, this awesome Mazda 767B. I'm delighted to be here with the owner, Hoshino-san, and a translator to engage in this interview. But firstly, welcome to Adelaide and the Adelaide Motorsport Festival.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much.
You enjoy the event and bringing the car over here?
He goes, yeah, it's a beautiful country. It's probably his 3rd time here. He said he loves it. You know, the people are friendly and yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Now, the fans love the car and they love the sound of it. You love driving this machine?
ファンたちがみんなもうこの車大好きで、もう音がもうすごいから、この車を運転するのは好きですか？
いや大好きですよ。やっぱりこの車はね、大変いつもドキドキしながら乗ってます。最高です。
Yeah, he loves driving the car. You know, every time he drives it, he gets butterflies. You know, and yeah, just has a great time.
The big thing everyone talks about is the sound of the engine, the mighty rotary. I've heard you may even do a good impression of the sound.
みんなやっぱりその音がもう最高だからでなんかみんななんか話になってるんですけど星野さんがその音がすごい真似するの上手なので今やってくれないかって
テレビ局はちょっとまずいんじゃないですか
大丈夫です大丈夫です
いや
もう昨日787の サウンドとその次は767説明するからいいですか？
本当？じゃあ787ね。
So first he's going to do because so we explained it yesterday at the interview that the 787 it's got a good sound right, but the 767 just shits all over it. So he's going to do the 787 first and then the 767. So.
Perfect.
それ言ったら松田にまた怒られちゃうよ。787ね。
Very well done. You can see the Japanese very, the love of motorsport is within. So thank you for bringing the Japanese motorsport passion to Australia.
もうここまで来てやっぱり日本のモートスポーツのもうすごいところを見せてくれてありがとうございました。
とんでもございません。ファンが多いんでびっくりしますよね。オーストラリアはね熱いファンが多い。特にロータリーのファンが熱い。ここはビンビン響きます。
He said thanks very much, and he can really feel like the fans here in Australia. There's a lot of rotary fans, and he just loves it, being able to come here and just cater for them and show them the car. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Hoshino-san. Thank you so much, Hoshino-san, for your impersonation of the 767 versus the 787. Now that man has really endeared himself to the audience in South Australia. If he ever decides to stop driving cars, he has a future in stand-up comedy. Yesterday he had the people in the Grand Marquis in fits of laughter, and they are fans not only of the 767, but they now are the Hoshino-san fan club because he is a lovable guy. It's his third visit to Australia, and I think if he wanted to move to Australia, he would get instant citizenship, and we would adopt him as an Australian immediately. He fits in so well. The Rotary fans in South Australia love him, and as I said yesterday, he absolutely had the crowd in the palm of his hand in the Grand Marquis. What a lovely guy.
Absolutely. I walked out the commentary box for a couple of minutes. I walked back in, put the headset on, and there he is doing an impression of the Mazda 767 and Mazda 787. I wasn't quite sure what I'd walked into. And if you may have tuned into the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival live stream, just like I did, putting the headset on, yeah, that was quite a strange thing to come back to, I will be honest, but absolute legend, isn't he, Mr. Hoshino? Very entertaining stuff as the cars head down into Centre Chicane. What we have on the track now is Ferrari Spettacolo, and you're just shaking your head because that was
well, you also have to love his very Australian translator when he described the 767 as shitting all over the 787.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if that was an accurate translation or that was Australianised for the punters when the translator stepped in.
I should say, if there was any language that you may have heard, if you do speak Japanese, we do apologise about that. I'm not entirely sure that was entirely clean Japanese that we heard, but nevertheless, that was really, really cool, really, really great interview. So many $1 million supercars out there on the racetrack. Ferrari Enzo, we can see, and then at the back of the shot, just coming out of the corner, the number 8 on the front, the 250 LM from 1964. We briefly mentioned it before. Let's have a look at this that we're seeing on the screen at the moment. The Ferrari Enzo going into the centre chicane. And now we cut to, there's just so many Ferraris. Which one do you look at, Nick? Which one do you look at? We're now looking at the much more modern Ferrari, exiting the hairpin out there at the final corner. That's the 2023 Ferrari 812 Special, driven by Fraser Ross. Fraser Ross himself has been a busy boy out there on the racetrack. A very good steerer is Fraser in GT competition, so he's used to these sort of speeds that the brand new Ferrari 812 Special can deliver. And how great is it that we see these modern supercars here for the first time at the Adelaide Motorsport Festival? That is a brand new 2023 car. It's only released just a handful of months ago.
That's right, Dan. And look, it was the same at the Adelaide Rally. We had cars there that were only, the paint wasn't even dry. They were so new, and it's a feature of these events. Great way to get in touch with the latest and greatest. And speaking of something that isn't the latest but is the greatest, it's the Ferrari 250 LM. This car has a fantastic history. It was raced in 1964 by John Surtees and Lorenzo Bandini. I can't think of the third one, but I'm sure you will help me out, Dan. But it raced at the 12-hour racing rims and had a fantastic dice for first with Phil Hill, former world champion, Formula One world champion. And they fought and fought and fought, but it finished up second to Phil Hill. Average speed for the race in 1964, 126 miles an hour. What a beautiful car. 3-litre V12, and just a superb motor car. It was also owned during its life by an American cartoonist named Bob Grossman, who was also an illustrator, editor of magazines, and had a passion for sports car racing, and he raced it for a few years, but it has had a number of owners, and it's had more than one restoration. And if you're lucky enough to get up close to the car today, it is absolutely pristine. I mean, it's better than a new car. It is. The paint is superb. It's show car quality, but it's being driven in anger on the track, and that is so good. That's what this festival is all about. It's not a museum. It's a moving museum. It's a history parade. It's got its own sound. It's all about the sound, and we've enjoyed so much of that this weekend. Just hearing these cars being used the way they were meant to on a racetrack, and there's another example as we go to the F40.
People relining the fences. I can see Craig Lowndes bringing the FXX off the racetrack. So Lowndesy done for this session. The F40 certainly isn't done. It is out there in the hands of Craig Sutton. This car, the F40, replaced the 288 GTO, the 40 years. It celebrated 40 years of the legendary Italian manufacturer. 3-litre twin-turbo engine, making around 500 horsepower, which doesn't sound like much in today's standards, but it was in those days, in 1989. Couple that with the fact it weighs about as much as my fingernail, and you have a lightning fast machine. And many people describe it as a go-kart on steroids.
Beautiful cars, all of them. Hard to pick the one that you like best, but in terms of dollars, the award goes to the Ferrari 250 LM. There were only 30 built in the first place, so they're worth a lot of money. There was one example, 5901, sold recently in an auction for 17 million US. It was about $30 million Australia. That car had never been raced. It was a road car, a car that has been raced by world champions. The value probably doubles, to be fair, because they're irreplaceable. Not only is it one of 30, but it's the one. It's the one that Surtees drove. The only man to win a motorcycle world championship and a Formula One world championship. So how do you top that? How do you top that for your collectible car?
Absolutely. That's the red machine going into the final corner. If you are watching from the sidelines here around the circuit, the red number 8 car, and John Paul Drake in the black 308 waving past Craig Sutton in the modern 2023 812 Special. Brilliant to have that car here, as I say. And that really shows what sort of event this is as well. You know, we've showcased all the history, the old Formula One cars, the Bathurst winners. But this event is also about the future. We've seen Paddy Lowe here with his Zero company, putting some fossil-free fuel in a motorbike driven by Daryl Beattie. And that just shows that the Adelaide Motorsport Festival not only looks to the history, but it also looks to the future as well. And having a brand new Ferrari out there in this category, that's something pretty cool. And here it is going into the final corner. It's been pushed hard by Sutton. He is not holding back. Of that, there is no doubt. And John Paul Drake in the black machine. There's so many cars. I haven't even mentioned the 599, which is out there at the moment, the Ferrari 599 FXX. That's being driven by Darren Van Diemen. That's the one with the yellow stripes out and around the racetrack. 599 was released quite a few years ago now, 2006, with the 6-litre front-engined V12, hence the massive bonnet at the front of that car. They've got a pretty big engine to fit inside of that machine. And yeah, certainly a great machine. So the original came out in 2006, and then the FXX version, the even sportier version of the already sporty car, came out in 2009, a couple of years later. And there it is, going past many of our fans. But on the live stream, we're looking at, there it is, the 599 FXX. Oh, it sounds fantastic, doesn't it? Fantastic 6-litre V12 engine. And here's the driver sitting quite far back in that machine with all the engine in front of him. The Ferraris continue to go through. So, up next, after this session concludes, Formula 1 cars. So looking forward to that to end the Adelaide Motorsport Festival live stream. Thanks ever so much for watching. But yes, we're finishing on a high with Formula 1 in a few moments' time. Thank you around the racetrack as well. I'm sure you are enjoying the action, particularly when that V12 comes past you. The Ferrari 599 FXX. I'll just let you listen on the live stream once more. Oh, he's buttoned off. That's a shame, but it sounded glorious last time through, didn't it? And certainly have to thank all of our sponsors here this weekend. Repco, as the Adelaide Motorsport Festival naming rights sponsor. Shannon's, of course. They share our passion for motoring. Penrite as well. Penrite Oils. There are so many sponsors that have made this event possible this year, and they're great to have so many machines. 250 cars entered in total, or just shy of 250 cars and bikes here this weekend. And that's just what you've seen on the racetrack, let alone the massive car displays that we have. We've mentioned on many occasions the Mazda display, but we've also had the Nissan display. I saw a brilliant Nissan earlier, exactly like the Paul Walker Fast and Furious first movie with the blue LED lights. It looked a spitting image of it. I almost assumed it was the car from the movie. I don't think it is, but it looks exactly like it. There's so many little gems that you see as you walk around the Adelaide Parkland circuit. That's the only disappointing thing for us here in the commentary box, Nick, that we haven't really been able to experience some of these things ourselves.
I know, it's not fair, Dan, and you might have noticed that I just ducked out of the commentary box for a couple of minutes because I really wanted to hear that 250 LM go around. And look, the reason I say that, and this is part of the point of difference about this Motorsport Festival, and that's what it is. It is a festival. It's not a motor race meeting. I was at a meeting a week ago. It was an all classics meeting. That Ferrari was part of it, but it didn't run. It was on show because it was a motor race meeting. The guys were competing for, winning and losing, and that's not where you take that car. The price tag is way, way, way too high. But here today, I got to hear a Ferrari 250 LM. It's the first time in my life I've ever heard one. It's a 3.3 litre V12, and just imagine that the pistons in that engine would be no bigger than the pistons in your Mini Minor in 1964. It's a small multi-cylinder engine, and I've got to tell you, it's quiet. Yes. The car is quiet. It is. It has little 1.5 inch, 4 1.5 inch exhausts. It's very, very quiet, and all I could hear was the sound of the straight cut gearbox whining as it went past. So it's got a nice sound, as you'd expect from a V12, but that's the difference about this event, is you can bring your car that is worth a small fortune, or the price of some countries, and bring it out on the track and drive it, and you know that everyone else here is going to give you some space because they all value their cars so much. It has been a fantastic weekend for that. 250 cars, you say, and I didn't even know that number, but it's been very clear.
Just shy, I think it was about 246.
The variation, I'm not going to split hairs over that. I'll go 250. But yeah, it was, as I say, these cars were raced in Australia in the 60s. Spencer Martin and David Mackay both raced and crashed Ferrari 250 LMs. I wasn't there. I didn't hear them. This is the first time in my life that I've heard a Ferrari 250 LM in the flesh.
And I think 99.9% of people here will say the exact same thing. I think basically the only person that has is the driver himself. Fantastic to see that machine here. Once in a lifetime potential opportunity. Fingers crossed though it does come back next year, but only here can you see cars like that. And here we are finishing the Adelaide Motorsport Festival live stream with a bang. As I say, at the racetrack we still have multiple sessions to go. We've still got the rally cars, we've still got Aussie Muscle, we've still got GTs, we've still got the bikes, and we still have the big drifting competition that concludes proceedings this evening. If you're just tuning in Europe, I suppose you're just waking up now and you're watching on the Sky Sports F1 live stream. Welcome. This is the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. I'll be honest, you have missed quite a lot. Make sure you flick back after this session and watch all that you have missed. This is the Formula One category, and we have a dozen Formula One cars here on the streets of Adelaide. The former Adelaide Grand Prix circuit, a miniature version, albeit a miniature version of the Adelaide Grand Prix circuit, but these are the very cars that raced here back in the day. And we could see there the Brabham BT58, one of two out there on the racetrack at the moment. And through the chicane goes the Leighton House, back in the hands of Andy Higgins after Valtteri Bottas drove that earlier on today. Wasn't it a great insight from Martin Brundle, from David Croft, talking about Martin Brundle, his Sky Sports Formula One commentator, saying that, of course, Martin drove that very vehicle behind the green Leighton House, but he's saying he really wants to bring Martin Brundle here next year.
It was, and also when we're talking about great experiences, wasn't it great having Crofty come in and visit us in the commentary box?
Certainly was. Yes, this is the first Formula One session you've called today out there on the racetrack. But yeah, absolutely a privilege to have him in here in the commentary box. As you say, a real icon and a legend of Formula One commentary. As we see a legendary car out there, 2 Grand Prix wins in the Benetton, the 1990 John Reeves machine, the striped car, green, yellow, red and blue. That car won the Adelaide Grand Prix in 1990 in the hands of Nelson Piquet, and it also won the Japanese Grand Prix that year as well. Now the green and yellow machine you're looking at on the screen is formerly driven by Michael Schumacher. We've got Steve Ottofinelli behind the wheel today. He's the owner of the machine, but that was driven here at this very track in 1993 by the 7-time Formula One World Champion. Of course, Michael, very young back then. He'd taken a couple of wins, but yet to take a championship in Formula One. He did that a year later on these very streets. Quite remarkable. I think Michael Schumacher won his first title here in Adelaide.
Yeah, what an honour. And look, there's so many of these cars that were raced in the Adelaide Grand Prix back in its heyday from 1985 to 1995. And now, once again, we have their owners coming from the other side of the world to bring the cars here for us to see and relive those moments. And we spoke to a few of those guys, Steve and also John Reeks, who's made the trip from the other side of the world to run his car here. And as we said, it's not a race meeting. There's no times, there's no trophy, so everyone respects everybody else's space, and it's safe to take your beautiful Formula One piece of history out on the track and drive it in the way that it was intended then.
Absolutely, and we just saw a fine example of that down there into the centre chicane. Some nice gentlemen driving, and that's what this is about. It's not a demonstration where they tootle around. It's a spirited demonstration. You can see the cars are being pushed to the limits. John Reeks is a great example of that, and he said, but to me, by the end of the weekend, I will have nailed the perfect lap. That's what he said to me on Friday. He was finding his feet in that practice session, and John Reeks, the Benetton driver from the 1990 Benetton driver out there on the track, he said, by the end of the weekend, I'll have nailed the lap. And thanks, John, for coming here and bringing that legendary machine all the way over from England. And I've just worked out why Craig Lowndes nipped off the circuit midway through that Ferrari session. It was because, of course, he was jumping in the arrows, the A10B. He's back out on the track in 2 consecutive sessions. A very busy man.
And when you talk spirited driving demonstrations, some of them have been more spirited than others, Dan. When we had Valtteri Bottas in a Formula One car on the track this afternoon, together with Craig Lowndes, who you can see right now, multiple winner of our Bathurst 1000 race, and they were out there together, just the two of them, just having a bit of fun, and
they were giving it some.
It was cut and thrust, wasn't it? When it got to centre chicane, it was okay. Who's going to go in here first? You going to let me go, or am I going to go?
Absolutely.
And it's been like that all day. This morning we had a bit of rain, and that made it even more interesting. But everyone respects each other's space, but they do like to have a go, and that's made it all the more entertaining for the people who are here trackside.
Don't these cars sound absolutely glorious? We can see in front of the fans heading into the final corner, Craig Lowndes in the Arrows A10B, the white and red machine, followed by the Arrows from 1979, pronounced as the
Warsteiner Bierken. I'm Bierbitter.
Absolutely. It's funny that I'm the one born in Europe, but you're the one that does all the accents.
My school German teacher would be very proud there.
As we see, Lowndesy, how many times has he driven this car this weekend? He did a session on Friday, he did 3 sessions yesterday, he's done 3 sessions already today. This is another time, so that's 8 sessions. So 2 hours of on-track action. That's another great thing with the Adelaide Motorsport Festival as well. You certainly get an abundance of track time, don't you?
You do, and these guys love it. Like, you couldn't hold them back from taking a drive in one of those things. And as you say, they've driven all kinds of different machinery. Valtteri Bottas has driven. What hasn't he driven this weekend?
That's right. And he was only here today.
he drove a 1980s Bathurst V8 Commodore. He's driven a Formula One car this afternoon. He's driven the Brabham BT162, the modern Brabham sports car. What don't these guys drive?
And we're looking at a classic Brabham exiting the final corner. As I say, I said to Crofty, Brabham BT58s, both of them were restored for the event here last year, and great to see them both back here this weekend. As we see, there he is, John Reeks, heading down the back straight in the brilliantly liveried Benetton.
Just going for the perfect lap.
Yes, absolutely, what he promised us.
Just about got it now. We had a big old chat with John Reeks on Friday, and what a very nice fellow he is. And his first time in Australia?
Yeah, first time in Australia, full stop. He said, because we had a bit of rain on Thursday, he said, I thought Australia was sunny. I said, you wait for the weekend. He was probably a bit surprised to wake up this morning to find rain, but nevertheless, it's been absolutely fantastic weather apart from the early hours of this morning. Here it is on the screen, as I say, driven by Michael Schumacher back in the day, and here they are, so heading into the final corner, the car that won here in 1990, driven by Nelson Piquet Jr., and John Reeks at the wheel being overtaken by Lowndesy, 7-time Bathurst 1000 winner, roaring down into the first turn, down through the gearbox, flames spitting out the back of the Arrows A10B. Pretty cool. Turns around the tight hairpin, back up Wakefield Street. Of course, back in the day, Formula One cars went left there and headed down the other way on Wakefield Street. Then they turned left, as we can see at the bottom of the camera shot, back into the parklands at the end of the lap. But it's a nice little layout that we've got here for the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. And I'm sure in years to come, and Tim's mentioned it, it'd be great, if this event could expand. And I'm sure if we get names like we have, I'm sure this event will continue to grow and expand in years to come.
And we now have a number of ambassadors with Valtteri Bottas and Roland Dane and all sorts of people networking the event right around the world to grow the event, to grow this style of event in Adelaide. And what can we say about the tourism that this event brings to South Australia? Gunther Steiner's just about to order his wines. I think he's had a few tips on where to go for the best drop. But you can see the Adelaide surrounds there. This is very close to the city. You could walk right into the city centre from here, and yet you can see the Adelaide Hills in the background, and they're only probably 25 minutes away. The ocean is about 15 minutes away by car, so it's a great place to visit, and it's a very compact place to get around, and it's a place where we have the luxury of being able to run this kind of event. As your cities get bigger and bigger, it's hard to do this sort of thing, and it's a luxury that we have, and we're taking advantage of it.
Absolutely. Brilliant addition to the South Australian motorsport calendar is the Adelaide Motorsport Festival. Here comes one of the Brabhams at full tilt. That's the number 7 machine, number 7 on the side. So that's Adam Gowans at the wheel of that one. That's the one that Martin Brundle drove, and so did Stefan Modena as well. And took the team's last podium at Monaco in this very car, of course. Brabham, the team winning multiple championships, 66 with the man with that name, Jack Brabham, and then 67 with Denny Holm, and then a couple of titles as well with Nelson Piquet. But yes, brilliant to have these machines here, absolutely. And here we are, the two Benettons on the pit straight, side by side, the two Poms. We have to thank them ever so much for bringing these two vehicles here this weekend. The 1990 Nelson Piquet car, the one here, sorry, in 1990, and then the 1993 Benetton, driven by not only Michael Schumacher here at the Adelaide Grand Prix, but he also raced the car in multiple other races, and finished on the podium with Riccardo Patrese in the British Grand Prix in 1993. And brilliant to have Patrese drove that car as well. Both the names are emblazoned on the side of the vehicle. Lownsy still cutting laps. He can't get enough of this place, and neither can this man, John Reeks. He loves every second of his time in Australia as he exits the final corner and roars down the pit straight. Brilliant drone footage seeing the speed of these Formula One cars. I think John has buttoned it off a little bit now as he goes into the centre chicane. Steve Otfanelli waving to everyone. Thank you very much, Steve, for bringing your car all the way over from the United Kingdom, and he is going to take it into the lane. The Camel sponsored car, as I said to you, he's changed the livery for this event because that is the livery that the Benetton team and Michael Schumacher ran at this event in 1993.
Yeah, it's real dedication to the fan base, and we've seen that not only on this car, but I think you were saying, Dan, he does that for every event. Is that right?
That is. So he's been at Goodwood on many occasions. Oh, it looks like Owen Kelly has come to a stop out there on the racetrack. But we'll get that car quickly recovered. It's not damaged or anything. We will get that car quickly back into the paddock.
You sure he's not just asking for directions to find his way back?
I think he knows it well enough by now. He's certainly done enough laps, that is for sure. For those just before the pit lane entry.
For those of you who have only just joined the live stream, on Friday evening, these cars were driven into the city centre. So we had a parade of the Mazda 767, Formula One cars, the Porsche 962 Le Mans car. So, and I mean, they were just 3 of, 20 cars, Dan?
Yes, yeah.
People lining the streets, even people who probably had no interest in motorsport as a rule, just embracing the whole thing because it was a party atmosphere. They were heading into the city for the party, and they were given the instruction that if you get lost, please pull over, don't just drive around city streets in your Formula One car. But no one got lost. And it's just part of the event. This is a not too serious social festival of motorsport. It's a moving museum, it's not a race, and it doesn't get too tense. And that goes for the spectators and the drivers. Everybody is enjoying it so much. It's a chance to get right up close to the cars and the drivers. They're only too happy to show you features of their cars, open the bonnet, tell you the stories about when the car ran and who drove it and what events it did. And you can just see the Adelaide City there in the background. Perfect blue sky today, around about 30 degrees, very slight breeze. And we've been blessed, Dan, with the weather this weekend.
Absolutely. The live stream is coming to an end. Thank you very much for tuning in to the Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival. Thank you, Nick, for commentating alongside of me throughout this weekend.
Been an absolute pleasure, Dan.
Absolutely. So myself, Dan McCarthy, and next to me, Nick Lenthal. We're signing off. We're going to hand back down to Jack Perkins in the lane, who's going to say some final words. Thanks very much, Jack.
Yeah, thank you, Nick, and thank you, Dan. Tremendous job in the commentary box this weekend, bringing us all of the action from on track. And that is it for the 2024 Repco Adelaide Motorsport Festival. And I tell you, this is my first time at this event, and I've been blown away by not just the size of the cars on offer, but the people. The South Australian motorsport fans have been phenomenal. And it started Friday with the Guja Street Party. I got to drive a car into town on the streets of Adelaide. We had many people there in town flock to the cars that were on display, and that was just the start of the weekend. From there, there's been something for everyone. Whether you like Ferraris, Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, Formula One motorbikes, and the old V8 supercar Holden and Ford, we have had absolutely everything for you this weekend. So we've really enjoyed having the big names here as well. Thanks to Formula One who are in town next week. We've had the likes of Gunther Steiner, world champion Damon Hill, current drivers Valtteri Bottas, test driver Liam Lawson, and many more. So it just goes to show that this event is on the international stage, and we've got the big stars and the big cars coming each and every year. So that's it for this year. It's been a great pleasure to be a part of it on behalf of all the commentators and all the people behind the scenes. Thanks for having us along, and we look forward to bringing you more of the Adelaide Motorsport Festival in years to come.